I'm Ginger Ontiveros. I'm the Executive Director of Communications and Community Engagement for San Bernardino City Unified School District, and we are so happy that you're here with us tonight to help us recognize and welcome some new leaders to our district. One promoted leader and two brand new faces to our team, and I have to tell you, they are all phenomenal, and I know you're going to really enjoy meeting them. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge some special guests that we've had join us this evening. First, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Scott Thayer, who is the new interim president at Valley College. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate our partnership with Valley College so much. Thank you. And then I'd also like to acknowledge, and he gave me permission to say his name wrong, but I said it 6 times right in the lobby, so I'm expecting to do it again. Mr. Prince Ogidikbe, who is the field representative for Assemblywoman and Majority Leader Eloise Gomez-Reyes. So thank you so much for being here. The Majority Leader did send certificates for our honored guests tonight, and I know we've already presented those, so I want to acknowledge and thank her for recognizing them as well. I'd like to acknowledge as well the Board of Education for the San Bernardino City Unified School District, and I know our president, Dr. Gwen Rogers, is here this evening already. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, great. And then if they're not here yet, they're on their way, but Dr. Scott Wyatt, who's our vice president, Ms. Myra Ceballos, Dr. Barbara Flores, Dr. Margaret Hill, Abigail Rosales Medina, and Mr. Danny Tillman. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our new superintendent, Mr. Doc Irvin, who is going to come here and share with you some fabulous things about the leaders that we're welcoming. And I know that you're going to enjoy what he has to say about them and enjoy meeting them as well. So thank you so much. Mr. Irvin, it's your mic.
Should I mention the names first and then go into it? Good evening. Oh, actually, good afternoon. All righty then, let's try this. If you can hear me, clap twice. We're at a concert, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me, clap twice. That's rhythm. Good. Well, hold on. Sorry, dropped my mask. So, I can tell everybody's excited to be here this evening. So, I'm going to go high level. And first of all, I want to say that thank you, each and every one of you, for being out here today to welcome our new leaders to the district. I'm very excited about that. We have a wonderful team, and these individuals will complete the team that we already currently have. So I want to first of all introduce our first new appointee, Dr. Ricardo Esquivel. And he's going to come up here in a moment as he makes his way up here for a moment or two. Dr. Esquivel is our new Assistant Superintendent of Equity, Access, and Innovation. And Dr. Esquivel has 2 master's degrees in education and educational leadership. He has a doctorate in urban education and leadership. He also was a Teach for America member. He served as a middle school science teacher, instructional coach, assistant principal in the Los Angeles Unified School District, and really something very important, while Dr. Esquivel was superintendent of wonderful College Prep Academy, 88% of graduates were accepted to a 4-year university or college. That is outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ricardo Esquivel.
Thank you, Superintendent Irvin. Good evening, everybody. I have a lot of gratitude this evening, of course, and so I'd like to start by first acknowledging and thanking the Board of Education for their bold vision in leading equity, access, and innovation. A Board of Education who has placed the needs of all students, regardless of background, zip code, race, language, to say that all students are deserving of equal access and really thriving with a vision that they can all graduate having choice as they transition into post-secondary opportunities. I'd like to also thank our superintendent, Doc Irvin. Doc, as you all know, as you are learning, he puts student first, and his expectations for kids do not waver. And that is very much where I like to align my energy with. So thank you, Superintendent Irvin, for the bold vision that you set for all of us. And for my colleagues and friends here across the district and the community, I look forward to working with you. We are truly leading the way in thinking about how equity, access, and innovation can not just impact and affect for positive good our kids here within the community, but I do see this extending beyond our county, beyond the state, and nationally. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Dr. Esquivel. So I would like to now introduce our Associate Superintendent of Business Services, which is Mr. Harold Sellens, and he's going to make his way down. Mr. Sellens has a master's in business administration. He also served as Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services for Rosemead School District prior to joining the San Bernardino City Unified School District. And while he was the Executive Director of Business Services in the San Jacinto Unified School District, he established positive attendance culture while serving as that Executive Director. Also, when he was in Hemet Unified as the Director of Nutritional Services, he increased the average daily participation by 4%. And most importantly, one of the things he's known for throughout his career is he's always developed strong community partnerships to bring additional finances and human capital to support students. And we hope that he'll do that here because we definitely want to have more money. And so that's going to be a major role. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harold Sellens.
Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I was a little unnerved when they asked me to speak because I'm uncomfortable talking about myself. My wife shakes her head no. That's not true. No, it really is a privilege to be here with you all, and I really appreciate everyone coming out to welcome us as new members and recently promoted members of SBCUSD. It is, for me, a work of passion coming to SBCUSD. As we went through the interview process, we're always asked to share our why. And for me, the why was the community, the students that SBCUSD serves, because that is a community that mirrors the community I grew up in and who I was as a child growing up and the needs that I had. And it gives me no greater pleasure than to be part of an effort led by Superintendent Doc Irvin with a passion for kids and doing what's in the best interest of kids at all times. And so I take that very seriously, and that aligns with my why, that aligns with my purpose. So I'm very happy to be here. I'd like to thank the board of trustees for granting me the opportunity to serve in this capacity. In this district, we have a lot of opportunity ahead of us. This is a community full of opportunity, full of hope, and we look to capitalize on that. So thank you to the board, to Superintendent Doc Irvin for taking the chance to bring me in as a new superintendent as part of his executive cabinet and trusting me with the responsibility of guiding the fiscal stewardship of the district, which is rather large. And then thank you to my team, my colleagues, who I've had the opportunity to engage with over the past 6 weeks. Yes, I am counting. It's been 6 weeks. And really importantly, thank you to my wife, who's in the audience. Yeah, you can kind of wave, yeah. And then to my brother-in-law, who is not only a brother-in-law, a great friend, and someone who I admire dearly. So it means a lot that they're both here. And I look forward to making a difference for the students, families, and community of San Bernardino. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Harold Sellens. So the last appointee is obviously Dr. Rachel Martinez, and she is going to be our Deputy Superintendent of Schools. And so let me say a few things about Dr. Menarez. One, Dr. Menarez has a doctorate in urban education. She has over 27 years in public education. Previously, within the district, she served as the assistant superintendent of continuous improvement before being promoted to deputy superintendent. In 2004, she was a nationally board certified teacher. And most importantly, since she's been within the district, she has served as a director of English language learner programs, special education, and assistant superintendent of educational services before joining the district. So more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, every superintendent has a deputy superintendent that works with him or her to really oversee day-to-day operations. And I think along with our staff, our board, our parents, and all of our stakeholders, I think we're proud to be able to have Dr. Rachel Menarez as our deputy superintendent of schools. Dr. Menarez?
So is it evening yet? Yes. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Superintendent Irving, for the introduction, to our school board for the confidence in selecting me or appointing me to be the deputy. I want to thank the SBCUSD family who is here tonight. And then, of course, I want to thank my family and my friends for coming down that 210 in the traffic going westbound or eastbound. We know what that looks like. So believe it or not, yesterday was my 5-year anniversary in SBCUSD. I know. So, I can remember being here 5 years ago. First of all, the boardroom looked very different. So, Tom, I think I saw you in the audience somewhere. Thank you for your work in bringing the boardroom up to the 21st century standard. You know, and 28 years, this is my 28th year in education. I can remember that because I pretty much go with my daughter's birth years. So she'll be 28 this year. So it's pretty easy to remember how many years I've been in education. And in all of that time, whether it's the 5 years here in San Bernardino City Unified or the 28 years in education, I can look back on my career and I can say I've stayed committed to my purpose and my why. Why do I educate? Why do I lead? And that is because I believe in opportunity and access for all children. And all. I mean, ALL, every single child. And so my career has always been around making sure that every child has the opportunity to show their brilliance. I know every child has that brilliance. It's our responsibility as the adults to make that happen. In my role as deputy now, I'm really looking forward to serving the community and the district, our site leaders, our teachers, our principals, our classified staff, and removing barriers, opening up opportunities so our children can thrive and they can shine and they can just light up the sky because I know that's what they have in them. And it's our responsibility to make that happen. So that's what I will be doing as the deputy, removing barriers, identifying areas for improvement, and keep pushing each and every one of us to do what's right for children. That's why we're here. They really are the reason why we exist as an organization. And so, but only when we do that together as the adults, right? The big people in the system, I like to say. It's the big people in the system that have to work together to make sure the little people in the system are thriving. So that's my work. I'm looking forward to it. Another 5 years plus in San Bernardino City Unified. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here. And I have to close by thanking my family. I have to start by thanking my daughter, who lives in Brooklyn, New York, happened to be here this week, stayed an extra day so she could see her mom be recognized. So I want to stand, Natalie, you need to stand up. No llores, you're making me cry. So what you need to know about my daughter and I is for a really long time, it was she and I. We were kind of like conquering the world together, right? My husband was in the picture, but we didn't marry for quite a long time. So Natalie and I were like mom and daughter side by side doing what needs to happen. Well, what happens in the life of a teacher who's extremely committed to their children is that your child becomes part of your classroom. And so my daughter spent many, many years in my classroom, putting my classroom together, meeting my students, really becoming the little sister for many of them for many years, and then the older sister over time. And so I want to thank you, Natalie, for sharing your mom. And I want to tell you how proud I am to call you baby girl. And she's an emerging poet and writer, and she was published yesterday. So bravo to her. And then finally, just last but not least, I have to thank my husband, who encourages me, pushes me, tells me I can do it, tells me to be sure I put the right shoes on to give me the energy to have me do that. But more than anything, he takes care of me. He makes sure that I'm fed well, I exercise, and he allows me to put work before our family sometimes. And I appreciate that because he knows how important this work is to me and that it is my passion, it's my commitment, and he's right there with me. So thank you, mi amor. I appreciate you being here. Becca and Danielle, thank you for coming. I know it's not easy to leave Pomona to get here by 5 o'clock. I know that that's not an easy feat, but you've seen me grow and I've seen you grow, and I'm just really thankful to have you in my corner. With that, I will stop speaking and let's start a board meeting in a few minutes. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank you all again for coming this evening to help us honor our new leaders. I think you can see our district is in great hands. I am so honored to be working alongside of them, and I know you're going to enjoy getting to meet some of our new faces as well as work with the leadership of Dr. Ramirez across the district. So as we close this evening, I'd like to thank our nutrition services team, many of whom are here, and I want to acknowledge them for the great refreshments that they've put in the lobby for you. So please do partake of that as you depart this evening. So thank you so much for being here.
All right. We are about to bring this board meeting to order. All of our board members are here, and we have one. Ms. Rosales Medina will be joining us shortly. All right. So 2.1, we're calling the meeting to order. 2.2, I think I'm going to see him this time. Is Chief Polino at the end down there this time? There you are. Will you please lead us in the pledge?
Hi, we're from New York. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, hold on. They didn't let me know. Or we have some joining with us? We want to...
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you. Yes, you had great help. Great help.
Madam President, who was that?
And tell me the class, Dr. Rodriguez.
Newmark Elementary School.
They did a great job. That was awesome. Thank you, Newmark. Okay. 2.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved in second. And you okay? All right. So we are going to bring up the vote. Should come on our screen. Karen, are we all? Is some few people missing?
Any Dr. Wyatt and Ms. Ceballos?
Right on the screen.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Motion carried. We're now moving to 2.4, Inspirational Message, and that is coming from our Vice President, Dr. Scott Wyatt.
Well, thank you, Madam President. And, I'm really used to showing videos, but today I really want to speak from the heart in regards to us coming back to school. And first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of our staff. This has been a really challenging year, and as we found out, COVID continues to challenge us as well in our classrooms and in our city. And we know coming back that safety has been our number one priority. So we want to make sure that our staff and our students and our families continue to know that we're keeping safety as our top priority. This board has always seen it as our top priority. Even when COVID first came around, we were the first district in our area to say, you know what, we're going to go to distance learning. So, we want to continue to let our families know out there that it's going to remain our top priority, safety, but also to our kids now that are out there and going to school. We've been able to get into our schools and see our students out there and see the smiles and hear the laughter and see them playing on the playgrounds. I've driven by a lot of our schools and some folks are like, hey, they're not wearing their masks. And I said, well, you know what? When they're outside, they don't have to, number one. But even many of the kids and staff are still wearing them out there. So the safety is being at the highest level with our kids and our staff. They don't have to wear the mask, but they are wearing a mask. And those kids and those staff that feel comfortable not wearing a mask out there, they're not. So I think, it's that freedom of choice that we have as well. That's very important to us. And I'm glad that our district is allowing our staff to do that. So I really just want to compliment everybody on their performance and how they're handling coming back to school. At first we had a little bit of waits and a little bit of hiccups, but since then it's really, really improved. And I haven't heard of anything else, and I don't know anybody on the board has as well, but it's been a lot of good news out there and a lot of celebration. And I think that's really what's most important is that, we're able to be back in person. Our students and our staff are teaching and learning in person, and that we need to celebrate that. I know that right now there's a lot of caution in the wind towards a new variant, but we are dealing with that and we are working with it. And right now, I think our staff are doing a fantastic job and our students are doing a fantastic job. And I just want to reassure our families out there that the safety of your children is our top priority. I want to reassure our staff that your safety is our top priority. And if there's any concerns out there, please let us know. And you do a very good job of doing that. Because, if there's something that's not being taking place or not being followed, then we need to adhere to that. But for the most part, it's been going really, really well. And so I just want to say thank you to all of our staff. Thank you to our families. Thank you to our students. And welcome back. And then welcome, of course, to our new executive cabinet members that we are celebrating tonight as well. So Mr. Solons, welcome. And then Dr. Esquivel, welcome. And Dr. Menardez, welcome to your new positions. And it was great seeing you and celebrating you also. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. That was great. Okay, we're going to now move to 3.0, special presentations and recognitions. 3.1, recognition of September as National Hispanic Heritage Month. And I will start to my left. And Ms. Ceballos, can you read that for us? And then Dr. Hill, we will follow with you for 3.2.
It's not up. I don't have it up yet. Give me one.
Can you press it? Just press in the middle of 3.1. It'll pop up. Just press on it.
Alrighty. The San Bernardino City Unified School District joins organizations and towns and cities in our state and nation in the month-long celebration of Hispanic and Latino American heritage and culture. Whereas the period from September 15 through October 15, officially known as National Hispanic Heritage Month, is a time to honor the many historical and modern contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans. And whereas those dates coincide with important events in Latin American history, including the September 15th anniversary of independence for Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, the September 16th anniversary of Mexico's independence, and the September 18th anniversary of Chile's independence. And whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans share ancestry and cultural ties with Mexico, Central and South America, the Caribbean, Cuba, and Spain, this diversity has brought invaluable perspectives, experiences, and values to the district. And whereas Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope, is the 2021 theme for National Hispanic Heritage Month. And whereas the district celebrates the vibrant Latin American spirit that influences our nation and also recognizes the practices of commitment to family, love of country, and respect for others, which are virtues that transcend ethnicity, reflect the American spirit, and are exemplified in the Hispanic and Latino American communities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District recognizes September 15 through October 15, 2021 as Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month and directs appropriate activities for its observance take place in district schools.
It's been moved in second. Did you hear that? It was, yes.
Dr. Flores?
All right, thank you. Moving to, motion carried, thank you. Moving to 3.2, recognition of September as Attendance Awareness Month. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Whereas good attendance is essential for student achievement and developing the habit of regular attendance prepares students to succeed from cradle to career, and whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District dedicates resources and attendance to reduce chronic absenteeism and is partnering with families, parents, and school leaders to make attendance a top priority by raising awareness and establishing targets and goals to ensure accountability. And whereas chronic absenteeism impacts low-income students and children of color, particularly hard if they lack resources to make up for lost time in the classroom. And whereas chronic absences can be significantly reduced when schools, parents, faith-based organizations, businesses, community leaders, and elected officials work together to promote good attendance and address hurdles that keep children from getting to school. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins the nation in recognizing September as Attendance Awareness Month. The board recognizes greater attendance is needed to improve student attendance and does hereby commit to reducing chronic absenteeism to give children an equitable opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive academically, emotionally, and socially.
Moved. Second. Madam President, can I make a comment?
Yes.
In hearing this, I really think that it brings up the issue, and we haven't talked about it since we went remote, but remember how we used to have the top 10 priorities of the board? And what were the items that we talked about that were the ones we were watching, the benchmarks? Well, we had a different word for it. What was it?
And it was under attendance?
Attendance was one of them, but we had the, no, the ones we were looking at, the data we were looking at.
Key performance
Chronic
indicators.
absenteeism?
There it is,
The key performance
key
indicators.
performance indicators.
KPIs, the KPIs?
I think I said this was one of those.
Okay.
So I think at some point we should bring that back. We used to have it on the agenda on a regular basis where we had key performance indicators and we had the priorities of the board. And the board would
We'll hear the first of that, because we talked about that before. So we'll hear the first of it tonight, and we want to go back so we can begin to monitor. Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. All right. Thank you. We are now ready to vote. Ms. Cunningham? All right, motion carried. Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, we're moving on to 4.0. Are there any closed session public comments? 4.1?
Not.
No. All right. 4.2, we're going to adjourn to closed session, and we will return shortly. Okay, we are back as promised. We're now going to move to 5.1, Director of Multilingual Programs, Elementary.
Move.
Well, be it resolved, be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Lester Ojeda, Director of Multilingual Programs, Elementary, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. There he is. All right. I heard a first and a second, and we are now going to take the vote. It was Dr. Wyatt, and then I heard so moved, I think, by Dr. Flores. Yes.
Second.
All right. You don't get the vote. Yes. Should come up.
Not up. Oh, there.
No,
There it
it's there.
goes. Okay.
It's there. All right, motion carried, unanimous, and congratulations to you, Mr. Ojeda. Congratulations and welcome.
Madam President, Ms. Medina didn't get to vote.
Miss
I'm
Medina?
curious because it says yes, right? And I didn't even see a pop
I
in my
saw
screen.
yes up there. So you cast your, do you want to verbalize?
No. It was,
Okay.
yes, I vote aye.
Okay.
But I'm curious in the next one, just to
Let's
make sure.
okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. No, she says she didn't. All right, I'm moving to 5.2, Director of Multilingual Programs, Secondary Human Resources. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee: Texabel Acosta, Director of Multilingual Programs, Secondary, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
Second.
It is seconded by Dr. Wyatt. And we will see what happens here. Did it show up? Okay, so let's watch. All right, I believe it's a unanimous. Are you on there? I don't see. We're going to cast a verbal vote for Ms. Rosales Medina. I only see
No?
6.
Okay, so I vote aye,
All right.
in case I can't see it.
Thank you. And for some reason, she's not in the system. So yes, and congratulations to you, Mr. Costa. Okay, 5.3. SS-21-22-01, Student Services. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number SS-21-21-22-01 in the amount of $21,000.
Moved.
It's been moved in second. That was Mr. Tillman and Dr. Flores.
Mr. Tillman?
All right, let's see. Okay, I think they got us all. There's 7 up there. Unanimous. Thank you. Motion carried. Mrs. Cunningham, on 5.4, I don't see an action. Is there an action on there? .4, I do not see an action as an action item to vote on.
There should be. There's a resolution.
Okay,
in
here,
the-
I'm gonna pull, okay, here we go up here. Be it resolved that the Board of Education authorize the readmission of the following students with the identification numbers as indicated below to the schools of the San Bernardino City Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with the Education Code, Section 4900.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's moved and second. I heard Mr. Tillman, I heard Dr. Flores and Dr. Hill. Take your pick.
Give it to Mr. Tillman.
Was it? Okay. I think she got it. She
Madam
got
President?
Flores and Dr. Hill.
On that item, in the past, we did have information on the background on each one of these cases.
It's in that bottom little square.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, you're talking about
Did
the
you see
one
the
page.
report?
The one-page summary, right?
The executive content section? Mm-hmm. Right in there where it says executive content.
Huh? I know. It is in here, though.
But I just want to be clear, because you said this is not what I was talking about in terms of the background. We used to have background on each student and the reason why they were there. This is the same thing. Maybe I'm missing it.
No, what I was told on that was because this is a lift, the original suspensions, you guys would have voted on some other time, and this is just a lift.
And we'll still receive the original
yeah.
exposures, you're saying, the whole
Okay.
packet.
I'll make sure they give those to me because they didn't this time, so.
Thank you.
So we've said earlier that we will provide the board with a package in the future. It's no big deal. We'll take care of that.
Okay, great. So it looks like motion carried on that one, and we will add those additional, make sure that that information is there moving forward. Okay, we are now at 6.1, public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. At this time, we are still accepting comments via Zoom, and a registration form is required and available for 24 hours prior to all scheduled Board of Education meetings, and close at 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. In-person public comments will be taken first. Participants speaking via Zoom are reminded that any inappropriate language or images will forfeit their registration, and they will immediately be removed from the meeting. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Our first speaker tonight in person is April Branson. Please come to the mic if you are here.
Madam President?
Yes.
Can we look at some point, have superintendent staff look at the special accommodations for people who
ADA?
want, for the folks who want to present to the board? If they need special accommodations?
A special ADA
It
accommodation.
says, right, it says you have to do it 5 days in advance, but it brought to my attention, the agenda's not out until 2 days before the meeting. So it's kind of unfair to have an agenda.
For
The people
ADA
don't-
special
The people don't
accommodation.
know what's on the agenda. They see it, and when if they want to participate, they can't, because how are they supposed to know 5 days ahead of time?
We'll have to look, yeah. Okay, so we'll make sure the ed code, and we'll follow up what it says in reference to ADA specials.
And the key is to try to find a practical way to make it make sense.
Okay,
Thank you.
got you. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Branson. Sorry
Hi.
about that.
Thank you. It's okay. I'm here to discuss the mask mandates for children. I noticed, I believe it's Dr. Wyatt, mentioned about the playground, how the children, if they feel safer wearing a mask, they can. If they feel better without wearing a mask, they can. And I feel that should be applied to the whole school day. It makes sense, just how it sounded so nice right there, that's how the whole school day goes. For my children, my son came home the very first day wearing another child's mask because they're little and they don't understand. So I don't see how that would be helping keep my son safer, and actually it's doing more harm. My son has asthma, and he went from using his inhaler once a week, maybe twice if he played baseball, to 2 to 3 times a day, and needing breathing treatments with the masks, and we tried the face shield and there was no difference. My daughter has hearing aids because of an open heart surgery complication, and she has a CHD, and oxygen is a very critical component with her heart function, which this is also affecting. My daughter has her hearing aids, and I'm sure you can tell the masks would be having them dig into her ear, and was told to take her hearing aids out when it was hurting too bad, and had her hearing aids out for 3 hours of her class, which I feel like is insane. You know, this is not, I think that we can all agree this is not a one-size-fits-all. You know, what's gonna help one child is not gonna work for another child, and I think that we need to really do better about making sure that all the children can make the decisions best for them, that their parents can say, my child needs to not wear a mask for their health. And another parent can say, you know what, my child needs to wear a mask. That makes us feel safer. And that is the parent's job. You know, quite frankly, it's not your guys' decision what is healthiest for my child. And I don't feel that it's right that we have to try to deal with this. I mean, my son is coming home crying. He feels terrible. He's getting headaches from his inhaler. And it's just not right. And nobody can seem to have any sort of answer that works for us. They said the face shield, we tried that. There was no difference. I would just like to remind everyone that 4.2 million kids have gotten COVID. Out of that, only 0.008% have died. More kids have died in one 2018-2019 flu season than all of COVID combined. So this is really not about keeping our children safe. And the teachers can get vaccinated. So what is the point of having these kids keep their faces covered, struggle with this, and then you have the issues of the masks. They've done tests on these masks from kids going in and out of bathrooms and sweating and wearing these at masks. There's bacteria, there's fecal matter, and they're breathing in through this sweat. It cannot be healthy for them. And I, as their parent, should be able to make that decision for my child, just like someone else should make the decision for theirs. And my daughter, as I mentioned, she has hearing aids. She also reads lips, which obviously you can't read my lips right now, right? If you're trying to teach an 8-year-old how to enunciate something and she can't hear, how are you going to tell through this? Watching you guys, I can't even tell who's speaking. We're sitting back here and I'm like, no clue who's talking. You know, how are kids supposed to do that in a classroom setting? You know, I really think we need to do better of letting the parents choose and finding something that can work for everybody. Like I said, this is not a one-size-fits-all problem. And the parents should be the ones that make that decision. So I just want to ask you guys to please think about that. Bring it up, have another vote, because there are so many parents struggling with this. Their kids crying, hating it, or medical issues like my children, and there's just nowhere to turn. I have no choice. I can either keep my child home, which they've spent almost 2 years in absolute isolation. They want to get back, they want to see their friends, they want to have a normal life, but it's literally hurting them. And that's not fair. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branson. All right, next speaker, Karen Gray. Hello, Ms. Gray.
Hi there. A little daunting. I have a lot of respect for the folks that are sitting on that dais. Worked with you for a lot of years, and your staff has done some wonderful work with Golden Bell, so thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to speak on 11.4, which is the agreement with Sandabs.
Can you get closer to the mic, because I can't hear you?
Okay, I'm here to speak today on the 11.4, which is the agreement with Sandabs. So I wanted to speak with the board today. Sandabs is a collaborative group of school board members and administrators who meet and work with our community members, our fellow districts throughout the county, to bring in information and have a conversation about advocacy and policy at the state level and the federal level. We're not necessarily driving what those discussions are. We're trying to take in input and have conversations and then collaboratively share out what are the views, what are the goals of our community members. One of our specific strategic goals is to increase our outreach and to be able to carry stories and things that are happening in local districts to begin to help our state and our federal elected officials have nuanced legislation. I live in the high desert. My district is small. You guys are a large urban district. Each district and community has its own nuances. The policy that they set at the state level and the federal level, it so impacts our local board's ability to set their direction, to provide oversight, to do the things that we need to do to get the services and the programs to our children. So I'm here for any questions. I would just ask this body to possibly please stay with us, please work with us, and keep your story out there through that Sandabs lens. I know that you do a lot of conversations on your own. We respect those. What we want to do is augment that and carry your story further and blend it with the rest to really get good legislation that supports students, districts, and services. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Gray, hold on one second.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question. In the past, our district has had a representative. Will our district have a representative?
So Sandabs they have an election that goes on. We have it every year. There are representatives from each of the areas. And I would absolutely encourage your district to have someone run for those positions.
And when are the elections?
They come out, they're commensurate with the elections that happen with the San Bernardino County School Boards Association. So the announcement comes out in late October, early November, and then it goes in. And it's also about the same time as the delegate assembly with CSBA. So it all kind of happens at the same period of time. And then you just fill out the form, and then there's an election that goes along with it.
A board for a board representative.
Absolutely.
But our superintendent is on there automatically.
I don't believe that's in the
No, we
bylaws,
haven't
no.
had, we haven't had.
No?
representation.
No. The automatic seats are with delegate assembly, and that has to do with the size of your district, because districts of a certain size get automatic representation on the delegate assembly. The county organizations, they don't have any of those automatic seats.
So this is just for board members.
No, Sandabs is a collaborative group of superintendents and board members. We meet together on, I believe it's the second Wednesday of every month, and there's an executive committee meeting.
Well, how many people are on this board? How many superintendents and how many school board members?
You know, I would say there's probably 8 to 10 of each of them.
Of each one?
I'd have to double check, and I can get that information.
They're a
and get back with
representative of
you.
the whole county.
That represent, yes, they represent the areas, and those areas are synonymous with supervisor districts. And one of the things through our strategic planning that we're working on is really getting the representatives from each of the areas to have a better dialogue with the districts that they more or less represent, to open that up and to ensure that we're bringing those stories back to the executive committee. The meetings are not in secret, so you can see them, visit them, do whatever. And if you guys want more feedback from those meetings, I can take that back to the executive committee to ensure you get more information as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gray.
All right, thanks for what you guys do. Have a wonderful
Thank you.
evening.
Good to see you. All right, our next speaker is Maria Valdivia Fuller. Please come to the mic.
Good evening. My name is Maria Valdivia
Good evening.
Fuller. A little closer? Okay. My name is Maria Valdivia Fuller. Colleagues know me as Lupe, so you may call me either or. I don't mind. The reason for my visit today, this is my first board member meeting. So thank you for having me. I'm here today to personally thank you guys, especially Mr. Danny Tillman. Oh my gosh. Okay, so my daughter is part of a magnet program, and she has had busing since kindergarten. So when she was in the 3rd grade, abruptly, no more busing at 4th and Hill, where we live. We figured it out. Then COVID happened. She was at homeschooling. She was homeschooling, not homeschooling.
Virtual, well,
Yes.
distance education.
Thank you. Yes, because you guys did all that. I just provided internet. But she, it worked out. And then this year came along. My husband and I both work. We have contradicting schedules. She could not get to school. So we could not get her to her old school, which was Holcomb. There was no way. So my colleague was like, hey, one of the board members gives out his phone number. So I was like, who? Mr. Danny Tillman. So I called him and I said, hi. I explained my situation. And he said, I'll help you. And he did. I remember talking to Dr. Monarez. We were here. And I believe Dr. Rodriguez too. I want to say, I'm reading names and I'm like, dang, I think I talked to all of them. But I just want to thank you guys because my daughter was able to get bused. I know that I heard that there was like really low complaints of busing, but I just want to let you guys know that I only found out that I could reach a board member through a friend. So I really believe that there are more kids out there that need help. Well, I know that I was reading over this and I saw that it's more efficient, and I'm glad that it's more efficient to a lot of kids. Kids are saving 30 minutes, but we need to really look into our community because we, as a community, a lot of these people don't have cars. A lot of these people are struggling. So I just want you guys to like take a look at everyone, maybe try to reach out. I saw that there's sorry, I'm nervous. I have notes. I didn't even read my notes. Oh my gosh. I saw there's a transportation task force. So I hope that they do reach out to a lot of people because this was a blessing to me. I didn't know I had a voice like this. I didn't know that I could get this fixed. So thank you for all your help. Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Francisco. Is it Francisco Ramirez?
Thank you for coming out, and nice to see your face. Put a face with a voice.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members. My name is Francisco Ramirez. I'm a single dad of 3 kids. I want to share, actually I forgot what I was going to share. I brought actually items that the school gave out to the food bank that we had. First of all, I want to thank you guys for doing that. The reason I came here today because my 8-year-old son yelled at me for taking him to Rite Aid ice cream. And I couldn't understand why he hated the fact that I took him to Rite Aid ice cream, right? I love Rite Aid ice cream. I grew up with Rite Aid ice cream. I think everyone loves that Rite Aid ice cream, to be honest. It's delicious, it's great. But the fact that he screamed at me was, Dad, how do I supposed to be healthy when you bring me to eat ice cream? You take me to eat pizza. You take me to eat Subway sandwiches. That's not healthy, Dad. And I was like, oh, so you want to eat salads, right? Oh, you want to eat fruit, huh? Okay, well, let's change it up. The problem that I have is 80% of the food that's given out by food banks is sugar. It's sugar products. I'm like, how am I going to change my son's ability to eat at home, and then he goes to school, and the food's given out at school, it's not healthy. As a parent, as a person grew up with unhealthy food all my life, I've been able to change my mindset of, you want to bill at 60, 70, keep eating what you're eating, right? Either you get a high bill or you change your habits, right? You drink more water, you eat salads. So that's the reason I'm coming to the board today, is because my 8-year-old screaming at me for saying that I have not been giving him healthy food. So I want to pitch to our nutrition department is, I need you guys to promote healthy food for my kids. Not just my kids, our kids. Because if we only change our mindset, healthy bodies, healthy minds, right? We want to teach our kids the importance of drinking water. That was the first one. Can I get a nutritionist to be a task force? Is there a task force for the committee for that? Can that be built? I'm looking at our superintendent.
I mean, we
Can
have
you answer?
we can give it some thought. We can take it into consideration. It hasn't been anything on our radar, but nothing is impossible.
I mean, I went to eat breakfast at my kid's school. There's no salad bar. You know, I'm pitching is build salad bars since there's so much funding, right? Why salad bars are more cheaper? I think salad and healthy, it's better, cheaper for us. Maybe give out water instead of all sugar. Apple juice, cranberry juice, milk. Why not give water too? Because I teach these fundamental things at home, and when they go to school, there's nothing like that being provided at school. I think we have to be consistent at home, at school, and that's how we're going to be able to raise our kids to be healthier. The second thing I want to talk about is I wasn't able to join the meeting last meeting. There was an issue with transportation. I think transportation has been an issue. I bused my kids to a different school because they don't offer the services or the programs at the school closest to where I live. You want to fix your problem with transportation? You want to answer? Equity. Equity across the board. Equity. I shouldn't have a reason to take my kids to a different school when my school's like 30 minutes, not even 30 minutes, it's like a walking distance. Does that make sense?
In agreement.
Okay. That saves a lot of money. It saves a lot of headaches when you provide across the board. You know what? I admire Mr. Tillman's advocacy. Mr. Tillman, you weren't in a retreat. You're not part of the task committee. I heard Ms. Ceballos welcome you, asking you, Danny Tillman, you want to be part of the task force? Join us. That's where the meetings get done. Yeah, you are the board. You make the decisions, right? But where you hear the voices is in those task committee meetings. And I got 30 seconds to say, thank you for allowing me to come for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to ask the board members, are these clarifying questions? Okay, so I didn't get to see which order hand. Did you guys see? Okay, go ahead.
I guess my clarifying question is for just the district, really quickly. The only reason why is because you mentioned that there was no salad bar. I know my children, when they attended school, there was always a salad bar. So I'm just curious to see if, and some even the kids will complain because the food is not good because it's so, they try to maintain it healthy. So I'm wondering, since we came back, and that's just probably something really quick, or we can bring that back, have they removed the salad bar? I'm just curious.
I believe they have removed the salad bar, but
Okay.
we will in the Friday update give you some clarity around that. I'll
Okay,
talk
and-
with Mr. Sullins offline, and then we'll give you clarity on that this Friday.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that, I know before COVID, we did have a salad bar. I think now, since we're coming back for the first 2 weeks, there hasn't been, so we do definitely need to get an update on that. Thank you.
Yes, there were, okay, and let me, hang on a
I
second.
have two clarifying questions.
Can I say something? I had
You wanna
30
respond?
seconds
Yeah,
before I
they
got
did
interrupted. So
interrupt you,
can I
so
close it up?
So as
Go
a
ahead.
question for Mr., okay,
ahead.
let me go ahead and give you.
Is that around my time?
I think she's going to, no, we're going to give you your
Okay.
time, but I think I thought they were going to ask you a question, so we
Okay.
can let you finish. So your question is for him, for Mr.?
Yes,
Okay.
So my clarifying question for you is, would you highly recommend that we have a nutrition task force? Is that your recommendation?
I do. I
Okay,
do.
good.
And I think, I'm going to tell you something, Ms. Flores. I went to the art walk. Do you go to the art walk that we had here in downtown San Bernardino?
Out back?
The art walk.
Art
walk.
The art walk.
Art walk, yes.
Do you go to it?
No, I haven't gone through it.
Okay. Did you go to it, Ms. Medina? I saw you say.
I didn't go to the last one, but I
Okay.
have actually placed some of my artwork
Okay.
at
Well,
some of them.
that's great. I applaud you for that. So I went. And when I went to the art walk, there was a nonprofit talking about healthy food, right? And I was like, whoa, that's what we need in the district. She's like, I work in the district. Oh, you do? You're the person I want to talk to you. And where do you work at? The nutrition department. Oh, you're even specifically, they're the person I need to talk to. Why is there so much unhealthy food in our district? And you know what she responded? I don't let my kids, I don't let my parents go to the food bank in the district because it's unhealthy, to be honest. So that automatically as a parent brought a red flag. We're not talking to each other. There's no board when you don't talk to each other. Does that make sense? You talk to each other here. I got down telling me advocating for everybody in our board meeting when that should have been done behind scenes. Does that make sense? I mean, I'm just observing how things are being done. I mean,
Okay, so you're
Well,
clarifying.
my second clarifying
you-
question is, would you recommend, would you prefer the program that your child has to ride a bus to at your home school, at your neighborhood school?
absolutely. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
Okay, I agree with you. And
right.
so I just wanted to clarify that.
And not only that, can I share something? Because I had 30 seconds, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I get my 30 seconds?
This is your second 30
Okay.
seconds. Go ahead.
So I grew up when I playing chess.
Yes.
I have no clue playing chess. I reached out to a board member specifically, and she knows where I reached out to that person. And I told her about this. When someone does not get, at 90%, and wherever we do, it's a follow-up. If we can't follow up with parents are concerned, or parents, then why are you guys there as a servant leader or advocate for us? Because it's going down to dead years. There was a parent here last week. She asked our board members, do you guys were willing to travel the bus with me so I could share my experience with my kid? There was no board member saying, I'll do it. I think it was one person maybe. But regardless, I would like to see everybody, even our superintendent, to ride the bus.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate your comments, and we'll be talking to you soon. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Ramona Valenzuela. Hopefully, are you here, Ramona? I believe so.
Hi, I am
You want to pull the mic down a little bit further so we can, there you go. Welcome.
Hi, I am Ramona Valenzuela. I am a student at Rodriguez Prep Academy. And an issue I have noticed lately is with transportation. On Mondays, a lot of buses have been rerouting since we are really short on drivers. And since we are rerouting, we are stopping only at schools around the area. And I don't think that's right for many people. Many students need to be closer to home. For example, my actual stop is at Wilson. I have to cross a street where cars pass by like it's the highway. And they don't even stop. And it's not fair that most students have to live with that every single day. We have to be dropped off closer to home. Or at least we have to let the dangers be known to most of the people here. Some people here didn't even know that that was a problem. Students, like even third graders have that problem. They have to cross main streets. And some of their parents can't pick them up. They're busy. They have to walk home by themselves and have to deal with the problems of the drivers. They're reckless. They don't really care. If they see a student, they're not going to stop. They're going to want to continue on and get to their destination. Another problem is that there's no air conditioning on the buses. Right now, in the August heat, it's almost impossible to survive on a bus without water. A lot of students forget to bring even a water bottle to school. And yet, in classrooms, there are these big air filters that just really make the air really cold. Why wouldn't they try to put some of those in the buses? There's a bigger chance of us dying of heat stroke than of COVID. Some students don't even feel safe. I know some of my peers have to cross 10 blocks to get back to their houses after being dropped off by the bus. I don't think that's right. And someone has to say it. I was actually last week and this week on Monday, I couldn't go on the bus because supposedly my stop didn't exist. It does. Every other day of the week, I get dropped off there and it's perfectly fine. They didn't let me on the bus. I had to wait for my mom to get to the school. She had to get out of work and drive a very long ride back to the school. We need solutions, and we need them now. We can't continue this for very long. Also, school lunches, they're not very good. A lot of students don't even eat them. They just throw them away. They just get them so that maybe if there's something good, they'll take that. But that's it. They'll just throw the rest away. We need healthier lunches that students actually like. Salads are very good, but most of the time the salads don't even have anything interesting. It's seriously just lettuce and carrots. There's nothing that adds flavor, and that's why most students take lunches to school. They have to carry around a lunchbox to school every single day. Lunches should be healthy, but they should still be able to enjoy them. And some of the food I've seen there, it's basically half oil. There's nothing healthy in that. And yet they're saying that they're trying their best to make it nutritious for the students. It's not working. In fact, most students don't feel comfortable with the food that they serve there. So I decided not to eat, and when they get home, they're almost dying of hunger. Issues like this exist in our district. There's flaws. Even though I've seen how they spend millions trying to make them all better, we need to find solutions and not just throw money at it like, oh my God, you're getting fed now. It doesn't work like that. We need proper solutions. We just don't need to look for the easiest one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. I'm sorry. Wait one moment, Ms. Valenzuela.
Can you tell me your name again?
Roma Valenzuela.
And what school do you go to, mija?
Rodriguez Prep Academy.
Rodriguez. I want to commend you for coming up and speaking up. It's very important to hear your voice and to hear your concerns. My clarifying questions are, would you be in favor of a nutrition task force and to have student representatives on there?
Yes, we definitely need
Would
someone
you
who
would
has
you serve on it?
experience. I would try to, but
Well, if it was done remotely, then that way you didn't have to, travel. You could do it remotely. That would
I
be
would.
great. Okay. Secondly, I would like to clarify the issue of drinking water. What would you propose?
Water filters. The water, I've seen
Can
it.
you speak louder?
The water filters at school, there are no filters. You can literally pour a glass of it and you will see that it is foggy. It looks like if you mix water and milk together.
Okay, so water filters at your school.
At all schools.
At all the
schools
schools.
are needed.
Okay. The third thing that you brought up, I'm having a hard time hearing, so I think you said that the buses were not air conditioned?
Yes.
Okay, so what would be your recommendation?
I've seen that there are filters in classrooms that are like
I
supposed
can't hear you, Mija.
There are filters in classrooms, like they're supposed to filter the air.
Mhm.
They really just make the air really cold. And I was thinking, if it's working in that way, what if there was like a smaller way, like a smaller version of it that we could put in buses? That would help a lot with the heat.
And I think the last issue was concerning crossing busy streets or walking to school.
The stops aren't close enough to students' homes.
Say that again?
The stops aren't close enough to their destinations. Students
Okay.
have been struggling with crossing
The
streets.
bus stops aren't close enough to the destinations of your homes? Okay. All right. Was there anything else? I had a hard time hearing you. That was it? Okay. I thank you very much. You're courageous, and I'm very happy that you came forth. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Thank you again. We appreciate you. All right, our next speaker is Patricia Dozan. Is it Dozan? Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying that the first speaker, I agree with completely.
Move a little closer. Yeah,
Is that
you got
better?
a little lower.
Okay.
Or project
Better?
a little bit more. Mhm.
Okay, I apologize. I am standing with the first speaker. I agree with her 100% completely in regards to the mask. We've had COVID now for a year and a half. So at the beginning, we didn't understand it. We didn't know. We had to try things back and forth. We now understand causes of it, reasons for helping it and hurting it. Masks, we've seen that basically they don't help, they harm. I don't know of any studies that show that they do help. I was wondering what you guys are basing the mask on for the students. This is, we put our kids in your care for our students, to teach our students and watch over them. And in regards to us as parents, why don't we have that choice to allow that to our kids? Is this a state mandate? What are you guys basing your mask mandate on for the schools? For the children who ages 2 to 17-year-olds, they have a 99.9 survival rate. You get COVID, you get better, and you're fine. So my question is, what are you basing it on for the schools, for the children?
President?
We can have our district reach out to you.
Okay.
To provide you some additional information to guide you or inform you as to how we make our guidelines here.
Okay, I mean, you guys are there any studies that you have based on? Are there studies showing that? Because I can't find any peer reviews in regards to the
President?
math, so just curious.
Yes, Mr. Tillman?
Okay.
Yeah, there's certain things that are state. This is a state mandate. Today we had a thing come on the board, a board direction where now the state has mandated that employees have to get vaccinated. That's not something that the board can.
I understand that. Now, we started with don't wear a mask, wear 2 masks, get a shot, that you don't have to wear a mask. Now we're back to wearing a mask, even though you have the shot. We're kind of confused about that because it's going back and forth. There are states that have opted out for the mask, and they're doing fine. We have been locked down in California, and we have a higher rate of COVID. So again, we're just looking out for our kids. They have to go to school every day. They want to learn. They want to communicate with the teachers.
I just want to be clear. You asked the question why we have that policy, and it is a state mandated policy.
So we want to let her finish her
Okay,
comments,
right.
and then
She's right. Masks
we'll
are
go
not
ahead.
mandated. We are a country of laws. Where is the law? I mean, it's a recommendation, but what's the mandate? I mean, you can recommend to wear it, but we should have a choice for that.
Just to be
Mr.
clear.
Tillman, we can't get in a dialogue,
you're right. Okay,
unfortunately.
it's not a-
And that's just because of
Yeah.
our, it's not that we don't want to respond, but we need to hear your comments. These are your comments at this time. Then we can reach out and make sure that we have the information and give it to
Okay,
you
so
properly.
because I'm sure a lot of parents want to have some answers too here.
Mm-hmm.
aren't given the opportunity to speak. So
We'll be-
I thought maybe
And
we can share
we
with
will
everybody
provide
here.
that on our website. We have information. We have a roadmap that it's a living document that will provide the updates for all of our parents. We have some additional social media outlets, so it will be there, and we will follow up with the district to ensure.
Because you guys are here for us, correct? I mean, your
Correct.
job is for us. So we as parents, we are concerned about our kids. And why isn't there not the medical exemptions and religious exemptions offered to the students? That is a right.
I'm going to answer that. Really quickly, so we will have Eric Bater, who's our Environmental Health and Safety Officer, chat with you offline. This is not the time to debate with the board regarding the
I'm
mask
just asking
mandate.
questions where having abilities for the parents, for the children.
Got it. We want you to finish was there additional comments as well?
I just wanted to get some feedback.
Okay.
Have a conversation here.
And unfortunately, we can't do the dialogue. That's just, that's the protocol of our Brown Act. We can't do the dialogue, but we are taking copious notes and we are hearing you. And we know that it's important to update this information. There are people watching on television right now. And so we want to make sure we direct where that information will be. And definitely as we update our websites, our social media, and as we've said previously, we want to hear the input, but
I
we do
appreciate that.
follow the guidelines.
Okay, just keep in mind, like I said, in regards to these masks, they come off, they go in the pocket, they go on the ground, they go on the table, they go back on the mouth. These aren't even not even properly keeping from the mouth. The particles from the mask go into the lungs. That's permanent lung damage in there. Just things to think about because it's common sense where it's not helping, it's hurting. Okay? Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your information. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Miss Roxana Cervantes. If you're here, please come to the mic.
Aló.
She's the translator. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Cervantes.
Thank you. Muy buenas noches a todos.
Good night, everyone.
De nueva cuenta, estoy aquí para recordarles los temas que toqué en la reunión pasada.
I'm here again to remind you the topics that I spoke with you last meeting.
Pero primero quiero agradecer a la señora Mayra Ceballos y al señor Sam Pierce por haberme acompañado y tomar el reto de vivir la experiencia de estar en una ruta de transporte con los niños.
I want to thank first of all, I want to thank Ms. Mayra Ceballos y el nombre
Sam Pierce.
And Mr. Sam Pierce. They took the challenge to come and ride with me in the bus so they could have the experience of what it is to be at the buses.
También quiero aprovechar y que no se me vaya a pasar, agradecer a la señora Valdivia, al señor Rodríguez por tomar los temas de transportación y de nutrición que son sumamente importantes.
Also, I want to thank Mrs. Valdivia. ¿Y quién es la otra persona?
Valdivia y Rodríguez.
And Mr. Rodriguez to take the challenge of speaking about buses and about the lunch, the lunch food for the children.
Y al estar aquí para recordarles los puntos que resalté en la reunión pasada son referentes a la seguridad y la transportación de los estudiantes.
To remind you, the topics that I spoke last meeting is about security and transportation for students.
La seguridad de nuestros niños y jóvenes debe de ser primero todo el tiempo.
Security for our kids and the youth has to be something that is done every time.
Y resaltar que las llamadas que se están haciendo al Departamento de Transportación o no son contestadas o nos dejan después de que nos contestan a la espera y no tenemos ninguna respuesta.
That we're not getting response when we call transportation with our concerns. They leave us on hold and then they never answer us back.
Y si alguno de ustedes se pregunta el por qué estoy aquí sola, sin más padres detrás de mí,
And if anyone are asking why I'm not accompanied with other parents,
definitivamente mi respuesta será porque mi voz tiene valor y debe de ser tomada en cuenta, tenga o no padres detrás de mí.
and it's because my voice has value. It doesn't matter if I have parents with me or not.
Porque lo que busco es que se respeten no solamente los derechos de mis hijos, sino de todos los estudiantes del Distrito Escolar de San
And
Bernardino.
what I'm seeking is not only respect for my students, for my children, but also for all students in the San Bernardino School District.
Por favor, no expongamos más a nuestros estudiantes. Estamos en una ciudad que no, la seguridad no es el fuerte de esta área.
Please don't expose our students to insecurity. We live in a city that it don't have strong security system.
Y un punto extra que me gustaría traer hoy aquí a ustedes
And an
es que
extra point I want to bring today,
necesitamos trabajar en colaboración.
we need to work in collaboration.
Necesitamos unirnos con más organizaciones también, no solamente cerrarnos a que somos un distrito escolar y ahí para la cosa.
We need to get together with other groups. We don't think of ourselves, we're the district and that's it.
Somos una comunidad y debemos trabajar como tal.
We're a community and we should work as one.
Y no quiero dejar pasar la oportunidad también de felicitar al señor Ojeda y al señor Acosta por su nombramiento.
I want to also congratulate Mr. Acosta and Mr. Ojeda for their nominees.
Espero que se enfoquen siempre en las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes como debe de ser siempre. Hago el énfasis.
And I hope that they always take care of the children's needs like they should. And I want to emphasize the word always.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Cervantes. And our next speaker is Ms. Negrete, if you're here.
Ay, para servirte un placer.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I know I emailed you, all of you, regarding Rodriguez and the condition of the streets, the potholes, the need for you to communicate with the city. Many of the parents have already touched on collaboration. A lot of you are on a one-to-one, some of you are on next door, so you get to see the concerns of the parents. Transportation has been a big one. It's for me, it's been for others. I share a lot of the same concerns that they have because, of course, what I received was that they centralized the bus stops. Many of you have met my daughter. She's a little tiny thing. She hasn't grown much since you last saw her. So there's no way that I would have her crossing Ian Marshall. Just about every week, you drive through there, just about every week, there's an accident there. We do not go without accidents right there. Now, the option for her was you can either take the bus at Marshall Elementary School or at Golden Valley, both which are pretty far away. There is absolutely no way. And then, of course, we've read online that the district is now collaborating with Omni Transportation. I would absolutely not put my daughter on Omni because my son was actually assaulted and they tried to steal from him when he was taking Omni to go to Middle College High. There is no safety. And then when it comes to safety, we have asked before. I know that I proposed to you that when the students were getting robbed on their way to school, why don't you adjust the hours, the start time for school police, because that's not going to have an additional cost. All you have to do is adjust hours. You've done it for classified before. It makes sense to do it for school police so they can get there earlier and start circulating the areas around the schools. It's not going to add a cost. When it comes to the bus transportation, thank you, Mr. Tillman. Many of us didn't know what was going on. We just heard that it was a centralized location. But to take away $1 million, and that's now impacting all of us, the student safety, all of our students, give it back. Mr. Irwin, Doc Irwin, right? Dr. Irwin? Before you were here, under Del Marston came in and had a study to see were we top heavy? Was the school district top heavy? And it turned out that it was. And it almost went in one ear and out the other, like it was a waste of funds. Just like right now we're talking about, trying to start up something with nutrition. Is it that just about position? Because the best ones that can tell you, if there's no salads, just put back the salads. There's no need to waste time or to have staff or create positions for a nutrition service. As the kids, they will tell you. Go into a school, they will tell you. So if it's about funding, to put back funding for the school buses, eliminate the assistant chief of school police. That's a position that Del Marston created. When it comes to the environmental safety officer, that's another position that was created. And all he does is copy and paste. I mean, you go online on the school district site and all he's doing is copying and pasting, county information, you name it. You can assign that to one of our assistant superintendents and they can share that to the district principals. Easy. If it's about funding and that's what you're lacking, go ahead and stop some of those positions. Get rid of the top heaviness, stop the waste, and put it back into the schools. Give it back to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Mr. Tillman, I think, has a clarifying question for you.
Ms. Negrete, you have a student that's at Rodriguez?
Yes.
And so are you saying that they were getting picked up at a different stop and that changed?
Before this whole COVID thing, because of course, the one that used to go to middle school is now in high school. So the bus stop, which I expected that to be her bus stop, there was a bus stop at Mayfield and 34th. And that bus stop right there was for Richardson and Rodriguez, because the year before, there was a bus stop at Mayfield in Marshall. That was eliminated, and they moved it to 34th and Mayfield. That no longer exists. It's done and gone. You know, it's either go to Marshall or go to Wilson.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on one second.
Hello, ¿cómo estás? I wanted to clarify that decision to cut back the buses was made last December. And Mr. Irvin inherited that decision. And apparently because we were in COVID, it didn't impact anybody. So in terms of clarifying, that decision was made, last December. So, and yes, it's an issue. And I think that we as a board are going to look at it, and it is, our students are our concern. Their safety is our concern.
But if I could just remind you, when it comes to safety, there's also a liability with lawsuits. Any of you can look up that lawsuit that San Bernardino Unified faced with the student on Highland. There was a student.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. But I'm just saying to you that we will take into consideration all your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to turn over to virtual. I believe we have some virtual public comments, Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, we do. Let's start with Anthony Leonardi. If you're available, please unmute.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Anthony Leonardi. I'm a PhD scientist who did a PhD in immunology at the National Cancer Institute at the National Institutes of Health. And I did a master's at Johns Hopkins and a bachelor's at Johns Hopkins. And the coronavirus is airborne, okay? So it is absolutely essential to wear masks. And not just any masks. The cloth masks aren't so great. In fact, they're not very great. And unfortunately, I heard some comments that why are they changing the regulations? That's because this virus keeps evolving. When it infects new people, it evolves in their bodies and then it changes. So then the immune system no longer recognizes the new virus that's come out. So that's why they need to now wear masks and vaccines. My personal thoughts on this, unfortunately, the Delta variant that has come from India is more infectious than the older versions, meaning it's able to infect people from the air at further distances and with less amounts of virus in the air. It's also more aggressive in killing T cells. So it creates the cells in your throat that catch the virus fuse together. And when they fuse together, the T cells that come over are swallowed by those, they're called syncytia. They're giant cells. And the virus isn't really, it's not a typical coronavirus that we get infected with seasonally. We can still get infected with it repeatedly like a coronavirus, but this virus is special because it has a few things on it that make it more infectious and aggressive, and also that harm the immune system a bit more. Well, actually a lot more. So the virus has what's called a furin cleavage site. That allows the virus pretty much to go back very, very well into the olfactory bulb part of the brain. And then it also has a super antigen, and that causes the immune system to go haywire. So this virus is able to track back towards the brain, stimulate the immune system, cause the T cells to go haywire. And so in lethal cases of diseases like the flu, T cells never go in the brain. In coronavirus, a novel coronavirus infection, the T cells are found in the brain in these, very sick patients. Okay. So we can't really compare this with the flu, even though some people may have mild symptoms. I'm sure some people listening have had things like loss of smell and taste. That's because it's able to track into these systems in the brain. Now, when you think of what a child has to use their brain for, especially with school, if there are long-term effects, and there certainly studies have shown there are long-term effects with the coronavirus in the brain. They're showing that even in mild cases, they're having an IQ drop. And they're also having things like memory loss and persistent changes to taste and smell. Those structures of the brain don't typically change as far as grow back. And also when they do something called rewire. There's something called neuroplasticity, but sometimes that neuroplasticity doesn't work as well, and you get funny tasting that persists. So a kid, to get this virus, may have to deal with very long neurological effects, and not to mention the effects on the immune system the virus causes. So that is why there are so many regulations, and I personally believe that until changes are made that can make it so the air is very, very clean and Delta isn't infecting people in person, and we have strong masks that work, I think there should be an online option for the families and kids, that don't want to be infected. And also, unfortunately, Delta is showing to be transmitted outdoors. That's how infectious it is. It jumped over double the rate of transmission, and that's because it's a lot more aggressive. See, the problem is we're allowing the virus to evolve against our immune systems, and we're not evolving at all. So the virus is getting better and smarter and more aggressive, while our immune systems are actually, I think, senescing. They're being overstimulated by the superantigen, and I'm not certain what's going to happen with long-term immunity. We're already seeing people need to have boosters to the vaccines, which are great. They prevent death and everything, but they no longer prevent a substantial amount of onward transmission from someone who gets infected and then can pass it on to others. So that's onward transmission. The vaccines used to be great at stopping that, and now that the virus has evolved, it's not stopping that. So that's my spiel, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Leonardi, and I believe I have one board clarifying question. Can you still hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Flores.
Dr. Leonardi, I have 3 questions. What percentage of children do you think could have the brain problems from the COVID-19 infection, the new variant Delta?
Well, that's a good question. So unfortunately, it was in the majority of people that were infected had psychological and brain issues. I recall one study that was actually, they used monkeys because they wanted to slice open the brain and look at what happened after infection. The monkeys, all of the monkeys that were infected with this, with very low levels of the virus and asymptomatic disease, very mild illness as well, they all got something called Lewy bodies, which is an aggregate of alpha-synuclein, which is something that people get from Parkinson's. They get Lewy bodies, and then that manifests in Parkinson's disease and Parkinson's dementia, and that can take years to make those changes. So every single one of the monkeys infected with this got Lewy bodies.
Oh. And how long does immunity last in kids when they are infected?
Unfortunately, kids have more short-lived immune memory from coronavirus infection. So there's a degree of reinfections that are being seen in adults, especially with the new variants that have come. But now the kids, there was a study that came out that showed they're immune about 4 to 6 months, I think, and that's it. And now you can imagine a scenario where this thing keeps mutating and kids keep having to go back in school. for years. I think we're just going to have to change how we clean the air and masks. And I'm not entirely sure because Delta is now being transmitted.
And Dr. Flores, we just need to make sure there are clarifying questions about what he spoke
well, he
on.
mentioned immunity.
Okay.
And immunity problems. What immunity problems have you seen in children or in adults?
So children, yeah, their immunity problems. And I mentioned that, but you're right, I didn't clarify. So they're having, so after infection, people are getting autoimmunity to their own proteins, to their cells. And it's also causing some children's immune systems to become overactive and attack the body. And 1% of children who catch this are hospitalized. Okay, I know someone was saying 0.008% die, but it's not pretty for a kid to be hospitalized. 1%. I mean, in a school of 3,000 kids, like that's a lot of kids. So, yeah, that's the immunity problems.
Thank you, Dr. Leonardi.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, is there another?
Our next speaker is Valerie Leonardi. Please unmute.
Thank you.
We can hear you. I think they're bringing you up now.
I clicked unmute. Sorry.
Okay.
I would like to read some percentages and numbers that are from our local hospitals as adults are trying to make decisions of what would be best for their own personal children. In San Bernardino, we're currently at 38 per 100,000 of people who have been infected. That's 820 new cases as of yesterday. 1 in 411 have died, 1 in 7 are infected, and our positivity is high, indicating that we are undercounting. Our vaccinated population is only 42%. Our hospitals nearby, Kaiser Fontana, Arrowhead, Redlands, Loma Linda, St. Bernardine's, Community St. Bernardine's, Kindred, and the 2 Kindred hospitals are looking at 85, 87 percentiles, and only the 2 hospitals located in San Bernardino with carrying the San Bernardino name are at 41% and 48% available ICUs. The surrounding areas, we have over 9 hospitals in our local areas as 100% filled, and other hospitals that are in right here near us that are beyond 85% filled when it triggered a shutdown last year. We have Riverside University, 90, Loma Linda University, 87, Redlands Community, 87 percentile, Doctors of Riverside, 87, Arrowhead Regional, 85%, Riverside Community, 84. And as parents are deciding how safe it is and whether or not to bring their children back into a physical presence, there is no information on children's hospitals listed on the tracker, the map that shows availability of ICUs and cases. Loma Linda Kids Hospital has 13 cases, no information how many ICU beds are available. Chalk in Mission has no information of cases or ICU. The other children's hospitals in Orange County either list no information for available ICU or cases, or only that there are 12 cases in their hospital for the Children's Hospital. In the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, there are 13 cases, no information of how many ICU beds are available. And in San Diego at Rady, there is also 7 cases, no information how many ICU beds are available for children. So at this time, when we are having so much COVID that's present inside of the community, I think that it is dangerous for us to say that there is not an option for school districts to say our ICUs are too filled, there is too much COVID-19 in our community, and we do not have a high enough vaccinated population. We're putting our unvaccinated children as though they are the front of this virus, and they are facing this virus with nothing more than masks. and the mask that they are wearing, if they are wearing a cloth mask, an infected person in cloth mask against an infected person who's wearing a cloth mask, 10 minutes before they become infected. If they were wearing an N95, an infected person wearing an N95, and the vulnerable person is wearing a cloth mask, it would be 49 minutes before before the other person would be infected. So we are also in presence in schools, and the children are not wearing N95 masks. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandy Owens. If you're available, please unmute.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Irvin, and Cabinet. My name is Sandy Owens, and I work as a teacher in our district. As we begin in our third week of school, it's become increasingly evident that we are failing a great many of our families. Many of our families require before and after school care for their children, and our sites provide sunrise and after school CAPS programs to meet that need. Our district has a contract with the YMCA to provide staffing for our before and after school programs, and to date, they have been unable to provide our school sites with even the most basic of staff to keep our programs up and running. Let me stress that this is a district-wide issue. It is not a single site issue. I also question whether we as a district are paying the YMCA the full contracted amount, since they're not paying employees on our behalf. Now, I'd like to use my site as an example. We previously had 3 YMCA youth leaders to work with up to 60 children in our Sunrise Morning program. As of right now, we have 1 youth leader, and we've had to limit the number of students that we can accept, causing hardships for our families. In our after-school CAPS programs, we previously had 10 youth leaders, allowing us to serve approximately 150 students each day. We currently only have 2 employees, and they are attempting to work with 65 children. Now, if you do the math, we have YMCA staff that we're asking to take care of higher class sizes than we're giving to our certificated teachers. We've had to severely reduce the number of students. And again, this is causing major difficulties to our families as parents try to return to work as their children have returned to school. Our families are trusting us with their most prized possession, their children. And as understaffed as we are, it is hard for us to keep these children safe. Our families have struggled so much during this pandemic, and we as a school district have not only the ability, but we have an obligation to find a solution to this troubling dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christy Ruiz. Please unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, school board members. Thank you. Good evening, and allowing me to have this opportunity to address some concerns, but also maybe gain some clarity on the policy behind capping students in the classroom. So like all of you, I have a special place in my heart for the city. I grew up here, I lived here, I served on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee here. So I work for San Bernardino. I serve the most vulnerable population of underserved kids. So with that being said, I understand the value and the stability of keeping kids in the school setting and the impact and the emotional and social well-being of a child when they are displaced because the administrative hands are tied. So yesterday I received a phone call, And it went something like, "Hello, Mrs. Ruiz. I hate to be the one to call you or the bearer of bad news, but your student is one of the 8 that needs to be moved because we are capped. Do you have another school in mind that you would want your child to go to?" With no explanation of what capped meant or why my student was being moved, I asked if I can call back after I moved into a quieter room to give the school my full attention. After a few phone calls and a visit to the school, the common answer I get is there's nothing legally we can do because our hands are tied. There was no alternative education option given, such as like the online academy. That was something I had to research on my own. There was no talks about a warm transition to the new school, not only for my students, but the other students as well. Maybe saying like, "Hey, we'll help you acclimate to the new environment, make you feel safe." My child takes the bus to school since I'm a full-time working parent. No transportation was set up. There was basically an email saying, "Hey, your first day of school, your child's first day at his new school is Thursday." There was no talks of remedy to the situation, no empathy for the students or the families involved of how it could impact them. So I guess my question is, as a parent, what rights do I have to request information to verify the accuracy of my student's enrollment date? Because I'm under the impression that they're going based off of that on which students are being transferred to different schools because of overflow. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mrs. Ruiz, we will have the district, I'm sure they captured your information because I know this is a question that came up for some additional parents. And so they'll be following up with you as well immediately. So thank you so much for your comment.
Our next speaker is Fatima Cristerna Adami. Please unmute.
Good evening, board. My name is Fatima Cristerna Adame with the California Charter Schools Association. Here again, requesting you vote no on item 11.4, the renewal of your SANDABS membership. Over the last few years, we have shared our concern about the San Bernardino County District Advocates for Better Schools, otherwise known as SANDABS, with the County Board of Education and this board, among many others. We have shared those concerns with you all again over the last few board meetings. To some, it might seem that $2,000 is a small fee to pay to align yourself with like-minded local leaders in education. However, I want to be clear when I remind you that this entity is not like-minded to your needs. You have fought tirelessly to support every child and continue to do so. SANDABS, on the other hand, supports and lobbies against students who choose public charter schools and special education families by supporting bills like AB 1505 and AB 3136. Forgive my redundancy in this request, but imagine how hurtful it was for our local charter families and special education families to watch their county superintendent of schools and other district leaders speak against them during legislative sessions for the bills mentioned. From my understanding, this entity has been around for 30 years. The fact that you all are still asking questions about what this entity does leads to my point. While the meeting happens in public, they are not open to the public despite using public school dollars. Now tonight you have item 12.6, the ratification of the renewal agreement with Capital Advisors Group LLC for a cost of up to $72,000. According to the description of the services provided by this company, will be to work as part of the district's advocacy team in the Capitol and review and identify state and federal legislation, regulatory proposals, or key issues that may impact the district and secure advocacy direction to pursue the specific interest of the district. It is clear that the district has its own entity that advocates on their behalf. Being a member of SANDABS is not in the best interest of the district or its students. SANDABS members can and often do lobby in complete opposition to the wishes of democratically elected boards like this one. If they don't want public input about how public dollars are spent, then it's simple. Stop using public dollars to lobby against some students and support all students. Please continue to support all students and vote no on the renewal of your SANDABS membership. And if I can have an additional time, I want to thank you all for your continued leadership during these difficult times. While you will never please all people all the time, I continue to witness your commitment and courage to our community. Thank you for standing up for our kids, all the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jessica Martinez. Please unmute.
Hi, good evening, dear board members and board president and superintendent. My name is Jessica Martinez, and I am requesting that you vote no on item 11.4, the renewal of your SANDAPS membership. I've attended several SANDAPS meetings, and it's very concerning that they do not allow members of the public to make public comment or have input. This should be a red flag to the board. If they don't want the public to have input on how public dollars are being spent, then they should simply stop using public dollars to lobby against some students and support all students. In 2000 might be an insignificant amount of money for membership, but the fee is not the problem here. The problem is that SANDAPS supports and lobbies against students who choose public charter schools and special education families by supporting bills like AB 1505 and AB 3136. This is not the kind of representation that your district wants. Please vote no on item 11.4. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Okay, and our last public comment is Rita Loof. Please unmute.
Hello, good evening, members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and members of the public. I am a member of the San Bernardino County Board of Education, representing about 400,000 residents in Area B, which includes the communities of Rancho Cucamonga, Upland, Ontario, Montclair, Mount Baldy, and portions of Fontana. And I would like to express my concerns and echo the concerns that have been made about SANDAPS and ask you to vote no on item 11.4. During county board meetings, I have expressed concerns with this SANDAPS group. I have opposed the SANDAPS budget, part of which is being funded by the San Bernardino County Board of Education. I have repeatedly asked for information about SANDAPS and can never get a straight answer as to what type of organization they are. We know they're not a 501c3. They do not appear to be registered as a political action committee. Their bylaws seem to be some sort of agreement or memorandum of understanding between governmental agencies, but they, quote, maintain, end quote, a web presence through the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. What we do know is that SANDAPS is extremely non-transparent. Yes, I guess they do us the great favor of allowing the public to watch their meetings, but they do not allow the public to make comments. This is almost an oxymoron for elected board members who should be serving the public to basically slap the public in the face and said, you're not allowed to make public comments. And it's not clear to me why they even, make their meetings available for viewing because they claim they're not subject to the Brown Act. And again, we don't really know what type of organization they are. We do know that they take positions that are contrary to students and parents and oftentimes not in line with the positions of local school boards. Despite being one funding mechanism for SANDAPS, county board members are not eligible to be members of SANDAPS. And that's part of why I vote no on their budget. The bylaws state that the lobbyist, who, by the way, is Capital Advisors, the same lobbyist that you're hiring for $72,000, that lobbyist, on behalf of SANDAPS, reports directly to the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. So even if you were to get a seat on the executive committee, that would only be in an advisory capacity. The lobbyist takes directions from the county superintendent of schools. I have heard from many parents of special education students in San Bernardino County who have told their stories about the vexatious litigation their children have been subjected to at the hands of attorneys representing the West End special education local plan area. Now, the West End self-administrator is on the SANDAPS executive committee, but your superintendent and your San Bernardino City Unified School Board representative is not on the executive committee. SANDAPS supports legislative positions to add more funding to the broken SELPA system and against special education students. Now, I want to address some of the comments by Ms. Gray, and I certainly respect her expressing her position, but Ms. Gray is the president of SANDAPS. She is from the Silver Valley District. They have 7 schools and 2,000 students. I venture to say that that's very different from the interest of your district. So maybe SANDAPS is a good idea for the Silver Valley School District, but is it a good idea for San Bernardino City? And I would say maybe the issues that are happening in Yermo, California, where the Silver Valley District is located, might be different than from the issues you're facing in your district. So for the reasons stated previously, please vote no on 11.4 for SANDAPS membership. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That's all the public comments.
Thank you so much for those public comments, and we encourage the public to continue to watch. We will be working on some of the information regarding the transportation in the next portion of our meeting after our report. So we encourage you to stay tuned. All right, we're now moving to 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Is there someone present tonight?
Good evening, President Rogers. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And we can see you as well.
Good evening, President Rogers, Superintendent Irvin, members of the board and cabinet. I am Ashley Vidasalcala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of our 3,000 members. We are now 3 weeks into the new school year, and as we work through acclimating our students to in-person learning and navigating how to handle COVID-related issues at our sites, I have been receiving many calls from members who want to be able to focus on teaching their students. But right now, many of them are afraid. They're afraid of what is occurring within their school community. Are there confirmed COVID cases at their school site? If there are, the communication has not been timely or consistent throughout our district. They are afraid not only for their own safety, but their family members as well. Our members need to know if they have been exposed so they can take necessary precautions to protect their families. It is clear that we need consistent and timely communication when someone has been exposed to COVID or there is a positive case at their work site. This is something we should be working on collaboratively in order to ensure that we are taking every precaution to keep our school community safe and so that we can continue in-person instruction. If we are truly all in this together, then this should be our top priority. Thank you for your time and attention this evening.
Thank you. And now we will move to 7.2, California School Employees Association. Is there someone present tonight? Hello.
Good evening, Board President, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and all in attendance.
My name is Latoya Smith, Chief Steward for Csea, Chapter 183. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this evening, and I would like to start by acknowledging our classified staff who have all come back to work for the new school year and have continued to step up to the new challenges that COVID has presented in their day-to-day jobs. Whether that be catering, cafeteria, or food production workers preparing meals for our students in meetings, equipment mechanics making sure the vital devices and equipment needed are maintained or repaired, custodians sanitizing and disinfecting at sites, classified staff assisting with student supervision, computer specialists maintaining school site devices, M&O grounds, power motor operators, plumbers, painters, and electricians maintaining our buildings and landscapes, payroll techs ensuring we get paid on time, buyers creating the bids needed for items to be purchased for the site and departments, HVAC employees working hard so district properties and have AC and that our students and staff aren't overheating in this humid and hot weather. School police clerks keeping control and custody of evidence. CSOs continue to secure the schools to ensure our campuses are safe for our students. Warehouse workers and delivery drivers accepting, logging, and dispersing the materials for the sites. Budget analysts who continue to maintain and balance our monies. Account payable techs getting the district bills paid. Public community relations and video photographic technicians who create the pieces of information or images to inform everyone about the programs and activities available, and the translators who are able to interpret that information so that all families can receive the communication from the district. Benefit techs preparing district benefits and reports, and the secretaries, clerks, health aides, paraeducators who are all doing what they can to help parents, staff, community, and students. And I could go on. But the point is that these employees are essential to the daily runnings at our school sites and departments. We are a large number who truly care for the well-being for each other, but most of all, our students. Not one position is more important than the other, so we ask that while the permanent direction of COVID is unknown, that the district do all that they can to keep the employees safe and to continue to keep protocols in place to look after their employees and students, ensuring that the liaisons that have been contracted to do the COVID work do just that. We want to thank you for all that you do and for all that you've done. We appreciate everything and all the assistance that you guys have provided us during these difficult times. At this time, I would like to introduce Kenny Wilson, the Senior Labor Relations Representative for CSEA.
Very good, Latoya. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I want to honor the time, so I had a long speech. Of course, some of you that know me and recognize me from the past know I'm really good at long speeches. This handsome devil is Balin Messis, and this is our one of our negotiating team members. This is his mom,
Hello.
Vanessa, and our chief negotiator, Miguel. So we just wanted to, first I wanted to talk about how excited I am to be back in San Bernardino, special place in my heart here. I asked if I could hold the baby forever, and she said yes. But a couple of things were, with respect for Dr. Funches at the negotiations table, we have a very respectful team, a very respectful negotiations. We have a history of solving problems. Right now we're at a little bit of a stalemate, where what we're looking for is ongoing relief or ongoing salary compensation. We know that the board at this point is looking for something off schedule, which is great, except that at the end of the year, that off schedule goes away and turns into a cut. It doesn't cost less to raise a baby at that time. It costs more. I'm sorry. So we want to make sure that we have a little bit more latitude with that. Also, the Juneteenth holiday that President Biden signed in, and this board actually recognized through resolution. We're trying to get that on our calendar as well. So we're trying to work those two things. But with that being said, glad to be back. Look forward to reaching out to all of you. Superintendent Urban haven't had a chance to formally meet you, but look forward to being able to do that. And Dr. Funches and your team, Sandra, great to be back. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for that report. We are now moving to 7.3, Communication Workers of America. And welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Board and District staff. We just are here this evening just to greet everyone because this is one of the first weeks back to school. And I am Teresa Hunter with CWA 9588. That's Communication Workers of America. And I'd also like to acquaint you with Heather Estruck, who is the Chief Steward for San Bernardino City Unified, and also for Rialto Unified at this time. So we're just here to greet you, to say hello. We will be coming from time to time, and that's about it. We don't have anything really heavy duty to put on you today. We really don't. There's one comment I would like to make, though, about the food that we see at the campuses, and that has to do with waste. Okay, we've been doing this for a while, and practically every campus that we go to, there's a lot of waste. We see students toss away like apples, oranges, unopened cartons of milk or juice. And so these are things that, I hear a lot of people talk about budget issues and such. But these are things that there's definitely room for improvement here with this. So I think we brought it up once before, but to me, an apple or an orange is not an enemy. It's not an untasty food. And so it just shouldn't be going in the trash. And I think as a resolution to this, I think there should be some option to waylay that, to put it, have a place for that if the student does not want it, to have it put somewhere else, some receptacle or something that this can go to. Because like I said, the waste is tremendous. It was such a shock to me when I first became a guest teacher. I was amazed. But anyway, that's it. Just greeting all of you, and we'll see you from time to time. Take care. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your report.
Question.
Wait,
I do have a
hold on one second.
I just wanted to find out, because I know, I haven't, the transition with leadership within CWA. Currently, is there a president? Maybe you are the person. I just wanted to
No, I'm not the president. I'll tell you. There is a president because CWA, I'm not sure if a history was ever given, but Communication Workers of America, it's part of a much larger union. It was started in the 1930s in New Orleans, Louisiana. And it started with some telephone workers. You asked me the wrong question because I
was referring, I guess, more towards the local here within the school site.
Yes.
District.
So how that happened is that the guest teachers in the district wanted to organize. And so there were different options that were looked at, and including possibly becoming a part of SBTA. That was a question that had come up. And this was some time ago. This was a number of years ago. And so that was not a possibility. It was not feasible to SBTA. And so there were other options that were looked at, and Communications Workers of America is one of those options. So in other places, Communication Workers of America also represents guest teachers. They also represent regular certificated teachers. They also represent nurses, flight attendants, pilots, some doctors, and the University of California employees under the subtitle of UPT.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more question, Dr. Flores. Don't leave yet.
Oh, sorry.
What is your name again? I'm so sorry.
I'm Teresa Hunter.
Teresa.
Yes.
I thank you for raising that issue about food, about the waste of food. When I started teaching in 1970, I know I'm not clarifying, but I am in a way because I'm telling a story.
Yeah.
I was a high school teacher, and a lot of my kids were hungry. And I saw such waste.
Mm-hmm.
And my cousin was the head custodian. And I said, can you have the kids that aren't going to eat their apples and oranges and milk, can you please have them put them in a in a box, because then I can give them to my kids, right?
Right.
Because they're hungry. He says it's against the law. And I said, well, is it against God's law? And he said, what? I said, is it against God's law? And he said, we're not talking about God's law. Well, I am. I mean, you know, to feed the hungry.
Yeah.
And so I said, if you don't do it, I'm going to tell Grandma. And so he goes, you're going to tell Grandma? Yeah. And I go, okay, I'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we had a deal.
Yeah.
And where there's a will, there's a way.
Yes.
That's my message. So anyway,
Yes.
thank you.
You're most welcome. You guys have a great evening. Take care.
You too. Thank you so much for that. And yes, Dr. Flores, we've challenged that. I know Mr. Salas Medina, and so it's probably, you know, hopefully, you know, over the years as legislation begin to, you know, revisit that concern, because there are a lot of hungry people. 7.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. Is there a representative tonight speaking? Nope, just protecting and serving. Okay, thank you. So we want to just thank all of our union organizations for their representation tonight. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all the work that you do. We are now at 8.0, board discussion. And we are going to begin with the state of the transportation. So hopefully, as I said, those that are still tuned in, we're now going to have our first presentation on the state of transportation. Hello.
Good evening, board members, members of cabinet, and community. And so glad to see there's so many that participated in this evening's event tonight. So this is great. I think it's the most we've had since COVID. So nice to see so many and hear about so many of the concerns that are going about the district. My name is Samuel Presi, Administrator of Operations, and I'm joined this evening by Maria Espinoza, our Transportation Director, and also members of our Transportation Department. This evening we're going to be discussing the state of transportation and some of the concerns. I'm sorry, next slide. Some of the concerns that we have with regard to our transportation system. We want to illuminate some of those challenges and openly discuss the challenges that our community is facing with regard to our transportation services, as well as what our next steps within the district is going to be, and that's the implementation or development of our transportation task force. Next slide.
So good afternoon, Madam President, Superintendent Irving, distinguished board, cabinet. My name is Marie Espinoza, and I'm your Director of Student Transportation. Before we can talk about the current state, I want to provide a little context about the history of San Bernardino City Unified Transportation Department. Historically, we have been a system of overlapping complex services. Starting with our home to school service, students are eligible based on walking distance set forth in our board policy. For elementary students, you qualify if you live beyond 1.5 miles from your home school. For middle school, beyond 2.5 miles, and for high school, 3.5 miles. Bus stops are centrally located based on where the eligible students reside, and transportation does not consist of a transfer. Then you have our magnet system, and in the early 80s, the magnet system was created to support programmatical service needs for desegregation and integration. Magnet system was created specifically to serve the transportation needs of those magnet programs and those students that participated. Bus stops were created within close proximity of those individual students and within their local residence. They would travel through 5 different transfer sites depending on where they lived geographically. Then we have the capping system. In the early 2000s, due to the significant growth in enrollment and the lack of capacity at various schools, the capping system was created to support the vast movement within the district of students. Similar to the magnet system, students go through one of 2 transfer systems. Unlike the magnet system, however, students on the capping system have to catch a bus from their home school, whereas magnet students get to catch a bus within close proximity of their residence. Now, as you can imagine, buses from all systems would crisscross in the same neighborhoods, creating a complex web of bus traffic. Kids on the same block would ride to different buses from the same neighborhoods, and in some cases, even to the same schools, just different services. Next slide, please. So taking a closer look at the individual services, home to school is the most efficient of all services. It has the shortest ride times, and our total bus riders in whole make up 18% of our student population, of which 7% are home to school bus riders. It is also important to mention that 82% of our student population are walkers. They're walking to school. They don't qualify for any form of busing, and then currently virtual as well. Next slide, please. Then we have the magnet system created to support school of choice, had the longest ride time, the least riders, and the most inefficient of all our systems, with many buses operating, many of which with 1 or 2 students. This service compared to the capping system created inequities amongst bus riders. Of the 18% of the students' population currently assigned to buses, only 3% are actually magnet. Next slide, please. And then we have the capping system. It's the catch-all for all services. Initially intended, the capping system was to help with overflow. Over time, it has grown, and now it's kind of your catch-all for all elementary programs. Ride times are typically under an hour, both morning and afternoon, and midday. And unlike magnet, the capping system picks up from every school and delivers to every school district-wide, elementary, just to be specific. In addition, we have attendants on the capping system to provide oversight for student management, and they hand escort our TK and kinder babies. Of the 18% of the student population currently riding buses, currently 3% are on the capping system, and that system tends to grow as we have movement throughout the district and we start capping out and Be Still and other programs get initiated. Next slide. To resolve the issues of inequity in services, improve efficiencies, and promote safety, San Bernardino City Unified decided 6 years ago to merge the capping and magnet systems into one single transfer. This was done over a period of 6 years, so none of the students already riding the magnet system would be impacted, and we would phase out the system over time through attrition. As these students aged through the system, new magnet students were added automatically to the capping system. Until this year, we had 46 sixth graders where this would have been their last year on the magnet system. However, we merged them over to the capping system, and I have to say all 46 of these families have been incredibly supportive and accepting of the change. The complaints that we have received, however, were regarding those families who were riding the magnet system as empty seat riders. And the empty seat program is basically something where families have to apply every single year. There's not a guarantee, and it's issued to you if their space is available and the stop exists. Well, these stops no longer existed this year. Next slide, please. So the advantages of a merged system. Well, first and foremost, siblings get to ride together. Regardless of the program that they're enrolled in, regardless of the school of attendance, all students get to ride the same system. We've reduced bus congestion significantly, particularly at our magnet sites. They would have anywhere from 8 to 10 large buses. Now we've been able to condense it to maybe 1 or 2. And overall, we've increased safety because we have attendants on all these buses to oversee students and maximize capacity on board these buses. Next slide, please. Next slide. So our current state. I have 8,364 bus riders currently in the system. Of those, I have 2,704 transfer system students. Most notable to mention is that 64% of those 2,704 students are TK to 3rd grade. So I have a lot of little babies on these transfer system buses. We service every elementary school and deliver to every elementary school, and this is done through 2 transfer systems at 2 high schools centrally located in the east and west end of town. Then we have an additional 5,660, what I would call home to school system bus riders, and that includes special ed. And this includes also our secondary magnet. Safety on board buses. Well, we currently, unless you're medically exempt, all bus riders are required to wear face coverings, and if a student shows up without one, bus drivers are equipped with spares to give them face coverings as needed. We sanitize our buses between every route and every leg of service. All buses are equipped with seat belts, we have GPS, we have multiple cameras on the bus, and we have a child check system. Next slide, please. So of the 8,364 students, we have 956 on a big bus service and 1,408 on minibus. Next slide, please. On the big bus side, we have an operating budget of $11 million, and currently the cost per rider on big bus is $1,581. On the minibus side, I have an operating budget of $12 million, and their current cost per rider is $8,523. Next slide, please. Currently, on the big bus side, we are operating 97 scheduled routes, of which 76 required attendance. And on the minibus side, we have 133 scheduled routes, which require 18 attendants. Next slide, please. And Sam will go over challenges.
Thanks, Marie. All right, so as we've heard in some of the public comments, and many of those comments we're aware of, and other issues within the district. So what we're going to be talking about are some of the challenges. And as you can see up on that slide there's a number of drivers in the red on the big bus as well as on the minibus where there are vacancies. And you've probably heard in the news that there is a nationwide bus driver shortage, just as there's a shortage in many classifications, whether it's nutrition services, whether it's going to be in many of the service departments, custodial, we're having many challenges as well. Thank you. So what we're looking at is not something that is just San Bernardino Unified School District with regard to the shortages on our bus drivers. So we do show here 45 bus drivers currently short. That was at the time that we produced this. We've had close to another 15 drivers that have gone out due to COVID, and that's positive COVID as well as indicating symptoms of COVID. So that's further impacting our ability to service our students and our community. You'll also see that there's a shortage with regard to attendance on both the big bus as well as the small bus side. That's just one portion of some of the challenges that our transportation department is providing. The next slide, please. It's going to be SB 328. So we understand that that is looming, and that's coming here very soon. We're looking at the next school year. So SB 328 is basically the late start or the pupil start time. And that is pushing the start time for their secondary education back. So we're looking at 8 o'clock and an 8:30 start for our middle and our high schools. No earlier than, I should say. So what we're looking at is going to be a capacity situation. We already are facing bus shortages, and this is something that isn't unique to this year. This year it's complicated because of COVID, but we've had these issues every year when it comes to capacity with bus drivers. So we're looking at overlapping the current elementary school times because we understand there's not going to be an appetite for a very, very early start time for our young children. And as we saw from an earlier slide, there's a large majority that are TK through third grade that are riding that transfer station. So if we're to push an elementary start to a much earlier start time, we're talking our 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds that are getting up and having a bus stop at around 6 o'clock. So that is far too early, and we recognize that. Next slide, please. You know, another challenge that we're having, or many challenges that we're having within transportation, like I said, didn't just start this year. And I'd mentioned to one of the board members, you know, when is the right time to face a challenge and when is the right time to solve a problem? And the obvious answer is now. So we understand and we recognize that there are many challenges and many issues with regard to our transportation system. And many of them are larger than just the transportation system. We understand that there's district systems that are driving a lot of these complexities within the system. And that is something that through Doc's leadership and Dr. Menar's leadership, you know, we're addressing those through the service delivery model. And we're going to be looking at every school being a good school and every school being a home school. And that's going to help alleviate many of the complications that we have with regard to transportation. Because right now we are transporting children from one section, whether it's North Park to Urbita or Thompson to Salinas. We have kids that are going pretty much all over, and you can kind of see a little graphic as an indicator. But I mean, we have students that are pretty much going all over the place, and that's causing a very extended drive as far as ride time goes. Next slide, please. So recognizing that we do have many challenges, some within our control, some outside our control. So again, through the leadership of the cabinet team, we are looking at implementing a transportation task force. Next slide. And it's going to have a cross-functional group of membership. So we have about 35 members already indicated on this. We have about 11 parents that have volunteered to join. I still have 2 openings, and I've talked to Ms. Cervantes earlier this evening and provided her my card because I think she has a couple of other parents that are interested. But we're looking at getting as much of a cross-functional team as possible, as well as principals within our district. Board members are also being welcome to join. We have 2 of you already on here, so thank you very much for participating in that task force. And our first meeting is going to be on September 8th to discuss that. We also are going to be looking at, the purpose of the transportation task force, streamlining our systems, streamlining our transportation policies, reviewing the existing board policies. We talked about that 1.5, 2.5, and 3.5 mile range, and is that appropriate? Well, if we needed to relax it and reduce it, what else has to come about? And there's also going to be some fiscal impacts as well as community impacts. We want to make sure that we hear from interested parties, all of our stakeholders, to make sure that we have all the voices at the table to help develop what the new transportation process is going to look like in the future. In addition to the service delivery model and some of the changes, programmatic changes that we're going to be implementing within the district in support of the transportation. And as far as the timeline, next slide, please. We are looking at providing, this is going to be a very aggressive schedule, but I believe we can do this. We are going to be looking at providing an update to the board in the December timeframe. And then at that point, we'll have a communication in the January, February timeframe out to the community. So there's plenty of notice of any potential impacts that the task force is recommending. At that point, next slide is, thank you very much for the time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And we have a question from Mr. Tillman.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I guess there's a few things. The one thing that stood out, you said that you were looking at the standards that we have right now in policy in terms of 1.5 mile for elementary, and you gave us, was it 2?
Yeah, it's 1.5, 2.5, and 3.5 for elementary, middle, and high school.
And you said you were looking at doing what with that?
Well, it's going to be up to the transportation task force, but in 2 board meetings ago, it was brought up that you'd like us to review the distancing requirements within the board policy. So I wanted to make sure we captured that within the transportation task force.
So let me be clear. Is it the board, has the board said they want to get rid of busing for students in that distance?
No, these were comments they're gathering from what's been heard throughout.
But are you saying that you're hearing the board say that they don't want to provide transportation for those distances? Or are you saying they want to be shorter distances, or what?
Yeah, in that context of the conversation that you guys had, it was about relaxing that distancing. So
what does that mean, though, relaxing?
I was going to get to that.
Just make it real clear for me. So you're saying making the 1.5 2 miles, or are you saying making the 1.5 1 mile?
Yes, 1.5 to 1 mile,
Right.
2.5 to 2 mile, 3.5 to 3 mile, making it so there's less travel distance for the students. That's the context of the conversation that occurred a couple of board meetings ago.
Okay. We say that in the same context that we eliminated stops close to people's houses for the purposes of saving money that you said that we did over time. I never remember, and I think the board should have been advised that we were going to make that drastic change. But if we were going to do something immediately, that, to me, that's what we would consider. You said that we did that in the interest of saving money and being more efficient. But so it didn't make sense if that's the case, if you're going to provide more busing, then that would be good. I just want to make sure you're not talking about providing less busing. Just to be clear on that. And then
I'd like to clarify, I'm not making any conclusions at this point because it's not up to me to make the conclusion. That's the purpose of the Transportation Task Force, to get the voices from all individuals.
And I'm glad you said that, because I am not deferring to a task force. And I hope the board will get a direction tonight that we are not looking at going from 1.5 miles for elementary schools to a higher number.
No, I think, and
No,
that's.
just to be clear.
yeah, no.
But I want to make sure, because I kind of got the impression you were saying it's like an open book and we're going to explore these things. No, we're not doing that. I hope the board gives direction tonight to be clear that we're not asking to increase the distance. So you'll know that, okay?
Yeah, I don't believe I mentioned that, but like I said, it's going to be up to the Transportation Task Force to determine the direction that we go with
I'm going to tell
transportation.
you again, it's not up to the Transportation Task Force. If the board tonight decides that we're not interested in increasing the distance, we won't do it. Because you'll come back to me and say, the task force and the district decided to do this, therefore is why the change is made, and then I'll get complaints from the public, and you'll tell me that the district decided that. We're not deciding that. And I hope that the board makes it clear tonight that we're not asking you to consider that.
No, what we're asking, Mr. Tillman, and I see you, Dr. Flores. No, what we're asking that way, so we don't confuse the public, is that all of these things have come up as some of the options, or can you look into, and the task force are probably going to have it on their list, but ultimately they are coming back to us with the final recommendation. That's period. No matter.
Okay, let me go over my other things. What is the AB? What's the Assembly bill number? The one that changes the time?
That's going to be Senate Bill 328.
Right.
That's the Portotino bill,
Right.
pupil start time.
And to the board, I talked to some parents, and then I saw something that Mr. Irvin sent out about we are increasing the number of CAPS programs, correct? And are we doing some of the more sunrise programs at some of the schools?
That's what we had asked. We had said we're looking to have more sunrise programs while they're looking at this CAPS overhaul.
Might be a solution. If you were to offer more quality sunrise program, the teacher tonight brought up a concern about the YMCA's program. We want quality programs, of course. But if you were to create more sunrise programs, then you could leave the start time where it is right now for elementary schools when you make this change for late start for high schools, right? And then you could say to parents that are riding the bus and don't want to take their kid, even though they could, because a lot of times parents are using the bus to allow them to take their kid to the bus stop so they can go to work. So if you start and work at 8 o'clock, if you can drop your child off at the bus stop at 7:30, even though they don't start school till 8:50, it allows you to go to work. But if we were to create these more sunrise programs, the parents could drop the students off. You could also say that for some of the elementary parents, that we would ask that if they're taking transportation, that once we create the sunrise program, that they use the bus to drop them off earlier with the sunrise program, which will allow you to use the bus at an earlier time than you would for the high school. But you could do that without having to change the start time for the elementary schools.
I think, again, that you're giving input like the task force. I think they're going to, but that makes sense. Part of that makes sense. But we do want to remember that we're coming after a year prior where we had talked about flipping the schedule, but COVID has changed everything. We had already kind of set the direction we were going to go in, but those are the things and reason why board members that have some of that knowledge to remember to bring those things to mindset.
Last point.
And then Dr. Flores, I see you. I got you.
And then my last point, when I met briefly with the staff yesterday and the board agenda, prepared for board agenda, we talked about transportation. And I said that we should reach out to companies that analyze busing systems at districts and use algorithms to present the best system. And I Googled it after that, and there was a study out there about a company that used algorithms to create and design a system in Boston, and it saved money and made the parents happy about the system they got. So I would even say maybe we should even look at going to visit a site like that, but definitely encourage the district to make sure we bring in professional companies to give us analysis and recommendations. Thank you.
I think, again, as you're capturing this information, and then the task force is going to have, I don't want to just keep saying that, but that is one of the reasons, given that information. And Dr. Flores, before you is Ms. Rosales Medina. Then it's Dr. Flores, and then Dr. Hill. I got you all on the list.
All right, thank you. So then I just want to go to one of the pages, and just to clarify, I have a few questions that are more of a clarification. So when you're talking about capping, these are the students that were and the great example was one of the parents that mentioned that their child was registered at a site, their homeschool, and then they all of a sudden receive a notice that they're no longer will be able to stay, that can choose another school. Is that what you're referring to, capping? Okay. And then when it comes to, let me look at my other slide. The sibling for within the transfer system, and I think it's also later on in the PowerPoint where it mentions family requests to ride together in groups. So I just wanted to clarify with that because I have 5 children that went through the schools. 4 at one time was 4 different schools at one time. And so I'm wondering, what do you mean by that? Is it elementary schools that maybe they're all 3 students maybe at 3 different elementary schools and they're buzzed together and then from there? So if maybe you can clarify.
Sure, of course. So when you had the magnet system and the capping system, depending on the program, and the capping system, as I mentioned, is your catch-all. So Be Still, foster youth, homeless, some dual immersion, bilingual programs. There's a variety of programs that are supported by the capping system. And then you have your magnet system that was only supporting those particular magnet schools. So you had siblings that were one was going to the magnet program and another one was going to a different program, and they had different busing systems.
Right.
So they were riding different buses.
Okay.
Now that we've merged all the systems together, regardless of the program that you're in, regardless of the school that you're attending, you can ride together, at least into the transfer, at which point you catch the bus that takes you to that attending school.
And was that a recommendation through parents' concern? I'm just curious because I know with my case, I had like a route system, meaning I would, at this time, I would have drop off one child and then wait for the bus, go to the next stop. So I did that. That was not an issue for me personally, but was that a complaint? Is that why you brought that forward to make that change? I'm just curious.
So yes, we would get a lot of complaints from parents about why the kids can't ride together, even though they weren't in the same programs. And the way the systems were created, it was very specific. Magnet was just magnets, and capping was everything else. So unless there was an empty seat, merging both the systems or allowing kids to ride together was a challenge.
Okay, yeah, all right. I mean, for me personally, it didn't really make an issue, but I'm wondering if maybe that might also add to a lot of the complexities within the routes too, because the bus is going to several school sites at the same time. The next question would be on one of the slides. It says current state of transportation on the safety on all buses.
Mm-hmm.
It was mentioned earlier with regards to air conditioning, and so. Maybe that's something you can try to talk about. Do we have air conditioning in our buses? And if we don't, why is that?
So the only buses that currently have air conditioning are our special ed buses, and that's because we have a lot of medically fragile students that require air conditioning. Typically, your home to school buses do not have air conditioning, and largely in part because it's very difficult to maintain them cool. These buses are stop and go, stop and go. Most districts, in fact, I think very few, unless you're in the desert area for their general ed home to school busing, they don't have air conditioning in those buses.
But there are capabilities, like when
Yes.
you go on, other transportation buses that travel
Yes.
within the city and then long distance, there is air conditioning, but schools decide not to provide that.
Correct. You can procure buses with air conditioning.
Okay. And then with regards to the positions that are vacant right now, you mentioned on one of the slides, 24 bus drivers are needed, and then 14 attendants on the big buses, and then 21 drivers needed and 3 attendants needed on the minibuses. So one of the concerns I think people are seeing across the board is that many people are not wanting to either return to work, or they're not finding jobs that are paying well. And I know that with COVID, there was a lot of employees that at one point, they were working these long hours, being underpaid with no benefits. So I'm curious, we have currently contracted through Durham.
Correct.
And what is the pay? I'm wondering, are they trying to be competitive? Are they providing benefits? Are they paying, what is their pay for entry?
Of course.
And if that might be a hindrance of why maybe we're not getting people to apply.
So their starting pay for drivers is $18.99 an hour, and it's somewhat comparable to what other contractors are paying. The biggest challenge, even with pay, is that these drivers do split routes. So they come in a few hours in the morning and they're here a few hours in the afternoon. Unfortunately, when Durham conducted their bid, a lot of employees just didn't come back. It was more prudent for them to stay at home and receive unemployment than it was to come back and go into in service.
So has Durham considered increasing their pay and then maybe providing some incentives to bring them back?
Yeah, we're definitely talking to Durham about creative measures that they need to take to help offset these challenges. Obviously, this is a time where it should really be every possible creative solution that they can think of. They do offer incentive programs if they refer a partner or a friend to come to work for the organization. I believe it's $2,000 incentive, but that has not vetted any new employees, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, and that was just to make sure, because I know people use the unemployment as, they're getting unemployment. But at the end of the day, many employees or former employees were living in poverty level with the wages that they were getting. And you're specifying that 1899, they were only working a few hours a day, so they could be, there's not really much an incentive in that alone just to come back and work for the buses if you're only working a few hours a day, very few hours a day, and with no kind of benefits. Another idea, and I've spoken with Mr. Irvin with regards to having our own busing. And I know at one point we did have our own busing. This was before I was a school board member. I remember there was an uproar because then they were going to have it contracted out. And so with my vision is looking at both the short term is try to address what's happening now. But the long term is to make sure that what if we can provide those benefits, we can provide that good pay, and it's all within the school district. So I don't know why we transferred into getting it contracted out, but I would really love to consider us, and this would be for the transportation task force as well, in looking at providing our own system and incentivizing for them to come and really work, and then us creating this with what Mr. Tillman said, and really looking at innovation and what other districts are doing, so we can provide that opportunity and access for all of our students, and decreasing possibly even the distance that they're having to walk to for buses. So I definitely want to have that considered. All right, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
I wanted to address Mr. Tillman, except he and Miss Medina are talking. But anyway, I'll wait till he stops talking. I'll wait till he stops talking, and I'll ask other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Oh, he's done. Okay. I think that I would like to invite you to join the transportation task force. Just consider it. And I hear you. Myself and Ms. Ceballos are on it, and I heard what you said about decreasing the mileage, loud and clear, and I support that. And also, it is the board that devises the policy. That is one of our responsibilities as policymakers. And so I don't think we've looked at our busing policy in a long time, a really long time. And so I hear you on that. I do support, having someone analytic look at what's possible. I love your idea about Sunrise, and we have 2,704 students that are elementary, correct?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't know where they are, what schools they are, or what we do. And I wanted to ask you, how many of those students are transported that are capped? Do you know?
So capping just started this week. I believe we have students writing possibly as early as tomorrow. That just started.
So it just started. And I'm sure if I were a parent and my child had to be capped and only was across the street, I would be irate. Because why do we cap? I've never understood that. Is it because we have magnet programs? That kids are coming in from the outside and then the number is impacted?
That's not necessarily a transportation answer that I can provide because we are just the service provider.
Pardon me, I can't hear you.
Oh, that is not necessarily a transportation function. We receive the notification of who needs transportation, and students are issued a permit. The why behind it, I can't necessarily answer. We're the end component that provides the service for these kids.
That would be the district, because I know my nephew was
I would
trapped
like
as well.
I would like an explanation of that as a board question to
Dr.
be answered.
Funches, you want to speak to Kathy?
Please
I
write
can
that
chime in
question
just
down.
a little bit here. There are several reasons for capping out or transitioning scholars from one school site to another. And the first one has to do with over-enrollment, meaning in a particular grade level or particular school site, there might be an excess number of scholars at a particular grade level or in that school site. So when there is that, what we have to do is take a look at enrollment or enrollment date of each scholar, and it depends on the enrollment date, and we have to transition them to another school site based on that. So it's over-enrollment. That's what causes capping at this
the date
time.
piece. Can you clarify based on date?
So last in or last enrolled may be the first student out when there's an over-enrollment issue.
Is it the case that if a student shows up on the first day of school?
Oh, Mr. Tillman, did Dr. Flores
Oh,
finish?
that's a good question.
Okay, I'm not asking if it's a good, it is, I want to hear it, but I just wanted to make sure you were complete.
Could you answer his question?
If a student shows up on the first day of school, are they guaranteed a spot in that school?
They are not guaranteed a spot in that school, but we don't turn a scholar away. We would enroll them, and then based on their enrollment date, we'd find a space for them either at that site, if there's space there, or we may transition them to another school site.
This is important because parents are listening.
Sure.
What is an enrollment date?
The enrollment date is the date that they actually enroll in the district.
And not the day that they show up in the classroom.
No, the date that they enroll in the district.
So parents should know if they want to ensure their kid has a spot at that school, the sooner they enroll their student, the better.
That would be accurate.
And when does enrollment start?
You can enroll your child throughout the school year. There's no cutoff date. You can come and enroll at any time. So
You have to enroll every year?
no.
No, you don't have to enroll every year. Typically, what happens is when people move into a particular area, that enrollment date, let's say they start the school a year after, that's where we have that nuance for capping, because those students will have come in after the first day of school. Typically, students will roll over from one year to the next, and they will, if they're already enrolled in the district, they just go into the next grade. But typically what happens is when we have movement of families that go into new attendance areas, that's what typically ends up having the reason for that.
Do you have a policy on capping?
We do have a policy. It's
I would like to look at that.
Administrative Regulation
I would like to look at the
6151.
capping policy.
We do.
Yeah.
We'll send a copy of that in the Friday update.
And then my last question, thank you for doing all this work. It's a lot of work. I truly appreciate it. And, I just want to reiterate that, Mr. Irvin, you inherited a very complex mess. And so we do want to clean it up. We do want to do the best we can for our kids and our families. And that's why we need input and streamlining, not streamlining, but, more effective ways and that are beneficial to everybody. I mean, our kids cannot be on a bus for an hour and a half one way, period. Not even 1 hour. That's ridiculous. And anyway, so my last question is, we were not aware of, as a board, or if we were told, we don't remember, that the bus routes were reduced. And apparently, I'm just stating this publicly because you said that it happened in December. Is that correct? That decision was made?
The decision to merge the 46.
I can't hear you.
The decision to merge the 46 students was made in December, correct?
In December?
Yes.
And it was from a task force or district task force, or how
Yes,
did that
correct.
come about?
Correct, through a district task force.
And why? And what was the purpose of reducing the bus routes?
So the decision was made to merge. The decision was made to merge the services because of the few students that were actually still left in the system, and in anticipation for the challenges that we were going to have at the start of the new school year.
Okay, so none of us recall that we were told, or even that it was that we approved the decision. Just want to make that clear. So if it was to save money, I wish we would have been told. Or if we were told, we don't remember, because we were, we just don't recall. And so, but we got to fix it, okay? We have to fix this. And so just want the public to know that. Thank you so much.
Dr. Hill?
I want to say to both of you did an excellent job. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I think the great thing here, we realize we have a problem that needs to be fixed, and you're working on it. So I appreciate that. I'm thankful for the task force, because I think that's the way we need to go. There are 7 of us sitting here, but we don't know how to fix it. You do. And so with the task force, with your parents, your students, community members, and others involved, as well as hopefully 3 school board members, we can get a lot done. So I'm looking forward to your innovation and what you come back to us. I've been in this district a long time, for almost 40 years, and it's been a problem for 40 years, I can tell you that. So I'm glad to know that you're taking a look at it. And, and for once, we appreciate our buses. I don't think any parent's going to be upset if we change the 1.5 mile to 1 mile, or the 2.5 to 2 miles. I don't think we're going to have any argument from any parent for that. And I heard you say that that's what you're looking at. So really appreciate you doing that, because it is hot. And some kids do have to walk through difficult areas and what have you. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the task force, and just so glad that we're working on fixing it. I'm sure it won't be done overnight, but in the long run it will be. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Ceballos?
Yes. So first of all, I want to say thank you for the presentation, and also for accompanying me last week and the week before. So just a little update, I guess, on that ride. It is a long bus ride for the students. I got there in the morning around, 7 something, early 7, and I didn't get until the final destination until 8:50. That was in the morning. In the afternoon, same thing, 3:30 is the dismissal, and we didn't get to the last child final destination was almost 5 o'clock. And so that's almost 2 hours, an hour and a half.
Where to where? From where to where?
So it was different routes. So in the afternoon, it was Urbita Elementary, and then the final destination was North Park. And it was only one student that was left all the way over there. We did several stops, but the last stop was North Park. So from Urbita to North Park. Both of those, in the morning and the afternoon, had transfers. Anyway, so I want to ask, you did say that 6 years ago, the board had decided to do a merger. Is that correct? To merge the capping and the magnet transportation, or?
So 6 years ago, a decision was made to start working towards merging both the systems into one comprehensive system. And through attrition, that current year students, through attrition, we would phase out both stops and service.
Okay, and I also heard you say that the reason for that was to resolve inequalities or inequities amongst other things.
Correct.
Can you expand a little bit about what you mean by that?
Oh, of course, of course. So on the magnet system, for example, and I'll use you as an example, Ms. Ceballos, if you don't mind. If your student was accepted into a magnet program, your student on the magnet program would get a bus stop created that was within close proximity of your home. Then let's say Dr. Hill's student who lives right next door to you, they get capped out. So you're right next to each other. However, because Dr. Hill's student is capped out, they still have to walk to their home school to catch a bus, where your student, where they got accepted to a magnet program, they get a corner stop. So there was some inequities in the services we were providing to all our scholars district-wide.
So basically what you're saying is that I get the privilege of getting my child picked up basically outside my door or close by
Very
to
close.
my home versus her child would have to walk wherever it is to catch the bus.
Correct.
Okay, got it. I think that one of the things that we do have to look at closely, and I want to say this publicly, is the transportation system is not just, again, the transportation system issue, right? It's understanding why parents want to send their schools to the other side of town, right? Or, I'm sorry, students to the other side of town. If I live here, why am I interested in sending my child to school over here? That's the question. That's the bigger question, right? So we heard several public comments tonight where they had mentioned, I don't want to send my child to, ride the bus for an hour and a half, 2 hours to go to school to the other side when I have a elementary or middle school, 2 minutes away from my home or whatever the case may be. So the bigger question is why I as a parent am I not interested in sending my child to that school that is right next to my home? And that's the fundamental question that we need to be asking. And that is the issue that we need to be addressing. There shouldn't be students that, first of all, that have to travel for 2 hours on the bus. But let alone some will get door transportation where others are going to have to walk away. That is the inequities that we're speaking about. And so we say that we are a board of, providing equity across the board to all students. Then those are the questions that we need to be asking and the answers that we need to be providing, right? And that begins with having our local schools be up to par to the magnet schools that our parents are interested to send their kids to, right? And so I am, of course, interested in solving the issue of transportation right now because it's affecting families right now. But the deeper question that we need to be asking and looking at is, how do we get our kids to go to their home schools so that they have quality time after school, that they can spend it at their school site after school activities? They get to have more time with their friends after school. If they want to go home, they have more time to go home right away. They have neighborhood friends. My child, for instance, has never had really friends that live next door to us because he's never attended a homeschool in the district. And the answer for that for me is because my homeschool was a low-performing school, and I did not want my child attending, right? So I sought better opportunities, which now he's having to ride public transportation, right? And of course I'm worried about that. But anyway, that is the bigger question that I hope that as a board, we can take a deeper look into these inequities across the district.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I couldn't agree with you more. That's why we're talking about the service delivery model. That's, again, why we want to know the state of where we are, because we want to fix the whole thing. You're absolutely right. Bits and pieces is kind of probably how we kind of ultimately arrived here. And so it is equity. Equity was heard from our public, and equity is what we're talking about. And I, like you, have always thought it was important for my kid to go to school exactly in their neighborhood, which is a decision as a parent that you do make. But we're hearing the concerns, and I would just want to pause and again thank the transportation team. You're here. We're listening together. This is a group effort. And as we move forward, we want to move forward to fix it. And that's how we do that, by having all the voices present. And we're appreciative to those voices that have come out tonight and has shared with us, has called probably all of us on the board. We hear you. We hear you loud and clear. And this is what's going to help us be able to have a task force. And I know we've heard about the task force over and over again. The task force, or any task force, is the effort is to get all the voices at the table so that we all can know what we can do, what we can't do, how we could do it, and how we can make it better. I believe we have a couple of more comments. We have Mr. Tillman has an additional comment, and followed by Ms. Rosales Medina.
2 quick points. Number one, as a board, I think it was a mistake for us to change the way that we provided transportation for the students whose parents opted to go to the magnet programs. And it should have been brought before the board before that decision was made. And I think we should even hear from the district what it would take to restore the process to the way it was before. The second thing is important. When Dr. Martin came here 8 years ago, he said that his goal was to make all schools of choice, right? And that we had all these different schools where parents wanted their kids to go, and he was going to eliminate that demand by making all schools of choice. He said that for the whole 8 years that he was here. And you still have parents who were just like me, where I wanted my kid to go to accelerated kindergarten, so I put them on the bus, and the bus stop was up the street from me. I dropped them off, and they went to Roosevelt. And then after Roosevelt, I had them get on a bus up the street from me and go to Richardson. But your change, it would have meant that my kid was going to walk to Wilson Elementary School from 18th and Genevieve, which was a whole lot further than a local bus stop. And then when they went to Arroyo Valley, they would have had to walk from 18th and Genevieve all the way down to San Bernardino High School and caught the bus and went, I don't know, was it transfer or whatever. So to me, the local bus stop was a lot better. Abigail had her 5 kids going to 5 different schools because she picked the schools that she wanted. And she was happy with that. And they were bus stops up the street from her school. Her kids were not walking to the school they were supposed to attend because it would have been a long walk. I would have never agreed to that. And I think the board should consider rescinding that. Even Ms. Ceballos, her son went to Richardson. He got on the bus because she chose for him to go there. But to say that we're going to make, the only difference now is, instead of saying we're going to make them schools of choice, Mr. Irvin says you're going to make them all STEAM academies. As though, now he's not going to ever tell me what year the parents are going to say, I don't want my kids to go to Richardson and Rodriguez and Cajon and whatever other schools are for the different magnets. No, he's not going to ever say that because it's never going to happen. And I think the process is good, that parents get to choose the school they want their kid to go to, whether it's we're going to make every school a middle college, high school. That doesn't even make any sense. You're not going to do that. So what you do is you allow people to get their kids to the school that they want to, and you provide them the transportation. It's up to this board to decide that we're going to provide the transportation. And we provide the transportation for one reason, to make it equitable, so that a parent who doesn't have the means to drive their kid to that school can get a bus ride to that school. And we shouldn't make them jump through hoops to do it. But it's up to this board to decide. And I'm going to end it with this. I have a real fear of these task force, because I get the impression you think if you do a task force, then after the task force is gone, we're going to say, the board told us to do it, and then we're going to say, we don't remember, but you're going to say, yeah, but you did, you told us. No, I didn't. So I hope that this board is never going to get to the point where we're going to say we're not going to accept our responsibility to make the tough decisions. And this transportation one is one of them. Thank you.
Dr. Floor, or is it Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, no, and Mr. Tillman, thank you for, because we've been on the board for a long time. I'm a parent, so I definitely also get what you mentioned earlier with regards to making sure your children. So I was one of those examples why I decided to send my children out, because the neighboring schools, unfortunately, during the time when our schools was many years ago underperforming, and each of us knows our child's needs. And I think that goes back to many of the parents that are out there, that they know that their child is not going to be successful at maybe one of the lowest performing schools, whatever neighborhood they're in. And so we provide opportunities for them to decide what school they feel that their child can attend. In my case, it was the Gate Magnet programs. And yes, it was not too far from my home, and my children were able to attend that. That made it helpful for me, so that way if I had another child at another site, which is high school, middle school, and high school, I could make those accommodations by taking them to school. So my thing is that we want to always be mindful that not everyone has the same privilege of living in the neighborhood where that grade school is at. So because all of us don't have that same privilege, we have to provide those opportunities so that they can attend those great schools within the district. And we want to be in a position where all of our schools are great schools. Unfortunately, we're not in that position yet, and until we get there, we should definitely offer these opportunities for transportation that's not too far from where they're at. And the reality is that many of our students, and this is what's kind of scary, is that when they're in elementary school, they're little kids walking in neighborhoods that you see human trafficking, you see syringes. And we have to make sure that we look at the areas. If we see a high need, then we make sure that we're going to provide transportation close to where they live, because the reality is now we're putting them in danger. And I even received a message from a parent saying, we're concerned because we saw someone, luckily the parent was there, but they said that they had seen people just walking around, just checking to see if those children will be left alone. And so we definitely want to be mindful. The school police also mentioned that they've been aware of that and are taking precautions. But we have many sites, and we have many children that are walking in these neighborhoods. And so we have to be mindful of that as well.
Ms. Ceballos?
Yeah, so again, very quickly, I don't think we're in disagreement, Mr. Tillman and Ms. Rosales Medina, in terms of we do need high quality schools, right? And the inequality or inequity, in my view, comes from not having those schools across the district. So not everybody can attend Richardson. It's a lottery based, and not everybody can even apply for it. You have to meet certain criteria. That's not equity, right? So even if we provide transportation, not everybody has access to these schools. Middle College as well, Rodriguez Prep, Cesar Chavez, same thing, right? So yes, historically, maybe it made sense, but we need to move past that, where we do need to make all schools great schools of choice. And so you're right, though, we are not there yet, and I completely agree. And I would not be okay with removing some of these services for families without having those systems in place. And so I urge, our cabinet, our superintendent, let's move quickly to try to get those schools up to par, to where they need to be, so that we are able to offer those services. Now, to your point about, the dangers, in the city for students walking, 82% of our scholars are walkers. So, and that's what they said in the report. So then we would have to bus all of our students if we want to make sure that we are being, again, that we're providing that same level of care for all of our scholars in the district. Because the students that ride the buses are a small percentage in comparison to the whole district, right? Again, so we need to make sure that we're taking all of those different components into consideration. And again, I think that the best, approach is to provide good neighborhood schools. And so how we go about doing that, I think it's where the task force comes in, right? We need to hear from teachers. We need to hear from principals, from parents. Some of them already came and said, yes, we want these local schools to be excellent schools. And so again, it is a very complex issue. That is all I will say about this. Again, thank you so much.
I comment. So it's just interesting listening to the conversation. So I'll just keep it high level. I will say this though, that first of all, in terms of the transportation, and I agree with you, Dr. Flores, it was here when I got here, but regardless, it's still my responsibility as superintendent to fix the situation, and that's what I do. I will fix it. But the first step is obviously to do a high-level overview of the current state of the department, which they provided today. And by providing the current state of the department, it gives me an opportunity for us to talk about what does that desired state of excellence look like for the transportation department, and it's our duty and responsibility to lay out that list of things that we need to do to get there, and it takes time. That's why we have a task force. The task force, we know, does not make the decision, so I want to make that clear because we hear that, I've been hearing that over and over again, that the task force doesn't make the decision. We know that. The task force provides input and feedback to the superintendent and the cabinet so we can come back to the board with recommendations on how do we make sure we have a more effective and efficient system. No one is saying that the task force is making decisions. So I want to make sure we get off that because we keep saying the same thing. That's not going to happen. We will bring that back. Secondly, I want to say that the task force, the purpose of a task force, and we're going to have several within the district, is to allow every stakeholder to have input and feedback. Because if we make a decision regarding transportation without feedback from our stakeholders, they will be at this board meeting saying that you did not give us a voice. I will not allow that to happen under my administration. We will always have feedback and input from our staff, our parents, and our teachers, because that's a fair way to do things. Secondly, on the STEAM academies, I want to be very clear, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, throughout my career, we have to talk about every school being a good school. We can have all the conversations we want up here, but every school has to be a good school. And therefore, one of the things that we're talking about, yeah, we are talking about a STEAM academy at every single school. Now, as we go through this task force, we know there's going to be students who have to be grandfathered in. But at some point, we have to make every school a good school. We do not have to have students going leaving their home school to go elsewhere because they want to find a good school. There's nothing wrong with the STEAM Academy. If we want to be a high-performing district where you have 72 schools that are good schools, then we have to do what's right by kids. Because you can't talk about access, equity, and innovation, and we don't have every school a good school. Who does that? I will never be in a position where I'm not going to talk about what's good for kids and what's a good school. Every school should be a good school. Now, we will take into consideration to make sure that as we make decisions, whether it's from the task force, this task force, transportation, whether it's SB 28 task force, early literacy task force, we will make sure that when we get those recommendations, we come back to the board, we lay out those recommendations, we talk about how those recommendations are in the best interest of kids, and then the board will make that decision in collaboration with us. This is a collaborative shared decision-making environment where we all work together to make a decision. Superintendent does not make any decisions alone. That's why I asked the board to be a part of a task force. That's why I communicate with our school community. So, and the third thing is on transportation. The transportation does need an overhaul. Absolutely. But I do think that the board, as long as the general public and the community, has to be patient and allow us to do what we do. I'm still on this listening and learning tour, so I can't fix the transportation overnight. We need to do a listening and learning tour, get as much information as possible. Once we determine what the current state of affairs is within the district, once we decide as a team what's the desired state, and once we get that checklist together, we will come back, we'll lay out the steps, and then we'll work together collaboratively. But under no, we have never said as a district that we're going to make all the decisions. And we won't. We will make it in collaboration with everyone. But I will say this, when we do make a final decision, this is very important. We all have to agree to what that decision is, because what happens is, and this is an example of the transportations and other things in the district, when a decision is made, then if you don't like the decision, then everybody complains about the decision, and then you go back to where you were in the first place. So if the board does make a decision, whether it's transportation, whether it's early literacy, and I hope that we can have this conversation around academic achievement at some point, because this is a very passionate conversation, but I like to have it around academics at some point. I just want to make sure that we know that our goal is to work collaboratively with this board and our stakeholders so we can make sure in the end we make decisions. I agree with you, Mr. Bias. Every school has to be a good school, but we have to work collaboratively to get there. And we're going to try to do our best to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Irvin, and hopefully when we get to 9.2, the State of the District Address, we will definitely talk about academics. Thank you all again. We appreciate you. We're in it together, and we appreciate the presentation, the update, and the current work that you are currently doing as well. So thank you for coming out tonight. All right, we are now going to move to our next report and presentation, 9.2, capital projects and future facilities needs.
Good evening again. We're going to be discussing an update to our capital projects and future facility needs as far as funding goes. I'm joined here today with our facilities director, Tom Pace, and he's going to go over our plan with you guys.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and Cabinet. My name is Thomas Pace. I am the Director of Facilities, and I'm honored and proud to represent our department here tonight. As you recall, our last facility update was presented in early March of 2019. Tonight's presentation has three key objectives. I'm trying to work slides and talk at the same time, so hopefully I'll figure that out. There we go. Apologize. What we're going to go over tonight are the review of recent accomplishments, discuss current endeavors, and future goals and objectives of our department. With the exception of a 2-week period during COVID, at the onset of COVID, our department has been hard at work. Our work has included modifications to classrooms, safety and energy investments, and career and technical improvements. In addition to these projects, we supported the district-wide pandemic response by assisting with Chromebook and meal distributions, installation of plexiglass, air purifiers, water bottle filling stations, hand washing stations, temperature scanners, signage, and classroom preparations. I'd like to take a quick minute and thank our staff, which includes our extended team of architects, engineers, inspectors, and contractors, many of whom have experienced personal pain and loss that today is still difficult to understand. But although we may have felt that pain, each and every day our staff reported to work without complaint, and so to each of them I humbly say thank you. You'll notice that during that time we completed over 30 individual projects across the district.
That's amazing.
We're very excited, and if you've passed by some of the schools, you will notice that there is a definite change. And for many of those schools, they've been waiting a long time for much needed improvements. I think of King, I think of Barton, I think of Rio Vista. We have entrances, we have campuses that are inviting our students back from the long-awaited time of distance learning. And I don't think that our schools have ever looked better. Our current project list includes transformational projects at Del Rosa, King, Pacific, and Warm Springs. As Superintendent Irvin has deftly pointed out, every school should be a good school. And it is with that aim that we are currently improving schools that lack 21st century facilities. I'd like to point out that between the projects completed during the pandemic, coupled with our current projects and with our near future projects, we will have touched every single campus district-wide. I think that bears repeating, that in a 3-year window, we will have improved every single school within the district.
Excellent.
In the time since we've updated the board in 2019, we have been recognized with 9 different design and construction awards. We have been featured in local, state, national, and international publications for innovation in design. Most recently, American School and University chose the now completed renovations at Cajon High School from over 3,000 submissions for a design award in this month's publication. I'd like to read a portion of that to you now. Here it is. Apologize. It says, while other districts are cutting arts to save funds, San Bernardino is working to adequately prepare students planning on entering the collegiate or professional level of theater production. The investments of facility funding that this board has made have not gone unnoticed. Although we have made great strides in improving the physical condition of our schools, our unfunded need remains great. And I'd like to draw attention to one of those items, and that's early child care and TK. In January of this year, the governor signed into law AB 31. AB 31 adds a grade level to all local educational agencies, that grade level being TK. Our sites will need facility modifications so that we can house this new grade level, and that need remains unfunded. And that is just one of many items that still remains unfunded long term. In the coming months, staff will begin to explore long-term solutions to meet our unfunded need. It is our goal to bring this board a recommendation that will allow, will fund our long-term need, but will additionally allow us to access future state dollars in the school facility program. We are happy to report that we have experienced over 8 years of robust assessed value growth. Our average over a 35-year period is 5%. Over the last 8 years, it's been over 6%, and over the last 2 years, our assessed value growth within the city has been double digits. And as Measure N comes to a conclusion at the end of next year, we will be retiring our QSCBs, which is an obligation to the general fund if not paid back. And so we will be retiring old debt, which will only put us in a better financial situation moving forward. So like I said, we do look forward to coming back to you later this fall with a recommendation that couples the need of resources with unfunded need. So with that, I think that's what we had for you tonight. It's good seeing you all, and appreciate the time.
Thank you so much for the update. We appreciate it. And I totally appreciate being able to see some of these campuses here in picture and know and identify the work that you guys continue to do throughout COVID even. So I think we have Dr. Flores would like to say something.
I just want to commend you for the diligent work, the beautiful work. And, you know, it's a reflection of the respect that we have for our children and our employees and our community. I mean, our schools reflect who we are. And when we have beautiful facilities, clean facilities, manicured lawns. I'm a Navy kid. My dad was, everything had to be immaculate and perfect. So I think that says a lot about how we respect ourselves, how we respect our children, and how we love and care for everyone. And so thank you for your loving care and all of your work that you've done. Thank you.
We appreciate your support. And I would say that there's one fact that goes missed often within San Bernardino, and that's the fact that our building program is built from community or from businesses within. Over 50% of all contracts awarded in the facility department go to local businesses and merchants.
Awesome.
What you're seeing within our city is being built by San Bernardinos. And that's the pride that you see in the building within the city.
That's great, because I know that Dr. Hill has always advocated and pushed for our local businesses as well as all of us, and we should give back to our businesses. Thank you so much for listening and doing that as well.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oops. We are now at 9.2, State of the District's Address, and they are on their way. Welcome. Yeah, it's not. Not in there. I guess. Yeah, I don't.
All right, well, good evening, Dr. Rogers, Board President, Dr. Wyatt, Board Vice President, Board, Superintendent Irving, Community. Those who are still up, hopefully children are in bed sleeping. We have school tomorrow. We are very pleased as a cabinet to be here to introduce the state of the district for SBCUSD. Next slide, please. Or do I have a clicker here? No, thank you. So our presentation objectives, we have 3. We want to provide an overview of the current state of SBCUSD. We're coming out of a pandemic that's not new to anybody. We want the board to be clear. We want our community to be clear on where does our district stand now and where are we planning on taking the district to be that district of excellence that we know we can achieve. The second objective is to share the preliminary educational model and the overarching goals that are starting to emerge from the listening and learning tour that our new superintendent has embarked upon. Granted, he's been officially on the job since June 1st of this school of 2021, but he hit the ground running the minute you appointed him, reviewing documents, talking with people. So some preliminary data is coming out and emerging, so we'll share that with you. And then finally, the desired state of excellence and our proposed next steps. Next slide. And so I am going to turn it over to Ms. Applegate. Before I do that, I do want to share that in the current state, there's 3 big ideas that we'll be sharing as a board. The first one is around outcome data. And how does that look for our scholars in a variety of our key performance indicators? Some of the data that will be shared, it's not official data from the state. It's been looked at through our assessment and accountability team. Ms. Applegate will clarify which pieces those are, but a 3-year trend to give you an idea of how we are looking as a district. The second current state piece will be around our fiscal health. And so our Associate Superintendent of Business Services will talk about what does our budget look like, what does our enrollment look like, again, as we currently sit. And then finally, we will speak to our current services for our scholars and how we then plan on doing things differently to get different outcomes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Applegate.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. Good evening once more, Board. So I will be going over a table that has some data, some preliminary data and other data as well. Next slide, please. So I want to just familiarize you with what you'll be looking at and front load you a little bit on this data. So along the left column, you're going to see the key performance indicators that have been identified as district goals even pre-COVID. So you're familiar with some of these key performance indicators. And then the first column where it says 2018-19, that is official data that you have seen. That was data that was generated back before COVID as well. You're going to see the column that says 2019-2020. As you can see, there's going to be a little bit of a mix of data there, but most of that is locally generated. And I'll speak to what is not available as well. And then in the last column, 2021, that is all internally generated. That is data that our accountability unit has pulled from our end of the year assessments last year. So let's go ahead and dig in. The first thing that you see is a 3-year comparison, as Dr. Martinez mentioned, from 2018-19 to now currently 2021, and that is our graduation rate. And as you can see that we've taken a dip just as most of the nation has. You also see our A through G requirements there. You will see the college and career indicator, chronic absenteeism, attendance rates, suspension rates. And then when I get down to the Star Renaissance CASP, I'd like to explain that a little bit more. So the first column is official CASP data. As I had mentioned, that's already been done in the past and it's official, it's in the record. But what we have in 2019 is not there because there was no testing. As you know, we left March 13th. That would have been right in the middle of the testing window, so there is no data available there. What you see in 2021, that's internally generated because the state gave us the option to give our own local assessments instead of CASP. And we decided to do that as a district because our students and our teachers were having big challenges securing the browser with the students being at home. So it was a huge challenge. So our district opted to give our local assessments that our staff was used to, our students were used to. We already had systems in place to do that well. So the 2021 data that says Renaissance Star CASP is really our local data, but there is an option in our local data to be able to predict how we think that the students would have done in CASP. Obviously, that's not an exact science, but there are cutoff scores on the STAR that correlate to CASP. So I just want to make that clear that that last column is internal data from our local assessment and predictable to what they might have done on CASP. Okay? But once more, just being cautious about that because that's a cutoff score, but it's not exact science.
Can you clarify the asterisks?
So the two asterisks at the top are, that's our internal data. That is not official data. The embargoed graduation rate and embargoed A through G requirement won't come out till December. So we will eventually have official data, but this is our internal calculation for now. Okay. So we're going to follow this same table with all of these data sets for all of our different subgroups. And what you also have in your packet, once we finish with this page and you turn the page, you have the number of students that are represented in these percentages, because we know that you as the board like to see exactly how many students we're talking about. So any questions on this slide before we move on to the next one? Okay, so let's go ahead.
Just the one asterisk, because you didn't explain the one asterisk, just to make sure, because this is within the report. There's a one asterisk next to numbers, and then there's two asterisks.
Yes, okay, so the 3.7 with the one asterisk, we had to cut the suspension rate off in March, because we left in March. So it's not a complete year. So that's what that asterisk shows.
And that's for all the asterisks with one?
Yes, that means that either it was cut off short, let me see, because, yeah, we didn't finish it. So, and then the other two asterisks at the top, those are just internal calculations only.
And Mrs. Applegate, we'll go to the current budget page, and then I'll take the order or check on the board members for the questions.
Okay, thank you. So for the next one, you do have in your packet the actual number of students that those percentages represent. We won't go through every single one, but you do have those numbers so that you can see those. Okay, so it's still the same data set. So if you turn the page, now you're going to have the same table with the 3-year comparison to the district comparison for that particular subgroup. I'll give you a few minutes and then you can go through the packet. It's the exact same table with the same data set for all of our different subgroups. And then as the last column as they compare to our district overall. You do see in the college and career indicator where it says it not available in 2021 because one of the contributors to college and career indicator is the 11th grade CASP. And so we don't have that data because they didn't have the 11th grade CASP that wasn't given last year. So the state is looking to see what they can contribute instead, or if we're just going to do it new this next year. Next slide, please. So then it's the same data with the same table for our Hispanic subgroup. Next slide, please. And you can see for our next subgroup. For our next subgroup, our English learners. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez so she can go with the rest of the subgroups that are in her division.
So as you go on to the next slide, you'll see our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And remember, we want to let you know, this is our baseline. So this is, many of you might have questions like, why is this happening? But we wanted to present the snapshot of where are we now so that we can build upon that work. So this is our students who are qualifying for free and reduced lunch. So go to the next slide, please. Our students with disabilities. So these are our students who are in special education that have IEPs. Then our next slide, foster youth. So these are students, again, who are within the system, either living in foster care or group homes. And then as we move to the next slide, we have our homeless youth, and we know that COVID has brought many challenges for our students, especially those students who are homeless. And just to make note, if you're looking at the data, you'll see our 11th grade scores at the very bottom, 10.5 and unavailable to 21.2, district rated 31.6. So as we look across the board, there are still some spots of hope in our students. So we want to make sure that we are building upon the foundation and making sure that our students have what they need. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Mr. Sullins.
Thank you and good evening.
Okay, right there.
No, I just
I'm
want.
sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So when we do a presentation like this, and I do appreciate Ms. Applegate with regards to the asterisks, have it noted maybe within the sheet. That way, because we do have viewers. I know for myself, that was when you're looking at data, you wanna. I don't want to wait until the end to ask you what those asterisks means. So maybe that way, have that presented within the chart, so people who are viewing it, they don't also skew that as, oh, those are the state numbers versus, you know, just to make sure it's clarified within the sheet too as well.
Okay, thank you.
We provide a legend.
For it. And so on this section board, because there's a couple of different sections, so I just definitely want to kind of keep them separate and clear if there was questions so that our audience can also keep up with this. So that was an overview when we talked about before within transportation, but this is where we are with the business of what we do, right? And so we still have goals and we have things that we're going to have to set, and this is the core of where we're going to set them from. And so that's why I was very adamant about knowing where our baseline is, where we are right now academically. All those other things come together and we're going to move to the budget. But the bottom line, I know for me, I see A through G, I see chronic absenteeism and attendance obviously are the major factors of what we just looked at. And we know we're coming out or still looming around a pandemic. So we didn't expect the numbers to be exactly what they were in 2019, but we definitely need to know where we need to lay in and begin to provide direction, input, so that Superintendent Irvin and his staff can know where our priorities lie outside of the other things that come up in between. But these are looking at raw numbers of our kids that sit in the seat, whether they ride the bus, whatever it is that they do to get to this institution we call education. These are the results, and it's disaggregated, which I appreciate, because we always look at the most glaring numbers to see where those student populations are, and we've spent a lot of time around that, and we're going to be digging into setting up goals. So this is that section. And if there are any other questions, we're going to move into obviously the state of the budget so that we know, because we know that there's a deficit that we talked about. But again, this is the meat and the potatoes of why we ask for money, why we lobby, why we do what we need to do in order to give what our students need to go through our system here. Dr. Flores.
I just want to say to the public and to our teachers and our principals, you know, we went through a pandemic. You did incredible work. Our kids to me, these don't reflect who the kids are or who you are. This is just data. And I know that I have confidence in all of you. We do, in all of you. And that we're going to work together and move forward. I don't even look at it as a learning loss because, my God, we were just surviving, And you did stellar work. It was difficult to do distance learning. It was difficult to not be with others and loved ones and your friends, even your family. I mean, I couldn't see my granddaughter for like 4 or 5 months, and my daughter. And it was we went through very difficult times. And so I just want you to know that. I know Superintendent Irvin and all our cabinet and our board members are with me on this. And so as we move forward, this is what, a challenge we have, and to uplift each other, to care for each other, to be loving to each other, and kind, and so and support each other, and we may not be through this. I mean, we may have to do other things right now. We don't know what's coming, but for sure, your safety, your health is priority. So, okay. Thank you.
Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. And just a couple observations, and I agree, Dr. Flores, it's been a very difficult 2 years, and I anticipate a tremendous rebound probably in the next 2 years as we come out of COVID and learn to work within the pandemic that we're in in-person learning and teaching. And just a little bit surprised to see that our white students, actually, we don't often talk about our white students. I'm just going to be real about it. And took a significant dip in their graduation status for their cohort, about 11%. And just wondering if we have any rationale there. But their A through G percentage stayed pretty strong, and attendance rate stayed pretty strong. But they definitely took a big hit on their graduation rate. And I know there was some other subgroups as well. Our foster youth students and our English learners, both double-digit drops. And I think there's an expectation that all of our groups probably went down in the last 2 years. And hopefully we get that double-digit increase in the next 2 years, which I'm real confident that we'll see that. But kind of surprised to see that our white students are really taking a big hit. And we give a lot of attention to our other subgroups of students, and I think sometimes we forget that we have our white students there too. And when we look at that kind of data, that we need to ask the question why. So I'll just put that out there.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And so lastly, before we move into there again, so this again, just sharing out, I know many of you have heard and will continue to hear about our service delivery model, and that is what's going to drill down during this listening and learning tour, Superintendent Irvin, that we're looking forward to. And I like to refer to it as learning disruption, right? Because that's what exactly it was. Not a loss, it was a disruption that we had no control over it, but now we're putting things back together and rebuilding it. So let us move to the current state of the budget and enrollment. Thank you, Mr. Sullins.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. So as Dr. Rogers stated, we are continuing our review of the current state as it relates to our budget and enrollment. Next slide, please. So we can see here, following our most recent 45-day budget revision, our combined general fund revenue was just under $924 million, and this was related to the last increase of approximately $9.6 million in the new concentration grant dollars, in addition to the $12.2 million that was previously budgeted during our adopted budget, for a total in new concentration grant dollars of $21.8 million to the district. as well as one-time dollars to address our COVID-related impacts, including expanded learning opportunities, learning loss mitigation, and the emerging social emotional needs of our students. So if we look to the right, we see primarily the majority of our revenue comes from LCFF sources. So the bar graph on the right really breaks down what comprises those LCFF dollars. So we can see we have the base grant of $430.6 million and the additional concentration, supplemental and concentration grant dollars of $168.6 million. And we're going to take a little bit deeper dive in that in a forthcoming slide. Next slide. So now we move to the general fund expenditure side of the house, where totaling $908.3 million as of our adopted budget. We can see that the majority of these expenditures are spent on people. We are a people business. So if we look on the right side, we can see approximately $657.5 million go to staff-related expenditures. The balance primarily being spent on materials, supplies, services, and capital improvements. It's important to remember that the expenditures with these new concentration grant dollars are not represented in this value. We are going to prepare a plan as part of an LCAP addendum that must be submitted in February of 2022. So that will be forthcoming to the board as we plan out these new dollars. It's important to remember with these new concentration grant dollars, however, these dollars must be put towards increased staffing at school site level to improve the direct services to students. So that's an important note with these dollars as we kind of discuss the plans going forward. Next slide, please. So this graph that we see here, there's a lot of information to share, but we want to better understand our current situation. So we need to take a closer look at the LCFF revenue by type, our base and supplemental concentration grant dollars, along with their associated expenditures. So we're going to turn our attention to the bar graph on the left side, which shows our base revenues. Remember, $430.6 million. We can see on that graph approximately $388 million, $0.6 million goes to our base expenditures. And what are base expenditures? Think of that in terms of what it cost us to open the doors for our basic instructional program. That includes the central office support services, the teachers for our core instructional program, turning on the lights, having insurance, etc. So those costs are covered in those base expenditures. And then above and beyond that, we are obligated to make our special education whole in terms of the expenditures. Recall from prior conversations and presentations that our special education programs are grossly underfunded when it comes to the state and federal support of our programs. The majority or the bulk of the funding for special education programs actually comes from the unrestricted general fund in terms of a contribution to support those expenses. So with that, what we see on that side as we add in those special education expenditures along with our required routine restricted maintenance contribution of $21.7 million and a small increase to the Csea advanced degree stipend, we see that budget imbalance or that structural deficit that goes above that line of our base revenues. So on the flip side, we look at on the right side where we see our supplemental and concentration grant dollars. And recall, these are dollars that are generated by our populations of English learners, socioeconomic disadvantage, and foster youth. So it's important that these, to note that these are dollars that are generated by those populations, and these are dollars that are intended to serve those populations in the form of increased or improved services. And there is a measurement as we go through the LCAP process to measure our ability or proportionality of making those investments. So we can see here that we have our ongoing LCAP programs in addition to the new concentration grant funding of $21.8 million. However, as I noted earlier, those are not currently budgeted. What is budgeted is that additional $19.6 million in LCAP priorities, and those are budgeted dollars for increasing our services to the school sites. So that comes in forms of staffing, comes in form of professional development opportunities. So those are embodied in our LCAP goals 1.21 and 2.11. Next slide. So that is an overview of our current state of the budget as it relates to our general fund, both at the combined general fund level as well as the LCFF level. So you can see, and the board can see the budget imbalance. With that, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Sam Precy, who's going to walk us through the current state of enrollment.
Okay, before we move there, Mr. Tillman?
So, couple of questions on the, because it's not clear at all.
Okay.
On the $923 million, just in my mind, prior to COVID-19, the budget was around $700 and something million,
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So I'm assuming that a substantial amount of this $900 million is some of the new ESSER money that came out of the COVID-19 incident, right?
Correct.
So
approximately 115 million.
So 115. So are you suggesting that if it were not for the COVID numbers, then then the general fund would be $808 million and change?
So if not for the COVID-related, the ESSER funds,
Right.
yeah, the combined general fund, those would not be dollars that would be represented. And subsequently, there would not be the corresponding expenditures in those budgets as well.
I guess the part that's scary is, I mean, the money is still in the same places, like salaries and benefits. But that's not because we hire people to spend that money. It's because we're using that money to pay for the costs that were there before we got that money?
I'm not clear on the question.
So, for instance, if the general fund revenues, and more importantly, the expenditures are $908 million, right?
Right.
And you're saying that $100 million of that would be from the ESSER money?
Yes.
So so are those increased expenditures that take it to $900 million because of the increased salaries and benefits?
No, not necessarily. So recall that we did include some in the adopted budget. We did include some COVID funds to help in terms of continuity of services with our budget. So to help with the budget imbalance. So part of that you could say was utilized to support existing position costs. Other expenditures related to that additional funding are exactly that. They're additional expenditures in terms of COVID safety related measures, et cetera.
And you mentioned an amount that wasn't included. What is that amount?
That is the 21.8 million in terms of expenditures, and those are for the new concentration grant dollars. So the new above moving from 50% to 65%, those dollars have not been budgeted.
That's for fiscal year 2021, 2022?
Correct. However, we will be budgeting those as part of our LCAP supplement that we have to submit by February.
Are those going to be proposed new spending?
So I don't want to commit to what they're going to be for at this time because we haven't planned through it. But what I would go back to is my original point, is that those dollars are specified for increasing staffing at the school site level to provide direct services, supports to kids.
And my last question, are we positioning ourselves so that when the revenues go back down to $800 million, that the expenditures are going to coincide?
So, great question. A later slide, and we're going to talk about that.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
The increased personnel, I think, some of the money was targeted to hire paraprofessionals, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and also to hire probably more rec aides and support staff.
Yes,
correct?
so the 10% requirement is part of the state AB 86 funds, which the board approved the ASAP plan.
Right.
That was that 10% for paraprofessionals was part of that plan.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at the 2021, I guess it was a slide before or after, let's see. The slide after that slide.
Okay.
That one. So can you explain the structural deficit?
So yes, so if we can see that we received $430.6 million, which is that line that goes across the top of the bar graph on the left. We have base expenditures again, which are those opening, the cost of opening our doors of $388.6 million. Above that, we have the added requirement that we fund the underfunded special education program. So that's that contribution that we make to special education to make them whole for the expenditures to serve our kids. In addition to that, we're required to contribute 3% of our general fund expenditures for routine restricted maintenance, and that totals the $21.7 million. So that contribution, you can see, puts us above that baseline in terms of the revenue we receive for our base funding. That's where you see that creates that budget imbalance.
Okay, so where and how do we have a plan? I know you don't have to tell me, but are we going to have a plan to bring down the structural deficit?
Yes, and we're going to talk about that in a few slides, and
Okay.
and I would share with the board. We've already begun that work. We've on several different levels.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat just the 3% contribution? What was that for?
That's routine restricted maintenance.
Okay, we're good.
And I'll turn it over to Mr. Priestley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. All right, you'll see here is a snapshot of the last 20 years, or I'm sorry, of a 20-year picture, so last 18, current, and then next couple of years. And you'll see that there's a continued decline in enrollment. We're close to 60,000 students, and we're currently in that 47,000 range. And and why? Why? Where did all those folks go? So there's 5 major reasons as to why we have population growth has slowed. And we're looking at the younger generations. They're waiting longer to have kids. So that's going to be the first one. Birth rate declining 15% over the last 10 years. And the first birth age has risen from 28 years old from 2015 up to 31 in 2020. The next item is we're also looking at baby boomers aging. We have an increased life expectancy among California elderly is raising the average age. By 2030, California will have an estimated 9 million citizens over the age of 65. The next item is going to be housing. So within California, housing is expensive, and in 2020, the median home price in California exceeded $720,000. That's not for San Bernardino. We are looking at about $380,000 is what it was a few months ago, and my son just bought a home in March, and his home has actually just increased in value by $100,000. So I'm sure that 380 is way off. So he's been very lucky with his investment. But California lacks 1.2 million units of affordable housing. And, many believe that it's the rich that are leaving California, but many studies have shown that it's the poor that are leaving because they're unable to afford the necessary housing to support their families. And nowadays, 2 jobs is just not enough to cut it. Immigration is also another reason as to why we're seeing declining enrollment and declining in population. And again, prior to the previous administration, California was experiencing a 0.5% growth from immigration. However, under the previous, we did see a decline in the immigration status, and that rate slowed to 0.1%. And that does impact San Bernardino because we're a heavy Latino population. So as the immigration numbers go down, the influx of new residents within San Bernardino also go down, as well as residents of childbearing age, which then correlate into students entering into our school districts. Domestic migration, as I just mentioned, formerly known for its growth, California population just grew 6.1%. So that's slower than the national average, which is 7.4%. And this is actually going to be the first time California will lose a congressional seat in its state's history. So we are seeing that 1.7% Californians moving out of the state, while only 1% are moving in. As I mentioned, predominantly Latino community in San Bernardino, population growth may have temporarily slowed down due to the prior administration policies. We do expect that there will be a relatively increase with the current administration. So we do expect that some of those losses that we've seen over the last few years, that should rebound. However, we are not seeing the rise in growth as quickly as in other areas within the state of California. So San Bernardino is lacking with regard to just folks moving into the area. So with that, we're also seeing a decrease in birth rates, as I'd mentioned. So as birth rates go down, our impact to kindergarten also goes down. And that's what we have been noticing over the last number of years, is that our entrance into kindergartens are also going down. And as our higher populations in the upper grades move on and graduate, they're being replaced by fewer students. So overall, we're seeing a decrease in our population. Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Tillman, and followed by Ms. Rosales Medina.
What's important about this slide, the blue is the actual numbers and the orange are projected numbers. And I noticed that you showed an increase projected for this upcoming, the school year we're in now compared to the previous school year. But have you looked at the actual numbers we've gotten since we've been in school, and it still gives you the thought that we're going to have this increase?
Well, that's a very good question, Mr. Tillman. I think time is going to tell on that particular slide. We are currently much below what we expected. The first weeks were extremely low numbers. I believe it was probably close to 6,000 less than we expected. And the second week after that, it did go up a little bit. And the third week, we're up a little bit more than the week before. So we are hoping that that trend continues. And we do hope that we achieve these numbers. But as of right now, we're not achieving
Well,
it.
and let me say this is critical. We need to have the most accurate information possible, especially when it's pertaining to ADA. Mm-hmm. And the projections don't mean a whole lot to me. The best economists in the world, you flip a coin, and you're as accurate as them, 50%. That's the best. Those are the ones you see on CNN and MSNBC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the sooner we can actually look at data, and you have it now. So you can look at your numbers for the first 3 weeks this year, and I wouldn't even compare them to last year because last year was an off year. But compare them to 2020 and 2021. If the numbers are off, the sooner you come back with us and tell us we have declining enrollment, the better. Because the only thing I have that can help me to mitigate lost ADA is time. And sound the alarm so that we can save money through attrition. That's not the message that's going on in the district right now. All I hear about people hiring new people and new positions and new strategies. That's not reality if we don't have the money to do it. And it would be a disaster for the district if we didn't get the information from staff early enough to make those adjustments. So I just want to put the board on alert that we need to have actual data as soon as possible so that this board and this district can make the changes necessary to prepare ourselves. Because what I'm concerned about is once this COVID money goes away, then the reality is going to set in. Normally, in a time like this, when we see declining enrollment, we would have a hiring freeze. We would be talking about making sure we check every expenditure. I'm not hearing that at all. And the scary part is the orange line, because it's a projection. And you just told me yourself, what I'm hearing you say is you don't think this projection is right. So I'm just saying, I hope that As soon as you get some actual information, you bring it back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. And that is one of the things that, and I'll reiterate from even though we're only 3 weeks in, that we want sooner checkpoints, right? So this is why we're starting with this baseline tonight. So then to come back and give us, whether it's 2 months, quarterly, what we can't wait for 6 months. That was the big thing. We can't wait that long. So we will now start to get some actual numbers so that we can know where we are sooner than later. Ms. Rosales Medina and then Dr. Flores.
I just wanted to, I do appreciate Mr. Tillman with regards to the projections. I wanted to ask you with regards to the numbers, where are you coming up with the numbers again for those projections? Is it, because you mentioned the congressional seat that we would be one less. I know I get that information from the census but I'm curious to find out where did you get the projection numbers from? Is it through the census or is it through another data point?
Yeah, we utilize a consultant, an analytics company, and they provide the information to us.
Oh, okay. And so they're the ones that came up with these numbers?
Yeah, they look at enrollment projections, they look at development, they look at birth rates, job development. There's quite a large analytics that goes on the background in order to determine what the projections are going to look like.
And when they did the report, did they update you with where were they getting their projections from, their numbers from?
Can you restate that question?
Were they, I'm just curious, the agency, the contract that we got the projections from, this is the numbers that you got them from, did they provide a report indicating where, or maybe like the endnotes or the footnotes, where did they get those numbers from? Or how did they, which research, which data point did they use in order to get those numbers?
Yeah, I can check with my team and get the correct information to you.
Okay.
I can add it to a Friday update.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
I'm going to ask a question. I know we've talked about it, but TK numbers and projections, I don't know how we get the projections for the TK kids that we can provide services for, because that will increase our numbers. Do you have any idea, or do we hire somebody to do that? I don't know if the county keeps data on the kids and where they're at and where they are in our district. I think we have to do an very aggressive campaign to inform our parents, and then also plan, for space and, teachers and all of that. So just wondering.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, TK program is something that we're looking at as far as putting increased attention to. We want to grab the students as early as possible and bring them into the system to help improve our numbers. But as far as the source is going to be coming through our decision insight vendor.
Thank you.
Bios?
Just really quickly, following Mr. Tillman's question, when will we be receiving those updates? Do we have determined dates or
So
time frames?
we're going to start creating a monthly dashboard. I think we should be ready. I'm not sure, hopefully by the next board meeting. But again, we have to get a month of data, right? Because we've only been in school 3 weeks. So we're hoping at the end of August, starting September, we'll be able to start our monthly dashboard with data points. So we just, again, ask the board for patience. We're still trying to transition back. There's a lot of moving parts. And again, we wanted to give ourselves a full month before we come back. And we're going to create a dashboard, but again, we want to, I think we should be ready by, correct me if I'm wrong, team, but I think we should be ready by next month to start with our dashboard. Yep, okay.
Okay, and I think Mr. Tillman has a...
Just for clarity, because I heard earlier when you mentioned TK, you made it sound like it was an unfunded mandate. So I just want to ask, I guess I'm asking Mr. Sullins, in the proposal they have for TK, is it going to cost the district money?
So there is funding that is that is going to be provided not only for investments in expanding TK programs, as well as funding for that early start for TK. So yes, there will be cost because we're going to start a program, but there is also funding in the governor's budget to support the expansion of TK.
And in the end, what's the net going to be?
I think it's premature to know that yet, in terms of what, because it's going to see how we can build out those programs in terms of the number of students that we could project that we would get in, and what would the additional funding be. So
And I asked that question because it's going to be a complexity for us, right?
Correct.
If we're in a predicament where we're concerned about balancing the budget, then that's a risk for us, unless you can tell me with confidence that they're going to provide the funding
Correct.
to implement this new program.
There is funding.
Okay,
There
thank
is
you.
funding.
Thank you.
He was referring to TK, right? Correct? Yep. Okay. All right, thank you.
Good evening, board. I have the pleasure of setting the tone for some of the work that's or some of the information that'll be shared here shortly about the transformational work that we want to embark on. And I wanted to do that by contrasting a dependence upon individuals and people and an independence upon a system. And so just take a look around you. We are a district full of talented people. Yourselves, the people in the room, we are a district full of talented individuals, talented teams. And there are lots of pockets of excellence around the district. Talented individuals doing talented things on a daily basis, making good things happen across the district. But what we want to do is begin to transition from a reliance or a heavy reliance upon just individuals in those pockets of excellence to more of a systems approach. Next slide, please. So we do have a deep, talented pool or bench of excellent individuals. We have many professional development systems in place, which you are aware of, evolving data monitoring systems, healthy organizational culture, as well as a commitment to do what's best for our scholars here in the district. And like I said, very talented pockets of excellence. But when you put systems in place, systems move you away from a reliance upon individuals and people and more of a reliance upon the collective energies and structures which require us to work collaboratively and collectively for the good of district goals and objectives. And it gets us away from some of the areas that you might see in the next slide. So a reliance upon systems gets us away from inconsistencies of shared ownership, gets us away from some of the centralized staff that's spread too thin, gets us away from schools needing more boots on the ground or schools needing extra people and may not have the ability to receive them. Schools being uncertain about who they might need to call at the district level because we have systems in place that allow for that work to take place and become seamless. And then finally gets us away from inequities of support that may exist across the district at this time because of the heavy reliance upon individuals and people rather than strong systems that we have in place. So board, the transformational work that we're about to embark upon and that you'll hear tonight is really a focus on strong and equitable systems that we need to put in place so that we can move away from the heavy reliance upon individuals and pockets of excellence to a heavy reliance upon strong systems for our scholars. Thank you.
Thank you for that segue.
So I get to talk about the really good things that we're planning on doing. And you've heard about some of this, board, but we want to share this for our community, for anybody who's still watching, chooses to log in tomorrow, getting to this desired state of excellence. And how do we intend on improving outcomes for our scholars? how do we intend on ensuring that we are fiscally healthy as an organization, that we remove the structural deficit while still providing for our scholars? And how do we ensure that we're enhancing the services to our schools? So we're going to talk about what Mr. Irvin has been speaking about since he's arrived here, and that's the service delivery model. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, mentioned that already, Mr. Irvin has been on his listening and learning tour. And, not surprisingly, there is an educational model that's starting to emerge. And the reason it's not surprising is because we've been hearing this from our community, hearing it from you as a board, hearing these themes from our site leaders, our principals, our teachers, our classified staff. Everyone talks about the need for a model that ensures access to quality education. We heard that just a little while ago when we talked about transportation. Equity in terms of equitable needs being met. Every child needs things differently. Every teacher needs things differently. How do we ensure that that is in place, as well as innovation? How do we make sure that we don't get stuck in a rut and that we indeed use data to guide our decisions so that we are providing the best learning opportunities for children? So this is starting to emerge as our lens or our guiding principles as a district. Through COVID, you had 4 guiding principles, and we use them all the time, right? This is starting to emerge as our guiding principles as a district in terms of decision making and in terms of professional development and in just the conversation. So an educational model grounded in the ideas of equity, access, and innovation. And so just remember, equity means giving people what they need. Not everybody needs the same thing. Some need more, some need acceleration. Equity is what you need. Access means you give people the same access to information, access to high quality learning, access to courses. It's not okay for a student, Miss Medina, you mentioned it. You shouldn't have to go to a particular school to get access to a certain course. That should be available to you at your home school. If you choose to go somewhere else, that's an equity piece, because then we're giving you that option, but it has nothing to do with the access, right? So access, equity, and innovation. That's what the educational model is looking like. Next slide, please. The 5 overarching goals, again, not a surprise as a district. Go ahead and click all 5, because we've heard this in our LCAP meetings. We've heard this through public comment. We've heard this in talking with our classroom educators, the people who are closest to the work on the ground. 5 emerging goals are starting to bubble up. We saw it in the data tonight. Those emerging goals, of course, around academic achievement. We need to improve outcomes in academic achievement. We need to ensure that every scholar graduates college and career ready, and that they have the choice on what they want to do upon graduation, that the system has not decided that for them. We have to ensure that there are social, emotional learning supports for our scholars. We know, especially coming out of this pandemic, that's not new research, that there is a lot of uncertainty, and that creates a lot of anxiety. We've been separated from each other. We have to make sure that the teaching and learning is married to the social emotional supports in our schools. Family engagement has always been a focus for you as a board and for us as a district. That's a goal that keeps emerging in this listening and learning. And then finally, ensuring that our schools are healthy, they're safe, both the physical safeness of the safetiness of the schools and then the felt safety. So Mr. Irvin is not done with his listening and learning, but board, these are not new concepts to you. It's just now it's starting to come together very nicely in a nice package, if you will, and then we'll be able to then develop some clear outcome goals in that area. So to the next slide, how are we going to get this done? How are we going to organize ourselves as a district? What's so wonderful about San Bernardino City is we do have a very healthy budget. We're close to $1 billion. Dr. Funches and I were saying that's a lot of money, right? So we've got the resources, and as a district, we have the talent. Our responsibility now is just to take what we have and work it in a different way so that we get these outcomes we want. Next slide, please. And so this is what the service delivery model does. So first and foremost, it's an organization, it's a structure to organize the work. When Dr. Funches spoke about our current services, you saw things like staff is spread very thin. We're a very large district, and there's a lot of complexities. we need to be able to coordinate our existing services in a way that they get straight down to the schools. That's where the children are at. That's where the core work happens. That's where we really make the magic happen. We have to make sure that we're organizing ourselves at the district level, vertically and horizontally, so it's about team development, teamwork going down to the schools to get the outcomes that we want in those 5 goal areas. So that's one piece of the service delivery model. We'll go deeper into a visual of that momentarily. It's going to decentralize our district staff. So our expectation will be that the people that make up this service delivery model, the core of their work is at the schools, because that's where the children are, right? That's where our teachers are. That's where our classified staff is. That's where we want our parents congregating. So the service delivery model will organize teams that report specifically to a cluster of schools. And then finally, it's going to, as a result of organizing those teams and getting them focused on specific schools, it then puts more boots on the ground. So many of the people that we're talking about, we have in district. We're just going to use, we're going to coordinate their work in a different way. Next slide, please.
Can I add something?
Yes, of course.
So again, I just want to be clear that the goal behind it is when you look at the entire district of 72 schools, you're really breaking it up into elementary, middle school clusters. You're talking about 8 clusters. And again, it streamlines services. It puts more service. So basically, we're providing the service to schools, more targeted support to each and every school. Again, it's a large district. And so therefore, it streamlined those services. But again, I think the key word there was it provides curricular, instructional, and then obviously a social, emotional wellness supports. So this way, instead of one individual or 2 individuals supporting 72 schools, you have a targeted set of schools of 8 to 10. And it's not anything new other than our job is to provide the services to our students and families. And so when you look at the structure, we're just realigning services. If someone says, well, this is new, it's not really new. It's just reorganizing services and realigning services to put more boots on the ground. And here's the bottom line. If we really want to be creative and we really want to be innovative and take the district to the next level, then our job on the other side of this pandemic is provide the services to students and then obviously provide the teachers with the support they need to be successful. And this will also help us in our effort to make sure every school is a good school, but also when we talk about quote unquote STEAM academies, this will allow us to make sure that we will get a STEAM academy at every school if that's necessary. That's just an example of one of the things that we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. So, in a summary of what this does in terms of a service delivery model, it really has 3 big overarching ideas that run through it. First of all, as Superintendent Irvin said, it establishes a student-centered approach that's going to move supports out of district office and to our schools. It provides a capacity building model. So we have very, very strong professional development in our district. This provides a structure to make sure that that professional development gets down to the classroom level with ongoing supports to build the capacity of the classroom teacher, of school teams, to use data to make sound decisions to improve outcomes. And then finally, and this one really is probably no, I guess they're all very important, so I'm not going to say one's more important than the other, but it does create shared ownership. And the reason it creates shared ownership between district office staff and school is because the clusters have clear accountability lines, if you will. Not accountability in terms of a punishment or a punitive model, but there will be a team that will be assigned to a cluster of schools. And so that team works with those schools to rally around outcomes. That then leads to shared ownership. So if a school misses the mark somewhere, then everybody takes ownership with that. Everybody looks to see what needs to be improved, and everybody does something about it. It's no longer that it solely relies on the school. We are in this work together. And so the shared ownership is a really big piece of this work because, as Mr. Irvin said, you won't be responsible for 72 schools, which then could allow people to maybe not step up like we know that they can, you'll be responsible for 8 to 10 schools. And in those 8 to 10 schools, imagine what you can do with your time, the relationships you can build with the people at those schools, and then the shared supports that you do together. So student-centered approach builds capacity, and it is shared ownership. Next slide. And so the next slide just gives a summary of our theory of action, what we believe is going to get San Bernardino City unified to the desired state of excellence. If we align our services, resources, and direct support to all district schools, through a service delivery model, then we will build, no question, we will build a district of excellence with excellent schools in all of our neighborhoods, all of our community, so that all students will reach their full potential. That is what we believe about the service delivery model, and we know we have the staff to do that, and we know we can do it, and we will do it. And so I will turn it over to Dr. Esquivel, who will give a little more detail about one cluster as an example.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Good evening, board. So the service delivery model, we are seeing and we are learning that it's truly a vehicle for equity, access, and innovation. And we know that no student is created equal. We talk a lot about differentiating, meeting the unique needs of our students and our families. And very similarly, we know that every school and every school community is not created equal. And so it truly behooves us for us to think through really beyond the numbers. And I really appreciated, Dr. Flores, you mentioned the data, and the data doesn't speak to the names and the stories and the hopes and dreams behind the numbers. And when we see the numbers as presented, our baseline data, we are very urgent about responding, because we know that behind those numbers are families who send their children their best to us so that when they graduate, they have the best possible choices beyond 12th grade. And so with that, we have an example of what that would look like in thinking through the service delivery model. And again, in the spirit of differentiating, providing individual, unique supports to a group of clustered schools, we're talking about 8 to 10. 8 to 10 schools with unique needs, overseen by a learning network director who again would already be repositioned, existing staff members who are currently within the district but repurposed to ensure, again, focused and closer contact to the needs of kids. We have 2 branches of support. On the left, we have an academic support team. On the right, we have a student service and operations support team. So this really is an innovative space to say, how do not only do we raise the bar for academic achievement, but how do we provide the social and emotional supports collectively and ensure that we are orchestrating resources, right, both as part of the conversation. So on the academic support side, we are looking at increasing and aligning professional development, orchestrating coherence, again, among our current departments and divisions. Examples include ELA, math, ed tech, a STEAM specialist, to ensure that we're not only talking about the STEM portion, but truly getting to the needs and talents of our kids. There's arts embedded into that. We have kids who are currently in dance programs at the elementary schools. How do we envision where these schools are signature programs where kids could see themselves really tap in to their own artistic talent and truly be able to represent what those community schools need? College and career pathway, we are very cognizant of our current A through G pathway, very cognizant that we need to be thinking not about what our current high school needs, but how do we ensure a PK through 12 college pathway, and how do we work backwards to accomplish that? Early literacy, multilingual specialists, tech support, and equity liaisons. So really shifting the conversations, really focus on a cluster of schools. As we think about the student support and operations support team, examples include our family and community engagement, a specialist, again, focused on a cluster of schools, special education specialist, youth service, social worker, lead nurse, an MTSS, multi-support specialist, foster homeless, facility maintenance and operations. Again, the various needs that we know our schools face, our communities face, but just having a dedicated team of support services. Next slide, please. So how we build this over time. We know it's going to take time. We anticipate that it'll take the next 2 to 3 years to fully implement. But truly, we are starting the conversations now because we have surveyed our data. We are continuing to collect data and understand what the current needs and context are. But with that, it is truly deploying and reassigning, refocusing, repurposing our current existing human capital, as was mentioned earlier. It's leveraging university partnerships to provide student interns. And then over time, through attrition, replacing employees to backfill service delivery model roles, and then ultimately using ongoing funding that is restricted to fill any gaps and vacancies to avoid the impact on our base funding. Next slide, please. So as we summarize the academic portion of our data presented today, there are a few urgent items that the team and the district community at large will be working through. One, again, creating and implementing the service delivery model beginning this school year. We are administering a brand new system-wide assessment called NWEA MAP. This is a nationally norm reference assessment tool that will not only give us a sense of how our students are doing relatively to their peers here within the district, but it will tell us and inform us how they're doing relatively to the average national, let's say, third grader, and really be able to raise the bar for achievement for all of our students. We will be analyzing and continuing to collect information, data, to be able to inform and provide supports to school sites through the multi-tiered system of supports. And this is a benchmark. We are setting this by a September 30th date. We are currently working with all of our high schools to ensure that all high schools have, students in high schools have an A through G 4-year plan. Also, our goal there is by September 30th. And then as we move into the system through July 2022, we are intentionally recruiting and hiring highly qualified and talented team members to ensure the success of our service delivery model. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, Ms. Rosales Medina? Okay, let me get them.
Yes, first of all, I wanted to say thank you to all those who have presented. I do appreciate the numbers, the way you formatted it so it could be really easily read. Thank you also for presenting this area. I do have a question with regards to the academic support team. And then when you look at also with the student services and operations support team. So within, and that's what I was trying to analyze. Like, how do we have these great schools in our neighborhoods, and that way we don't have to necessarily travel far? And so which schools, like for instance, gate magnet programs that we have in the school district, how can we provide that within a school site that's nearby that you wouldn't need to necessarily travel far? I don't see any of that within this language in making sure that we have gate certification within that professional development for our teachers. Now, within the GATE program, there's also twice exceptional, students who meet both spectrums within the bell curve. There's also special education, which I noticed that you also have it within the student services, but it's not necessarily within the academic portion, because there's two different ways, right? There's one that has to do with teaching students who may be moderate to severe on life skills. And then there's other students that fall in with an IEP that have great potential, they just need that extra support academically. So within that, how are we gonna really emphasize in all of the aspect if it's not even written within it? So I'm just curious to see Is this something that you're looking to implement and make sure that we are adding this? So that way we can create a program within the school sites that are in our neighborhood schools?
That's a great question. And I'd say that part of having a cluster group of teams in both areas is that they can take a deep dive into the immediate needs of their schools. And I would say that in the broader sense, we know that there are pockets of success throughout the district. And we know that there are elements of these schools that are drawing families and kids to want to go across town. So I would say it's twofold. It's one, understanding what are those drivers so that we could say, well, how and why are they missing from these more locally based schools? And then number two, I would say it's having a very clear sense of who are kids, who are the families that we're serving, and what their immediate needs are so that we can backfill and ensure the supports are provided.
Right, and I guess what I was trying to also emphasize is that many times it's not because, we can have a GATE certification teacher that may want to teach, but the thing is that there's a lack of real professional development when it comes to specialized needs for certain students. And the reason why I say that, because like, for instance, with GATE students, there is a 20% high school dropout that's within those students that are dropping out of high school, right? So when you're doing more repetitive and redundant work for certain type of students, if the teacher doesn't know and hasn't been trained, then it creates more of an issue for the students in the future. By the time they get in high school, they don't know how to study, and it just creates a domino effect. I just feel that the reason why families move away, even if you have that special training at the school site, they're not fully implementing it the way it should be. But I know that this is just the beginning, but I just want to make sure that we add that language within it so that each site knows that we have students with different needs and that we have to have this type of training for the teachers in schools.
I'll have Ms. Applegate elaborate a little bit more.
And thank you, Mr. Salas Medina. Absolutely, we do have Dr. Clark, as you know, who is very proactive with our GATE teachers and students, but she will continue to be a programmatic coordinator that will help us embed even more so now and expand all that GATE knowledge into these cluster support people. So they will be able to now bring that knowledge back to the school sites. And that's exactly what we were talking about how it's so hard to trickle down to 72 sites. She will now coordinate PD for these teams horizontally, and then they'll be able to bring that information back to the school sites, and it'll be embedded more than it ever has been because she will train these teams to do just that.
I appreciate
that. So we
that.
will continue to really focus on our advanced learners as well.
Okay, great. And then it's also looking at our EL, because then there was parents that can only decide between a GATE magnet program versus a bilingual program, or we have the dual immersion and so forth. So sometimes we also put a hindrance
Yes.
in that. So yeah, I appreciate
You are
that.
correct. Thank you. Point well taken. And we do continue to have our programmatic people centrally. So we say that our central office program specialists will be deployed to different sites. We continue to have programmatic people. You saw the two directors today. They will continue to train these teams. And now we can embed that into all the clusters and not just whichever group of schools we happen to do that year. So now we're going to be consistent across the board.
Right, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Since I didn't see the language within it, I just want to make sure it's not omitted from it. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Flores?
Yes, thank you so much for the beginning of giving us the infographic for how you visualize the learning network, each cluster. And I'm assuming that you're going to be writing up responsibilities and for each position, and how everybody communicates and how they work together, and that each school and principal will know, how to communicate. I assume that they're going to be troubleshooters, but also organizing targeted professional development for that cluster based on teacher needs, right? Based on all of the different concerns that they have. I know right now, I saw our math scores before COVID, and so they're very low. And I know that we've been working with UCLA and so forth, and it'll take time for us to get back on track. But I guess my question is, everybody will know what everybody's responsibility is and how you're going to work together and how you're going to meet and how you're going to track things. I mean, it's going to be very, I believe in the smallness because then we can target, the needs of everyone, hopefully.
Absolutely, and point well taken. This year, as we build out the service delivery model, it really is about ensuring that the system is clear. And that includes clear roles and responsibilities for every individual in the system. And because about 85% of the roles already are within the system, in some cases it's realigning services, it's realigning roles so that there can be clarity among everyone to really think about how we get closest to the needs.
So I'm assuming that you will handle the equity, access, and innovation piece of it. And Mrs. Applegate, you'll handle the academic, right? Is that correct? All of the learning and teaching.
Yeah.
And Dr. Rodriguez, you're going to oversee the social emotional. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. And you'll set up what your roles and functions are as well in all these three areas. Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and just like we've talked offline, so we want to make sure we create a collaborative shared decision-making structure. So everyone will be working together. There's no silos in this model. That means, for example, when Dr. Esquivel, Ms. Applegate and Dr. Rodriguez, for example, they will be meeting and working with the Learning Network directors. Mrs. Applegate's team will continue to do the professional development around the educational services side. Dr. Rodriguez's team will still continue to provide the professional development for all those individuals on the social services side. We'll continue with Dr. Esquivel to make sure there's equity, access, and innovation throughout, but then the role of the deputy superintendent is to make sure that we have these systems and structures, there's no breakdown. So it's a check and balance system. I check you, you check me, we check each other. So this way there's no breakdown. The challenge with the model will be, it's all about collaboration. Everyone must work together to make this work because, again, ultimately, this will be in the best interest of kids.
So my next question has to do with teachers. What are the teachers' roles in each of the schools and the principals' roles?
The teachers, are looking to be leads and to help us create and help us assess what their needs are. So we are looking for a teacher leader on every campus. We're looking for teacher representatives in all of these areas because we want to have task force to get their feedback and to really look to see what their needs are. So we will have an ELA task force, a math task force. We're bringing a teacher from every site so that we can get their input and their feedback into the creation of all of this service
So
delivery
they
model.
will represent their school and
Yes.
their grade. But what about all the different grades?
Yes, and we're going to be bringing them in from different grades, from different schools, so that we can get their perspectives. And then the same principals will be partners as well.
Okay.
So they'll be involved.
All right. And when are they going to do this?
Right now, we're really looking at covering classrooms, making sure that everything is good for COVID. As soon as we see that we're getting more, we're not needing as many teachers to be covered in classrooms, we've already discussed about starting the task force. But we want to make sure their classrooms are ready to go and they don't have subs. So we're not trying to put that
Yeah,
immediately.
because right now we don't have subs.
So we're looking
it'll be a
to-
while. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be
It'll
waiting a
while.
little bit so
Yeah.
that
All right.
we can start bringing them in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tillman, followed by, Ms. Ceballos, followed by Mr. Tillman.
So I think Dr. Flores kind of already asked this question, and it is when, right? So I'm really excited, to hear some of this stuff, and I know that it's not going to be perfect as it rolls out, and we will deal with the hiccups as they come, right? But I am looking forward to this model, and I'm just eager and excited to find out when are we going to be starting. So I know that you said that currently you guys are looking at classrooms, but do you guys have a rough estimate in terms of
In terms of the model, so we've had a lot of conversation, and it's sort of we're close to when we want to start. But right now, the first major task is looking at identifying. Right now, we have point leads for learning network directors, and then once we identify those, right now, like I said, we have point people. The goal would be, I think, if we do this right, we can start maybe a modified version or the first phases of it, probably maybe after September, are we thinking? Sometime early September, we'll be ready. But again, we got to get the point people. Secondly, to her question, and covers, it'll probably answer yours as well as that, we got to understand the system. So we have to figure out the role and responsibility of the learning network director. And then every individual within the academic support team and social emotional support team, we have to all be aligned and calibrate on exactly what their function is, what their duty and responsibility is. That takes time, but we're going to have to do that in conjunction and simultaneously with the new learning network directors, which are going to be probably leads at this point, I'm thinking, because there's a lot of moving parts. Now, I think Ms. Applegate will tell you, and we've gone round and round, that she's ready, and I know Dr. Rodriguez, they're ready to go now. But we know that we have some work to do still to make it work right. So I would say be patient. We're probably going to be ready to go in the next couple of weeks. But I would probably have to have Ms. Applegate and Dr. Rodriguez, maybe Ms. Menares question that, because I think they're all on the ground and we're having conversations. But I'm thinking after probably Labor Day. But we're doing some of it now, right?
Yes, we do have point people that have been assigned clusters. They've already started. Principals are calling them. They are point people to help them resolve issues. As far as the actual system, getting everybody trained, that's going to take a little while. But they already have their clusters identified, and they've been meeting with their principals at their school sites to see what their immediate needs are. And we're starting to identify some of the personnel that we currently have in place, what we might need to hire, those types of things. But they already hit the ground running, trying to help within each cluster.
And then also to add to that, how is the general feeling out there? How are they receiving some of these changes, our staff, teachers, principals, et cetera?
Dr. Menares, do you want to answer that, or the team, Ms. Applegate or Sandra?
What we've been hearing is that principals are very excited as we've kind of rolled this out to them so that they know exactly who they're going to get help from. And so we kind of did an overview of it back in July before school started to give them just the context of what the work was and gave them time to process the information so they can give us some feedback. And overwhelmingly, it was positive because it's going to help them. We have a variety of skill sets with our principals. Some are brand new, some are veterans. And so they're looking for consistency and looking for people that they know are going to be there for them on a regular basis. In addition to what Mrs. Applegate was mentioning, is that part of the work is also kind of getting that current state. And so our learning network point people have been going out to sites, and they're going to every single site to kind of get to know the different cultures of the different schools, to talk to the principals to find out what their needs are. And all of that will be taken into account as we start building what it is that they need. And in a very kind of that helping approach, not necessarily that directive you must do, but really we're working together to support those campuses. And the work around both of these, the academic support and the student support teams, are really kind of that idea of it's all hands on deck. We need to do whatever it takes, and we're with you and accountable with you to make sure that these things get done. So that's what the principals heard, and they really thought that was something that was positive, and so we're really looking forward to moving forward with it.
Thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
I heard earlier that, the statement was made that we're coming out of the pandemic. And I'm not sure where we're at in the pandemic. The numbers are going to dictate that. That's the reality that we're in. So, and I look at an analogy would be, we're talking about doing a remodel of the house. There's a part of the house that's on fire right now. And to me, you put the fire out first before you start the remodel. And so I just hope that we're being cognizant of the fact that the pandemic is a big deal. And as people get infected and we report, I think it's important that we report to everybody, tell the world that X amount is, I think the superintendent sends us a Friday report. I think the information should be given to everybody about all the different places where students tested positive, employees that tested positive, teachers that tested positive, the sites that it happened at. Make sure there's total transparency. But we don't know what the end result of it is going to be. And I think we make a mistake if we don't realize that this pandemic is sucking a lot of our resources out of us. And it's a challenge just for people to show up in the classroom and to educate. And I understand the changes, and I think at some point the changes will be good. I just hope we're being cautious and realize that this coronavirus pandemic is still with us. And I think that's the part we have to address first before we go into a whole bunch of big changes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Tillman, too, that was, I think, second week in, we want to make sure we are being transparent about those numbers. So we are putting them out there so that the community can also know, and we're all saying the same numbers, our teachers and everyone is seeing that. And that information, Dr. Funches is somewhere in here, but has made that readily available for everyone to see. Miss,
On the website?
I believe it's on the, did it get up on the website? I know we've seen
Thank you, Dr. Esquivel.
So we're in the process of having a dashboard that will be on our website and a letter that is going out to the community. Very shortly, we were drafting it yesterday that will give the parents or anybody who wants to go to that website. So we'll put that on there, and then we'll be updating that on a weekly basis. So it'll be by school, and the I'm trying to remember the columns, but it's definitely by school, so you'll be able to see who. That's in process right now.
Thank you. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Things can change. Like Mr. Tillman mentioned, September, when you plan on rolling this out, things have accelerated to the point where we may have to rethink what's going to happen next. And that's just maybe doing virtual, doing hybrid. So I do appreciate the plan. I think at least we're looking at it. But we always have to be mindful what the priority is making sure that, if we're seeing the numbers increase, then what's the next step? Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. And I imagine you're all planning that as well. With regards to the virtual academy, how does that fit in with this plan? Because the reality is that, let's just say it does get worse. We at least have a solid program that we can actually help accelerate with many of these aspects within that. So I'm wondering, with the virtual academy, have you take that into consideration into this plan?
In terms of it fitting into a specific cluster, is that your question?
Yes.
It does. It fits into, I don't recall exactly which cluster, but it's a cluster that has a few less schools, so that would be a part of it because it's part of our independent study.
Right, and it still has to have with our students with disabilities.
Yes.
You have EL students, you have GATE, you have twice exceptional. There's so many different aspects that we need to make sure that they're also.
Yeah, the virtual academy is operating as a campus, and so they will receive all the supports that any other school will receive.
Okay.
So right now, we're working on setting up an ELAC for the community, looking at our numbers of English learners, and so they will have everything that everybody else has, but in that virtual setting.
Thank you. And then also, just to finalize, because I did forget to ask this earlier, with regards to the reassign existing district staff, it says approximately 85. So that's a lot of employees that we're going to look at moving around. When you look at the replace employees with SDM roles, and so we're looking at moving positions. How are we going to realistically do that without eliminating whatever the role they were in charge of? And then all of a sudden we see other deficits. So I just want to make sure that we're really evaluating that. And within those 85 positions, how many of those are new positions that we also have to consider within a budget?
Absolutely. And thank you for bringing that up because Dr. Funches and I both sidebarred. Reassign really probably was not the best verb to choose because we're not going to reassign people. They'll be doing the same work. We're just going to say you only have to do it at these schools instead of all 72 schools. So reassignment sounds like a completely different job. That's not the case. So we should have chosen or selected a better verb.
Okay.
So thank you for bringing that up because that allows us to clarify.
Okay, and then also would that be in addition to whatever position? Let's just say a person that already has a large workload, and then you're adding this to that workload. Is that something that?
No.
Okay.
No, they will be doing the same duties that they would have been doing, again, just at fewer sites, so they can go deeper in that work.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You are welcome.
Dr. Flores?
I want to reiterate what Mr. Tillman said, because I did talk to Mr. Irvin about it. I said, this is great. I appreciate all the hard work you guys have been doing. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal and, very visionary. However, we are in a pandemic. The numbers are going up. And we have to, I like your analogy about the house burning and we're going to remodel. Let's put out the fire first before we start remodeling. It's fine to have a plan. I mean, I'm not against plans. I think it's important to have plans and very, very detailed plans and so forth. And I'm glad to hear that, our leads are working and our principals are on board. What I'm concerned about is, and I know you're going to roll it out, you need to include our teachers because it's our teachers that make the difference. I didn't teach for 40 years as a teacher educator to omit teachers because we're the ones on the ground that see the kids all day long and teach and organize teaching and learning. And I encourage you to include our teachers union. They need to be engaged when you start rolling this out. And I think it's very critical that we do that. And I'm reading this book called Districts That Succeed. And it says that everybody, including parents, but especially all the staff, the janitors, the clerks, the nutrition people, besides the teachers and the administrators, all have to be committed to that our kids are going to succeed and they're going to learn. And it has to be a culture. We all have to be, it has to be our culture. We believe in you, everyone's going to succeed, and all of us are going to work towards having you succeed and to the potential, to the potential. And so I encourage you to do that. But I also, Mr. Irvin, I know you're going to talk about it, but we have to be present in terms of what we're facing, and the numbers are increasing. And I know this board will act in favor of the safety and health of our children and our employees, and that's really important. And I know that we have janitors out. I know that our teachers are cleaning their own rooms because they're telling me. And I, bless you all for doing that because it is, our safety. Everybody's afraid. I'm afraid, and I don't know what the tipping point is. I really don't know what the tipping point is, but we have to be cognizant of the tipping point. So, but I do appreciate all this work. It's phenomenal, and thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and we'll move on to the.
So, and as you're moving into, I just want to add so we don't have to go backwards. I do want to just add to, what the board members have said, is that when I think we just got an update that Operation 1000 or Bring Back 1000 is starting again, right? We're going out to the community and going to ask them to knock on the doors of a big number that I just heard earlier. But the difference is why I like this service delivery model and trying to reorg, not one thing on this sheet is still not needed when the child is not at home. And so that is so important, so that because last time of course, we had the teacher do the urgent, get to the Zoom and get on there and try to help our kids. But they still needed all of those supports. And we talked about mental wellness over and over again. And we talked about just support, every single support on here, whether it was math, ELA, if it was tech support, nothing on here. So I am encouraged that the fact that this will not affect us if we did have to go back, worst case scenario, we have these supports because we did not have these a year ago.
We just were triaging, and everyone was trying to do their best because there was not a roadmap. But as I spoke before, our district is generally always looking forward thinking, whether it's a pandemic or not. But these things here, whether it's a learning director or whomever, I also see will support our teachers, for our teachers to be able to just carry that lift of the academics while all these other things come under them and support. And I hope that is, that's the message, because we do want to be all inclusive, but there was no equity there, right? We can find places where others were creating that entire lift. It was all about, getting in touch with our teacher. We saw it on social media. We saw it everywhere. We heard the phone calls. But putting this in, if we have to go back to where we were, this is definitely going to be a support across the board. So thank you.
You're welcome. I'll go ahead and have Mr. Sullins come back up for desired state of excellence in budgeting.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. So before I begin, I just want to say how much I appreciate the dialogue and the urgency as we speak about the budget issues and the challenges that we have, because at the core of it, this is not Harold's budget. This is a district budget, and we really need the input from all of our stakeholders in regards to our programs and services, as well as the tough conversations around how we deal with some of the challenges that we are facing. So thank you for that. Next slide. So as we dive in, while we received a considerable amount of funding in terms of one-time funding to deal with the COVID-related impacts and the recent governor's budget, we've also received some additional dollars in terms of the new concentration grant. And then there's also some additional ongoing and one-time funds in terms of expanded learning program dollars, some educator effectiveness dollars, and we spoke a little bit about the TK. However, what's at the core is the conversation that we had earlier in terms of what are the challenges now as we look at the structural deficit. And so the work ahead, as I mentioned, is already begun in terms of how we are beginning to evaluate and address the challenges that we have. This started well beyond my arrival, and there has been budget committee work that has done a lot of the legwork in identifying some of the opportunities that we can employ to go through this. So what we have in front of us is just sort of a budget stabilization overview, which really spells out 3 different phases of work. Restructuring the budget in terms of looking at where our available resources are and really utilizing those or maximizing those as much as possible. So in budget terms, we always want to spend our restricted dollars first because they're the most difficult to spend, and oftentimes they're time sensitive, as Mr. Tillman has pointed out in the past. So we really want to look at what are those available resources, and is there an opportunity to sort of restructure or realign and relieve some of those pressures off of our base funding. We also want to look at and reevaluate our budget priorities. What we budget and how we budget 10 years ago is not how we value and evaluate our programs and priorities in current day. So we need to always constantly look at that. And so when we looked at the chart that was there previously, and we talk about special education, evaluating the programs, where are there opportunities to gain efficiencies? So really taking a deep dive into that. So that's part of that reevaluation, reprioritization. The other piece is that sort of third phase, restricting and reducing expenditures. And again, that is a I don't want to say that's a last resort, and obviously we want to sort of capture the low-hanging fruit to address some of our challenges, but depending on the depth and scope of our challenges, we may need to go further along in terms of those opportunities to restrict or reduce some of those things, obviously minimizing the impact to our students and to the classroom. So what you have in front of you is a phased approach, really that aims to make sure that we are taking a strategic focus, a balanced view, and we're working to maximize the very limited resources that we have to support high quality academic programs that are both consistent and sustainable. overall, we can't sort of have that short-term thinking where we are taking actions today that are going to negatively impact our programs and our student success over the long term. So to that commitment, I would just like to point to a few of our audience members and the partnerships that we have that demonstrates that commitment to the work that we've already begun and that work that will be ongoing. So in the audience, we have Mike Fine, who is CEO from FICMAT. And we have Tom Casita, who is our Director of Business Advisory Services for the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. And we are his sole district that he oversees the budget for. So we have him in the audience, as well as Kevin Gordon from Capital Advisors, President of Capital Advisors. So we have these strategic partnerships and relationships to have conversations with our thought partners in terms of strategies of completing this work to bring our budget in balance while leveraging the resources that are available to us. We have a lot of different funding, some with strings attached, and so these are conversations that we have to see the applicability within our district and what opportunities we have, again, to leverage and maximize those very limited resources that we have. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez, who will walk us through.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. So we know that funds are generated by ADA, and so we need to make sure that our students are enrolled and attending school each and every day. And so we've come up with kind of our mantra, our R cubed, which is recruit, retain, and recover. And our goal is that all students, all children that live within the boundaries of our school district are attending our district schools. We do know that there are some students who might live on the edge and borders of our city that may attend other school districts. And so our goal is to bring those students back. And so in the short term, and it is ambitious, but we need to be able to, this is drastic times call for drastic measures. And so our goal this year is to recover at least 2,000 students. And in doing that, we need to be very creative. So this Thursday, we are starting our Operation Student Recovery, where we will be going out and knocking on doors to recover students that have not enrolled or students who were attending last year but didn't show up this year. And so we're very focused on doing that. Also, we're monitoring our attendance daily. And so we can provide live attendance numbers for you, Mr. Tillman. At the present, at the end of today, we had 46,171 students in school. And so we can provide you on our Friday update what the daily attendance is for the week so that you're aware of how we're monitoring that. So as we're looking at that 2,000 students, we're looking at how do we build systems and structures so that it's not just that we're relying on our Operation Student Recoveries, but that we actually are building systems at each school so that schools are responsive. So in that is an immediate response when students are absent and really working with the school attendance teams so that they have the capacity to go out each and every day and that they're not waiting for someone to call them back or they're waiting till the end of the week or 2 weeks later, but there's an immediate response when students are not there. We're calling, and then if we don't get an answer, we're going out there. And so building those systems and structures at the school sites and helping them to free up those people so that they can go out. In addition, as we're trying to build our enrollment, is we have to be proactive. And as Dr. Esquivel said, it's like the PK through 12th. And so we're looking at kind of 4-year plans for our high school kids. We're also looking at 4-year plans for our kids who are coming into school. And so as we're looking to prepare students for TK, we need to get them enrolled in our preschool programs. And so we're working with the county to recruit, to get their list of 3- and 4-year-olds, to recruit those students, as well as working with some of the child care centers within the community so that, we don't have the capability of serving all children that are 3 and 4 years old, but we do have the ability to be on the radar for them and provide them some supports so the students, as they come into school, they're more prepared. And then we've also engaged in working with communications and with one of their providers at a comprehensive marketing plan. And so looking at our Facebook hits, Instagram, social media, looking at where we can put some of our signs strategically throughout the city, because we know that we're competing with charters. And so putting out a very aggressive, in your face, we need you in our schools. And so these are some of the great things that we're doing. We're also working with communications to also have press kits for all of our schools so that they can also just really display the things that are going well at their campuses. Because as we're building every school to be a good school, we have good schools now, but many people are not aware of what they have. And so we need to be able to work and highlight that. So all of that to say the work of enrollment is everyone's responsibility, and we are all ambassadors of that. So if you have neighbors out there, sell the school district. We're great because your kids are great. And so we need to be able to push that. Thank you. I'll pass it back to Mr. Solons.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. So as we move forward, next slide, please. Before I begin, what we want to look at is, obviously, we want to act with a sense of urgency. There are some things inherently that we are provided, such as an attendance hold harmless, that provides us some time for that planning. But we are still operating with a sense of urgency, because the sooner we can make decisions that positively impact our benefit, the greater the benefit we have over the long terms on some of those changes. So to that effect, as I shared, the work has already begun. So we are reconvening our budget subcommittees that were functioning last year and working with stakeholder groups to identify opportunities to reduce or identify cost savings within our budget that we can leverage. We also are working and have been working in cross-divisional teams to look at our LCFF expenditures, look at our restricted resources, to again identify those pots of money that are available, those resources, to alleviate some of the cost pressures in the general fund, where we can move expenditures into those funds to support, or those resources to support them. So we expect to have that work completed by September 24th. But again, this is ongoing work. As we move through the process, we get new information, we get new enrollment, new attendance. And so all of that new information, that new data, helps inform our work in terms of what we have to do to bring back our fiscal health in our budget. But we are putting it all on the table. We want everyone to consider everything. Will we get to a place where we actually have to implement every recommendation or every strategy? Likely not, but we have to consider everything. And so that work is really important. And so I've been very thankful with the cross-divisional team that everyone has been open and really responsive in identifying those opportunities where we can shift some of our expenditures and again, provide that relief to our general fund. And then lastly, as Dr. Rodriguez shared, we want to implement and monitor our enrollment plan, and it is aggressive. We have to be aggressive. We've lost a lot of kids during this pandemic, and we really need to fight to bring those kids back. And making sure that every school is a good school is one of those ways, but we can't sit back and hope that the kids come. We have to get boots on the ground. We have to knock on doors. We have to make the calls to bring our kids back. And we will have the quality educational programs and services to support them when they do return.
Madam President.
The floor is yours.
Remind us again how much 2,000 kids generate an ADA?
So we are looking at about $26 million.
With 2,000 kids coming back?
Correct.
Okay, that's a lot of money. Okay,
it is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Ongoing.
That would cover our structural deficit.
It would definitely go on. Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Tillman?
The budget that you presented tonight, it wasn't based on those 2,000, extra 2,000 people, right?
No. I wouldn't do that.
Thank you. Because, if you're going to be covered, you put 2,000, why wouldn't you put 4,000 or 6,000?
Correct.
It's just a number.
Correct.
And in this current environment, because of the role that COVID is playing, my fear is you don't know which way that number is going to go right now. And and I can't stress this enough, the most important piece is to be as accurate with your actual numbers versus what you're hoping for.
Sure.
So I can't say it enough. Dr. Rodriguez, you made me happy. You gave me a number. It wasn't the number I hoped for, but you had a number. And you can go back and look in time and look at the trends and say, okay, the number's 46,000 at this date. Historically, the number either goes up or goes down. And that's going to become your number that is we're going to use to get our funding. That's the important number. And then based on that, you just make your budget based on those numbers, reality. So I hope, I know we got 3 pages in here talking about 2,000. I wish we had 3 pages in here talking about finding out what the actual number is and making sure that Mr. Sullivan makes his budget based on that. And I'm sorry, but I have to leave. I know Ms. Sabayas will think I disrespect her again, but I got to catch a flight. Thank you.
All right, well, we knew tonight would be a little longer, but I felt, again, and I think the board felt that this was very important for us to see this information. I mean, we had a lot of great dialogue about it and input, but the good thing about it, I definitely will say, is to hear the entire team, all the way from the budget to the student services, chiming in, talking together. You all see the urgency. I mean, that is just evident, and I applaud and appreciate that. The other thing I just want to clarify is that, so when we get our updates, because that's important, and I share with you, Mr. Sullins, also to bring back, so we know that expiring funding, how are we going along the way, and what will be those timelines? And whether it's going to be, bi-monthly at the end of the month or something for us to be able to see. Same thing with the ADA. We need to be able to see where we are landing, and even for the most part, you were able to give us some data to see how our kids are looking, because I know Superintendent Irvin has also mentioned, we can get to a point where we know where A through G is, who's A through G or not, and then you can do the triage work that you need to do. I'm excited about that because, again, I've never been a board member who want to wait to the end to see, hopefully we did well. The way the systems that you all are putting in place will help us to know more earlier along the way and give us realistic goals to achieve and to see the district move. Before you leave, Mr. Sullins, I think Ms. Rosales Medina?
Yes, I wanted to ask regarding, I'm going to go back to the virtual academy, only because that's also a great way to try to recruit students that don't want to necessarily go to school. But I know that there has been a few technical issues when it comes to enrollment and all of that. So I'm curious, if we enroll all the students that are wanting to get in the program, would that also increase the amount of money, or all of those that are currently semi-enrolled, they're already included within those numbers? So I'm just trying to find out because I know there was some issues.
Right, so we have about 1,900 students that are already enrolled in the virtual academy. We also now have, it's been fluctuating, so today, it's 1,200 on the interest list, okay? Those students are still enrolled at their home school. So as we're working towards that, we're going to be working on short-term independent study so that we can transition those students to get them into the virtual academy. But those students were not necessarily recovering because they're already included in the counts.
Because they're enrolled in
They're already
their home school.
enrolled.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right, very good. And Superintendent Irvin, you good? And Mr. Sullins, did you have something that you were going to add?
I was just going to turn it over to Dr. Ramirez.
Oh,
Thank you
okay,
very
all
much.
right.
So, board, you heard the current state, you heard where we're going. Want to assure you we will continue to be agile in our decisions. We are tracking COVID and the impact on our district on a regular, making weekly decisions to slow on things and make sure that we're being very responsive to our schools. Even as far as calling a meeting virtually tomorrow with our site leaders to be able to answer everything COVID related, right, to make sure they're comfortable. So we continue to practice being agile, to make sure that house doesn't catch on fire, as Mr. Tillman said. So please know that is always the most important, is to make sure that our staff is comfortable, feels rest assured, and believes in us in leading the district. Also want to close by saying that San Bernardino City Unified will be the leading district in equity, access, and innovation. You will be the board that will lead that work. We will make sure that this happens, and we're going to do it with the people that do the work. They are the most important, so we completely agree with you, Dr. Flores. Our classroom teachers, our classified staff, our principals, anybody that works at our schools with our children, they have to be part of this. We're starting here, we're making sure that you have all that information, but there will be teacher advisory groups. Mr. Irvin will start a parent advisory. We will have multiple layers of information, input, and just everybody involved in this. So it's long-standing. It's not something we're going to do overnight, and we will continue to get people involved in the decisions that impact them. And that includes our union partners, that this isn't something that we do without them. We do it with them. We've started including them in our cabinet meetings with our legislative updates so they can hear the things coming down from the state and then the impact on that. So it's definitely a core value that we hold dear, and that's not going to the wayside. So we're excited. We know you're looking forward to it. We thank you for your trust and your confidence in us to make this happen. It's a very dynamic team you have here in San Bernardino City, and we're pleased to be working for our new superintendent to make this happen for our students. And so the last slide is actually our image of what we want for our desired state for every single school in our district and every child that's there, that they're highly engaged, that they are excited to be in school, that the learning is rigorous and that it's relevant, and that our teachers, our classified staff, our principals feel supported and can do the work. And that's what our responsibility is. Create those conditions for the adults to do the work so that the children can succeed. We are going to do that as a district, and we thank you for your support in achieving that.
All right, is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. I got to give you guys a hand. You guys did a great job. We appreciate you. A big lift, a lot of information we needed, and hopefully everyone is still tuned in. But the good thing, it's recorded. So, all right, we're going to move to 10.0, reports and comments. 10.1, board members. I will start this time to my right. So, Ms. Rosales Medina.
Yes, I do. But it's just to add, just to make sure that at every board meeting, and I know we already talked about the dashboard, so I'm not going to go too into it, but I do want to ask that during every board meeting, when we had the COVID results, we had it every single board meeting. We wanted to give updates. So that way it's not just us and not just placed on the website, but it's also information that we're kind of like giving people the update as well as board. So I want to see at every board meeting if we can give a quick update. I know in the past, Eric Vitir was the one that was presenting some of the numbers, something similar to that. And also with regards to the meals, when we had the public comment on that, a few people had texted me, and they did say that the meals did look really greasy. So I do want to get an update on what are we going to do to move forward to make sure that the meals are healthy and they're good. I guess a question of mine would be who is distributing the meals? Is it made through the school district? Are we hiring a third party to do that? So if we can get an update on that, that would be helpful.
You want a BC? Okay.
Yeah,
Or
so a
Friday update? Okay. Okay. Okay, it'll be in the update on their.
Who's distributing the food? If it's our school district, then why are they doing it this way? Is there other
Where is it coming
healthy
from?
alternatives that they can add to that? Thank you.
All right, Dr. Flores.
I wanted to also address COVID issues. There seems to be parent concerns that they're not being alerted with a letter. They don't want, they know that they don't want to know who the student is. They just want an update of who was exposed and, how many incidents there are. And I'm assuming, I think Dr. Martinez, the dashboard has to be a priority. It has to be a priority. I mean, it And I cannot tell you because people are afraid. Families, kids, parents, our community. Frankly, I'm afraid. So we really have to know the numbers in terms of that. Clarity and transparency and communication is very key in terms of informing our parents and community. And also, I've been hearing about protocols. Somebody says you do this, somebody says you don't do it. I mean, there's like disparity about protocols. So I know that you will address them, but you need to really address them. And I'm glad you're meeting with the site leaders tomorrow, because those issues, listen to them. Listen to what they have to say so they get clarity on all of that. And it's really, really important. I see Christina Marcus is still out there. I want to thank you so much for my beautiful mask. I meant to tell you last meeting, and I forgot. I just love it. Thank you. I spoke with Jennifer Moon today from Reading is Fundamental, the National Center for the Reading is Fundamental. Is Miss Applicate? She went to the bathroom. Okay. Is she here? She went to the bathroom. Okay. Well, I'll tell her later, but I'll tell everybody. They have 2 open source programs that are digital for literacy. And I was really impressed with that. And they have a parent component that's open source. They have all kinds of things for our kids. So I think that we will be able to, we should really tap into it, since we have a literacy campaign, and our goal, our goals are targeting early literacy. Lamar Burton has done some really great work with them. So he's developed some videos that we have access to in open source. Tomorrow, I am on a webinar, and I invited Mrs. Applegate to feature our district. Who is putting it on is Dr. Abraham Jimenez from Curriculum Associates and Dr. Ken Magdaleno. And it's featuring, districts that are back in school and where we're moving innovation and access and so forth. So anyway, I'm just sharing that. It's from 12 to 1 tomorrow. And then last Thursday, I had the honor of moderating equity in math education for California Latino School Boards Association. We had Californians Together represented, Ed Trust West represented, and also English Learner Success Forum from New York represented. They have open source tools, Mrs. Applegate, for our teachers for ELs and math. And so I think I sent you 1 or 2. I couldn't, I'm not sure, but I think I did. But anyway, I wanted to just share that. And thank you again for all your work that you've done. It's greatly appreciated.
Dr. Wyatt?
Well, thank you, Madam President, and I wanted to say thank you to our folks still left out there in the crowd. We really appreciate all of you, and I was going to tell Mike and Tom thank you too, but Tom just finally crashed on us. He came back down. I said, "Tom, where are you going?" I turned around, he was gone. So, Kevin, thank you for hanging in there with us, and Karen, you too as well. We appreciate your support. And Christina, I didn't get a mask, so but I'll still say thank you to you for hanging out.
You're not
with
the
us
only
in
one.
the crowd too. So, I'll give you my little styles I like later. So, but no, just executive cabinet. That was a long night for all of us, and a lot of presentations. We see these presentations, we get to look at them, but I know we all realize the many, many, many hours that go into each one of these presentations, and we don't take that for granted. So just want to say thank you to you and your directors as well. I see Sam still here. Thank you, Sam, for hanging with us to late hours of night. So we appreciate you all. And out there, just our community, really want to say please be patient with us and our staff and what we're doing. Every day is a new challenge to us. We know that. And staffing is very difficult right now. It is to a crisis level with many of our districts. I know even for myself at County Office of Ed, we're having a very difficult time of obtaining subs and getting people to just be able to cover the folks that are out due to COVID and just the vacancies as well. So I know we're doing our very best, so we please ask for patience and understanding. We want to do the best job we can and to a highest level of excellence for our students in our community and our families, and that's our expectation for each and every one of us. As you can see, we're all here late tonight and we're dedicated to our cause and we're dedicated to our communities, but we ask for a little bit of patience right now. We're going to get through this, and again, if you're in the field of education or want to get in the field of education, we're constantly recruiting out there. And Dr. Funches, you and your team, I saw some of the stuff you put out this weekend on social media. I already told you, great job on that, on the recruiting efforts. I even took your picture and shared it with our folks over at County, because that's what we need to do to, one, recruit the best and keep them here. So employee retainment's important as well. So, Madam President, that is it for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. And I think I heard this with the dashboard on the safety and what's happening at each school as far as staff and or students who might have tested positive for COVID, and I think that would be good, and I think parents and everyone else will appreciate that. So thank you for that. I did want to also say that I hope we have enough people to clean the schools, to make sure that the teachers do not have to go in and take their own little cleaning supplies and what have you. We don't want that in there either, but we want to make sure those classrooms are cleaned, as well as the restrooms and other places used by staff and students. I did appreciate, I wasn't feeling my best, but I was appreciated being here when the governor visited. I thought that was absolutely wonderful, and for him to come to visit us and to see the wonderful things that's going on in this district. Mr. Irvin, appreciate your leadership. Thank you for moving us in the right direction. I'm excited. I like innovation. I guess one of the things that's for me is, having worked in this district for 32 years, it's been another 10 to 15 as a mentor in this district. I get out to a lot of schools, I talk to a lot of staff members and a lot of students. And I'm just saying that to say, as the state of district presentation was made, it was real exciting to me. And I think it's important that as board members and as well as the community to know, I don't think the buildings are on fire, because there are a lot of good things going on out there. And sometimes when we talk about things, we many times think we're looking at, we got to get off home plate and go to first base. But there's some schools out there that's already on third base, and coming around the home plate. So the thing is, we don't have to do everything. A lot of good programs are out there. They're doing what they're supposed to do. And if you get out there to see them, you'll be so amazed. A lot of good teachers, a lot of good administrators doing a lot of good work. So again, I don't worry about the building burning down. I worry about us as we continue to support those who are on third base and on their way around for that home run. So we're doing some good things right now. We aren't talking about square one. So with that, I just want to say to our parents, again, thank you for trusting us to provide the best for your students. I want to say to the students, we appreciate you showing up at school, washing your hands as many times as you can, and want to thank all the staff members for their dedication. So Christine, you can get the word out to everybody how much we appreciate you. And Kevin, so good seeing you. And Karen, so good having you join us today. And for those of you here with that long drive, get your big bottle of water so you can stay awake on your way home. And again, we're in for the long haul, and good things are on the way. And I agree with you, Dr. Menares. We will be the district that's going to put education on the map. I feel it in my bones. So thank you.
Ms. Ceballos?
Well, I won't drag it out anymore. I'll just end with a thank you, and I'm really excited, even though I don't sound like it right now because it's late. But I'm excited, so thank you.
Yeah, this is probably your first late. This used to be the norm.
We have to go to midnight now for sure.
But
in person.
But again, thank you so much for your comments, and I'll just, again, be brief. I want to say definitely, and to your point, Ms. Rosales Medina, it is going to be on Parent Square too, because the more we can put out in the community, and that was a week before last when the numbers started to go, it's important. We want to share that. So it'll be on Parent Square, and then we'll have our updates, but definitely in real time is what my request for us to have that and be able to see where we are. But I do want to say to the parents that have been probably interfacing with all of us as board members about one concern or another, or one hiccup, as I like to call it, or another. It has been good to get that information, and I know all of mine goes to the superintendent or one of the staff, and the staff has just been working overtime to just get those things resolved. And the more we hear, the more we resolve. And so I think the district is encouraging that, because that is the way we definitely will find out your concerns, because we don't want them to be delayed any longer than they need be. They are urgent, and then they allow us to be able to take that information back and project other things that we need to do before it happens to someone else. So keep the questions coming. We had an opportunity to visit our DLAC. That was a great meeting, lots of participation, lots of input there. And they're also letting us know the temperature check on things that are happening out there. And it is a lot of good things, like Dr. Hill's saying. There's a lot of good things that are happening because we are bringing that in more from a collaborative community. What everyone was used to, prior to COVID kind of separated us. But it's good to be back answering and connecting and going to meetings, whether it's on virtual, whether it's, however, we are still having those conversations, which is great. I know, Ginger, you probably captured this, and I know I talked to Dr. Funches about it, and so that Dr. Hill and I think is Ms. Rosales Medina, and I think might be Dr. Hill, Policy Committee, we definitely need you to look at capping. It's a conversation, the policy, capping policy, because it's something that we hear each year, and then we reset. And I think probably COVID kind of got ahead of us again to know it was coming. And I know I've heard it for quite some time. But let's find out what doesn't work, whether it was COVID or not, what isn't working. Look at that policy and then be able to help with whatever that's causing that systemic breakdown problem. We want to just make sure we're getting through it. And then lastly, I'll end on a funnier note. I had the opportunity I don't go out much, again, regardless of what's going on, I really don't. We're still staying safe. So it's a change up for me. And when I do go off, it's very safe. But I did go to the 66ers. And I saw someone that you all know throw out the first pitch. And that was our superintendent. He did a great job. He did land it in the plate area. He did. He landed it in the plate area. It was across, but then there was a much smaller type person that got up there and threw a strike, and he was probably a sixth grader or something like that. But needless to say, it was a great night. It was an education night. They were very excited about the collaboration, and I know I've bumped into Superintendent Irvin on a number of Zoom calls doing his listening and learning tour, and the community is really excited about just getting to know him. So again, thank you all for just bearing with us tonight. This was urgent. If we didn't do it tonight, then it was another night, and then we'll be 3 months into saying, I need to see this data. We need to look at this data. And sometimes we just have to do that. This is just who we are. And now we've seen it, and we can wrap our heads around it, see how we can support the district, and then begin to set those goals, Ms. Ceballos, like we want to do. We want to be realistic, but we want to know where we are. And I think this was very, very helpful tonight. And so Dr. Flores is waving at me, so that means she probably needs to ask a question she forgot.
forgot to say happy birthday
To-
to Mr.
exactly.
Irvin tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
I won't ask you.
yes.
I won't ask you how old you are, but
He shared it. But
we wish you happy birthday.
But Dr. Flores, so are you singing or what are you doing? No, no.
I could sing Las Mañanitas, but it's a little late.
But we want to say happy birthday definitely to Superintendent Irvin tomorrow. And if we stay 10 more minutes, it okay, all right. So we're going to go to 10.2, Superintendent and staff.
I won't prolong it either. I will say, though, for our families who are still out there listening, as a reminder, I do know when you think about COVID-19, there is still a lot of parents and staff member, community members who are a little nervous out there and concerned, again, about, the virus and so on. So I do want to say, though, that we do have a lot of good protocols and procedures in place within the district, and we've planned very well. We planned very well, and so we just want to remind everyone that, again, we're reminding parents, if your child's home, if a child's sick, if a staff member's sick or ill, got symptoms, whatever the case may be, we encourage them to stay home and seek the support that they need. We're still requiring everyone to wear a mask, with the exception of certain health conditions. We do have a COVID liaison at all of our sites, and that's very important. We've talked about that. And also remember, we're always prepared. We always have a plan, and we always have a contingency plan if things turn south. And we know one thing: we know how to do distance learning very well if we need to. Although we would have to get state approval, and that would have to come down from the governor's office. But we always have a contingency plan if we need to. So I never leave home without a plan, and a plan B and C. So that's very important. And then the other thing is, I know families have been reaching out this week regarding what happens when there's a COVID-19 related case on the campus. We will be now notifying families in that school community when there's a COVID-19 related case. And then obviously that classroom, that student, those parents will be notified directly. So we're going to continue to do that. And also, I believe our COVID-19 dashboard, that's going to go live, I believe, tomorrow, we hope. And so we'll be able to have a link on a Parent Square on our website. So everyone should be able to access that dashboard at any time. So even at the next board meeting, we'll be glad to put it up on the screen, but it's going to be readily available. So we are moving as fast as possible. And I do want to end by saying that I am still doing the listening learning tour. I've already visited maybe 30, 40 schools. I think we're 3 to 4 schools, classrooms per school in some cases. I've already met with most managers in the district, most directors one-on-one. I've met with a lot of our community stakeholders, Making Hope Foundation, NAACP, WAG, our higher ed partners. So we're really doing a lot. We're going to be meeting with the classified employees and teachers soon, between the end of this month and September. Our parents will be and students will be in October. So the tour is still continuing, gathering that information. And then I want to end by saying that I know Dr. Hill mentioned about the house on fire. And one of the things I will say is that we are going to continue, regardless of the pandemic, to provide students with a quality educational program regardless. So that's not going to stop the work. And yes, we do have the pandemic, but we do know how to provide services to students regardless. And even though we're going into a service delivery model, that model will still allow us to provide quality services to kids no matter what. We will not stop regardless. So I just want to always make that clear to the board, the public, that I'm not going to stop until we're at the highest level of excellence. My role is to provide high quality instruction to the entire student population. And I know sometimes there's disagreements. I respect those disagreements, but that doesn't really stop me from thinking about what's in the best interest of kids. So I will continue to move forward, provide those services. We'll continue to have good quality conversation. But in the end, I will always make sure that students come first, and we'll continue to make decisions in that arena. So And the last thing I'll say, Dr. Rogers and the rest of the board is, well, I understand we can't make everyone happy, but we will have to just make decisions. But we understand when we make decisions, there's going to be times when someone's not going to be happy with that decision. But I think about, is it the right thing for kids? And if the decision that we make is good for kids, then I feel good about the decision that we made. But I will say overall, the district is at a great place. The district is poised for excellence. And I think we can take it to the next level, but we have to make sure we all stay aligned and stay on the same page, working collaboratively. I know some of you call me, we talk regularly, staff members, board members, but we will get to the desired state of excellence if people really truly believe. And I think you said it best earlier today, Dr. Flores, is we have to build a culture of collective efficacy where every one of us believe that every kid is going to be successful. That is a culture of collective efficacy, and I truly believe that. So I thank you, and it's been a long evening, but as of 6 minutes, I'll be 59. So I just want to clarify that. In 6 minutes, I'll be 59. So.
All right, we'll take it. Okay, we're going to move to 11.0 action items, and that is approval of the personnel report number 4 dated August 17, 2021, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
Moved.
Second. It's been moved in second, so let's look at our screen. Not yet.
Has it come up? Did I vote?
It's not there.
Oh, it's not there.
Aye. You as well, Dr. Ford? Okay. Okay, yeah, it didn't kind of show. Okay. All right, that's in, okay, there I am in there. All right, motion carried, thank you. 11.2, signature authority.
Moved.
I don't know why I don't, Karen, there's nothing showing in my executive content to read out. Do you have it there? Yeah, you go ahead. He's going to read it out because it's not on my screen for some reason.
All right, be it resolved in accordance with Education Code, let me put on my glasses, 39656, that the Board of Education approves delegating signature authority on behalf of the governing board of the San Jose Unified School District to Rachel Martinez, Deputy Superintendent, effective July 7th, 2021, until revoked, to execute any and all documents that require an authorized agent, including but not limited to grants, contracts, agreements, reports, financial forms, equipment, supplies, lease of real property when no money is involved, services and materials. Be it also resolved that the Board of Education approves delegating signature authority to Rachel Martinez, Deputy Superintendent, to sign notices of employment for certificated, classified students and temporary employees effective July 7, 2021 until revoked. Be it further resolved in accordance with Education Code Section 39656 that the Board of Education approves delegating signature authority on behalf of the governing board of San Jose Unified School District to Ricardo Esquivel, Assistant Superintendent, to execute, including but not limited to grants, contracts, agreements, reports, financial forms, equipment, supplies, lease of real property when no money is involved, services and materials effective August 4th, 2021 until revoked.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? No? Okay, we'll vote.
I'm going to be aye because it's not coming up on my screen. Go ahead, if you would finish all of the action items.
All righty, Madam President, it'd be my pleasure. All righty, 11.3, revisions to Board Policy 6158, independent study, first reading and approval, student services.
So moved.
Second.
My apologies, 11.2 did carry. And who did we have motion and second?
I motioned, and Dr. Hill second.
Okay, thank you, Abigail, and Dr. Hill. All right, we'll vote.
Aye.
All righty, 11.3, motion carries. 11.4. All right, ratification of the renewal agreement with San Mateo County District Advocates for Better Schools, Executive Committee, and San Mateo County Superintendent Schools. Then moved by Dr. Hill.
And are we at the, okay, so you have first and second. I just wanted to add in, I know there are three of us or four of us are delegates. And I do look forward to, I know I've been on a delegate for quite some time, and we've had our partnership or relationship with Sandabs, and I'm looking forward to becoming a part of, because I know the importance, again, you know, as us as delegates, we've served in other capacity and maybe just didn't get a chance to step up, but I have heard the concerns, and I totally think that it's important for those voices to be there in order to make the change that needs to be. So I know I'll be looking forward to making that commitment. And having said that, Dr. Hill?
Make a comment. Having served on as a delegate for the county, where SANDAPS always is on the agenda. Of course, I didn't realize that it was broken until last board meeting, and I rather see us be in a position to fix something than to get rid of something. And if we can't fix it, then we can go back to the drawing board. But right now, I think we need to fix it, because what I'm hearing people say, there is no voice and there's not much transparency. I think that's an easy fix. So I think if we can do that, and if that is really the only concern, and I do appreciate those who spoke asking that we not support this, but I just feel that we need to look at fixing things right now as we try to move forward in what we're doing in education. Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
I've been in delegate assembly. I greatly respect Karen very much, her leadership. But I was, I guess Linda Savage was always our representative, and we haven't had a representative. And I'm really concerned about that, because we're the largest school district in the county. So, with all due respect, I will be voting no, because I don't see where our voice is represented. I think that, I believe in democratic ways, and that's my position.
Any other discussion? Ms. Ceballos?
Also, I think that, I'm new to even this here, so I've heard the concerns, and I think that for me, one of the biggest concerns that does come up is the transparency. I do support and function here very transparently as much as I possibly can, and so because of that, my vote will also be no.
Go ahead.
I think for me personally, the board already knows it. I don't like to waste money, and if we have an organization that's already doing it, So that's all I'll say right now until we vote.
All right, I think we've heard from all others, so we're ready to cast our vote.
Well, actually, we only had a motion. We did not have a
Oh,
second.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and you're.
And we should have waited until discussion
Yeah,
after
you're right.
the
You're right. I
second if
thought
it's
we
not
heard that.
seconded.
Okay. No, that's what he just brought to our attention.
I'll actually second the motion.
Okay, and you have your
And I
first
do have a
two-
discussion, actually.
Okay. did you
So
have-
in regards to Sandabs and us being delegate assembly members, one, Sandabs represents all 33 school districts in our county. So I want that to be noted. And it also represents not only large districts, but also our small districts, medium districts, our rural districts, as well as our urban districts. So it's representative of all of our districts. And when they meet, it is transparent. It is public. It's out there for the public to see. Public may not have a public comment, but it also is not a formal group. It's a committee, just like any other committee that maybe we would sit on for any district. So when folks are questioning the intent of Sandabs and what it's doing, they advocate on behalf of all students. I could assure you that. I actually participated in the last couple meetings just so I could sit there and say, yep, I was there, I watched it. It is also a very diverse group, I will say that, in regards to the ethnic makeup. So some folks might say, well, is it a diverse group? Absolutely it is. It is representative of our colleagues on school board members in other districts, and again, from all the different districts throughout our county. And of course, the superintendents are representative there. We should be represented, but that is also on us. If we are delegate assembly members and we think we should have representation there, one, we need to be attending our meetings for delegate assembly. Let me say that, because not all of us attend all those meetings, and I think we know that. But two, if we want that type of representation, then we should put our name in the hat and say we want to be a part of Sandabs. We have the numbers. We already know that. Anytime we actually want to do something, we vote, and we're normally appointed to those boards. So, and being state delegate assembly members, and I am one of them, I feel that we are representative of our organization, and we should have a greater voice. So when we say we should be represented, that is on us, okay, meaning us as board members, and definitely us that are delegate assembly members. So we could easily be appointed, not appointed, but elected to it, and have a voice there. Same could be said for Mr. Irwin, Superintendent Irwin. He could be a representative as well. So in time, when we talk about this, I'll say this much: if the opportunity does come up, I will put my name in the hat to be a member of Sandabs, and I would be more than proud to represent our district on that committee. I would be an active voice on that committee, and I know there's been concerns about students with disabilities. I can assure you they're represented there as well. In regards to 1505, and we talk about charter schools, actually, I believe the Charter School Association didn't even take action on 1505. Actually, they remained neutral. So for them to be critical about Sandabs and the stance that they took on that, to me, that's kind of interesting, because they weren't for or against. They were actually neutral. So we have a lot of voices talking about that. And I know the individual that actually represents the SELPA and the West End, and I know what he stands for in regards to special ed and our students. He's new to our organization, and he is well represented in regards to diversity and representing communities that were underserved in the past for students with disabilities. So that's just my 2 cents in regards to Sandabs and what it does for our school districts and all 33 school districts in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And like I said, the same thing I know, and I so appreciate Mrs. Gray. I've served, like I said, as a delegate. I've been wholeheartedly. I don't think I've ever missed a meeting. And when the time came up for Sandabs, it was probably early on in my elected career, and I was trying to learn what I needed to learn there, but the opportunity arose. And, we didn't, but we remained as delegates. And so now the time is to step up and to, be involved so we can represent. And everyone that knows me knows I'm here for all students, and the voice, have no problem making that voice known in rooms that maybe would suppress those voices. And so I won't prolong it any longer. We'll take the vote, and I will vote aye, because I have to verbally, right? I can't, it's not showing up for me.
I can't see it. It's
Okay, it
too
looks like
small.
it's 3 yeas and three nays. So it's a tie vote.
Oh, it dies.
So, yeah, because it doesn't cast. It doesn't pass. So we're gonna. Okay, so we're gonna move on. I can see these now, so I'm good. So 12.0 consent items. Board, that is
So moved.
Okay.
So moved.
All right.
Second. Oh, sorry. I have to go.
It's been moved in second. Is there any items to pull?
I need to pull 12.14, please.
12.14. Any other? All right. Let's vote. Aye for me, because again, I don't think it's going to come up on my screen. For the remainder, and everybody else should get. All right, can you see the motion carry? Okay, great. Okay, so now we will go back to 12.14, ratification of the memorandum of understanding with the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. There is no cost, however.
Thank you, Madam President. Even though there's no cost, this is a program that I actually supervise for the County Office of Ed, so I want to make sure I recuse myself from the vote.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. So moved.
And there was was there a second as well?
Second, if there
Okay.
wasn't any.
All right, so let's vote. I will vote aye. And everyone else will have it on their screen. All right, motion carried, one extension from Dr. Wyatt. Okay. All right, one of the best part of the board meetings, 12.1, we get to hear staff review items and updates from Ms. Ontiveros.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to be the first person to wish Superintendent Irvin a happy
We
birthday
made it.
today. Yes, so, okay, tonight there were quite a few requests that you made. So we'll start with Mr. Danny Tillman, who asked that we requested that we provide the background on suspension lift actions moving forward. Mr. Tillman also asked that we would review the ADA accommodation request, the timing for that relative to board meetings and the release of the agenda. Mr. Tillman then asked if we would consider creating a more sunrise programs as an alternative to the bus service pickups related to SB 328 planning. Dr. Barbara Flores and Dr. Gwen Rogers both asked that we would review the board policy on capping. Ms. Myra Ceballos noted that the challenges in transportation were a symptom of a larger problem and encouraged us to really move forward with our work to make all schools great schools. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would include a legend associated with the asterisk on the tables in future presentations. Mr. Scott Wyatt asked why the white students were struggling so significantly and if we had a rationale for that. Mr. Danny Tillman asked for attendance comparisons for the first 3 weeks of this year to the first 3 weeks of the 1920 school year. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked for the source of our enrollment projection data. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for some more aggressive marketing around TK and kindergarten enrollment. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked where the GATE program was represented in the service delivery model. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we need to make sure we include the teachers in the rollout of the service delivery model. Dr. Gwen Rogers asked that we would bring back the status of ESSER fund expenditures. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked that we would share COVID results at each one of our board meetings. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina then asked if we would provide an update on nutrition services and our meal services. Dr. Barbara Flores asked if we would make the dashboard a priority, and I know that we've already indicated we would. I think got confirmation it would be live tomorrow. And then Dr. Barbara Flores asked that we would address disparities in any COVID protocols district-wide that people might have been concerned about. So those were the follow-ups that I captured tonight.
Thank you. And the ESSER updates is the time-sensitive money, along with the updates of, our touch points, bringing back the budget where we are, as well as the other numbers that we're going to be looking at sooner than later. Okay. All right, I believe that's it. Thank you so much. And it is 14.1, board.
Move to adjourn.
All right, meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much for bearing with us tonight. It was long, but we had a lot to cover. And thank you again, and God bless and happy birthday, Superintendent Irvin.